Some stories begin with fate. Hers began with a mistake, walking into a world that should have killed her. Instead, it claimed her. Today we are going to see what if love began as a war. So let's get started. After September 14, 2010, 10:02 p.m. I can't believe this is what my life has come to. It's my honeymoon. This is supposed to be the best night of my life. And here I am waiting in bed for my groom to get out of the shower. I can't stop crying. I've been betrayed by my own tribe. They were my family. How could they do this to me? How could they marry me off to one of them? This is all Jacob's fault. If he hadn't blabbed to his new girlfriend, Nessie, about the clandestine world of supernatural monsters, I wouldn't be living this nightmare. I'd be starting my first year at UW, working my way to becoming a teacher so that I could help mold the minds of the next generation of Quileute children. But no, at the tender age of 18 I'm ripped away from my family to serve a life sentence married to this monster. I can afford to think of him that way. For my own sanity and not to mention my own heart's sake, I have to at least try to form a bond with this, dare I call him a man. No, I just can't stop crying. Bella, I have my face buried in my pillow now. Ice-cold hands gently rub my back. I'm sorry, Edward. I call him by his name, because despite everything, I don't hate him. I mean, I did. I hated him and his whole family. But since I've been forced to live with him for the past 3 months, Edward's been nothing but nice to me. I wish I could say the same for the rest of his family. It's okay, Bella. I know you're sad. I know you miss your family. No, I don't. I hate them. I never want to see them again. They betrayed me. Leah's older than me. She should have been the one here, not me. Edward's hands stopped. His body stiffened. The only reason they chose me over her or any of the other girls was because they're all full-blooded Quileute. I'm just a mutt. It doesn't matter that I have Yulee blood coursing through my veins. I'm still half Charles Swan. You're not a mutt, Bella, he's telling me softly, Conton. Uing the light massage of my back muscles. I rolled over abruptly to stare at him, tears continuing to stream down my face. Edward's taking my face in his hands, wiping the tears away with his thumbs. Then what would you call me, Edward? You're as your name implies. You're beautiful, Bella, he's murmuring huskily. My eyes, flashing up to his face to find his eyes hooded, filled with lust. I'm trembling because his hands are sliding down my body to grasp the tops of my arms. He's lifting me, pulling me into his arms, hiking my right leg over his lap, forcing me to straddle him. I'm feeling his manhood poking me through his boxer briefs, through my pajama shorts where I've never been touched. His lips are descending on mine, kissing me in a way he's never done before. His hands sliding down to my buttocks, kneading slowly. Tears blurring my vision because I'm afraid of these feelings he's stirring in me. I promise to be gentle, sweet girl, Edward's whispering in my ear. My whole body's shaking. I'm feeling the electricity emitted from the touch of his fingers and the soft exploration of his lips. I'm sobbing harder now. I don't want to do this, I'm whispering, not necessarily to him. I'm only partially lying, starting to pant through my sobs. We have to. You know their warning, Bella. Yes, I know. They promised to kill a member of my tribe every day we refused to consummate our union. Starting with the children. Before September 13, 2010. Did the ceremony meet with your approval, sweet girl? We were dancing our first dance as husband and wife at our reception. I smiled up at my beautiful, vampire husband. How I wished that we had the chance to fall in love before this day. 3 months didn't seem like enough time for this forced arrangement, especially when I started out hating him. He didn't deserve to be hated by me. Edward turned out to be kind, thoughtful, protective, and caring to a fault. He will make the perfect husband. It's too bad he had to get stuck with me. I smiled, at the goofy smile on his face. From the look on his face now and the look of his utter joy as my father walked me down the aisle to meet him, it looked as if he had every intention of falling for me. It was beautiful, Edward. I didn't expect it to be so elegant, being that it's practically a shotgun wedding. He laughed. You're not pregnant yet. I blushed at the implications of what our activities might entail later that evening. Why, Mrs. Cullen, I do believe I've made my lovely bride blush. I hid my face against his tuxedo jacket. He rubbed my back soothingly, chuckling softly. Don't start, Edward. I can't think about that yet. Are you nervous? You have no idea. Don't be. I don't expect anything the first night. We'll be away on our honeymoon for a month. We have time to take things slowly. As long as we consummate our marriage before we get back, everything should be fine. I look up at him with such a feeling of relief and gratitude. He seemed to understand what I was going through, and he was willing to be patient for me. I was starting to understand why fate made him a vampire. If he were human, he would be the perfect man, and no one was perfect. It was then that Carlyle interrupted us. Hey kids, he sighed. What, Carlyle? I asked, because Edward looked angry. The Volturi are leaving. They would like to have a word with you both beforehand. Edward, I'm sorry. Bella, you don't deserve to be treated like this. Like what, Edward? I felt the hair stand up on the back of my neck. Edward wrapped his arms around me, hugging me close to him. You're going to be okay. I promise, no matter what, everything will be fine. They're waiting in my office, Carlyle informed us, then walked towards Esme, who was talking to Edward's cousins from Denali, Alaska. Edward held me close to his side as we approached Carlyle's office. Bella, sweetheart, let me do the talking. I thought it was kind of him to ask nicely rather than be all demanding. He was in his protective mode, but he was still considerate of my feelings. Okay, I agreed without hesitation. When we walked into the office, Arrow was sitting at Carlyle's desk. 3 vampires were standing behind him. 2 male bodyguard types and tiny blonde girl. You wanted to see us, Arrow? Yes, about your honeymoon. Carlyle was gracious enough to give me the coordinates. Carlyle has informed me that you've already made arrangements to arrive at your destination after midnight the following evening, that you'll be traveling all night and all day tomorrow after you leave here tonight. None of this is necessary. All you have to do is touch my hand and you will know my intentions. No one can lie to you, Arrow. No one, with the exception of Bella. Bella has given her word. Please don't force this. Edward, what's going on? Edward sighed heavily. His chest rumbled a little as if he was holding back tears. His voice sounded rough when he finally spoke. Arrow wants us to consummate our marriage the night we start our honeymoon. I stiffened in Edward's arms. My wife deserves to be wooed. I don't want her to feel like I'm forcing myself on her. Wooed indeed, Arrow scoffed. I've given you 3 months to woo this girl, more than enough time. Maybe if you'd spent your time seducing her instead, there wouldn't be a problem now. That is crude, even for you, Arrow. Bella is a sweet, innocent girl. Our honeymoon should be something she can look back on and smile, not have nightmares about for years to come. I assure you, you'll have complete privacy. We will meet you there, at sunup. On the 15th, if you've managed to do as I've instructed, I will leave you in peace for the rest of your honeymoon. If you do not, there will be consequences. What consequences? I asked before I could stop myself. I looked to Edward apologetically. Well, my dear, if you and your husband are unable to consummate your union before I arrive on the 15th, I'm afraid I'll have no alternative but to execute one member of your tribe. And I will execute one member every day that you are unable to comply with my request, starting with the children. I started to scream at him, but Edward stopped me, clamping his hand over my mouth. Don't, Edward told me softly, kissing my temple. Tears spilled down my face. Unless of course you'd like to save me the trouble and go upstairs to do the deed now. Arrow sneered at us. I broke down in sobs, ruining Edward's tux. Arrow, how could you suggest something so humiliating? Think of all the sensitive ears here today. Bella would never forgive me. I was merely giving you the option. Then you would have your entire honeymoon to yourselves. And speaking of that, I expect the both of you to report to me in Voltaria after your honeymoon. I expect you to keep trying to conceive as much as possible. I was hoping that an announcement of the impending birth would be sufficient. It would have been if I could read Bella's mind, but seeing as how I can't. Quote, Arrow, please. I want Bella's and my marriage to be a happy one. Please don't put these strains on us. These are the consequences of breaking our laws. If you Cullens would have taken care of the wolves when they found out about your existence, that impudent child wouldn't have opened his big trap to his girlfriend. You wouldn't now be forced to marry outside of your species. Of course I would have been happy with foregoing all this and gone straight to the conception, but of course you're too virtuous for that. I can see that there's no swaying your decision, Arrow. I had hoped that my family's long-standing friendship with you would mean more to you. You know I'm a man of my word. Edward, it is because of our mutual friendship that I'm allowing you to keep your child. Of course, I do require regular visitations. Of course, we have that all worked out. As long as Bella's and my family is left unharmed, we have a deal. Good. Let us not argue over this. You will do as you're told. Both of you will. Come on, Bella. Let's get you cleaned up. Sweet girl, he murmured against my temple. Farewell, Edward, Bella, Arrow said, guffawing at our abrupt retreat. Good day, Arrow, Edward sighed, defeated, as he pulled me from the room. After September 14, 2010, 10:16 p.m. If only they were starting with Jacob, we could wait another day, I grumbled petulantly. I know you don't mean that, Bella. He deserves to be punished for this, Edward. Then I'll punish him for you, if you'd like. My sobbing stops. I'm staring into his eyes. There's no mistaking the sincerity in his voice or in his eyes. You'd kill him for me. Edward's brow is furrowing. I don't know if what he did deserves the death penalty. But I'll kill him for you, if that's what you really want. That was the million-dollar question. How he escaped death by the Volturi's hands is another. Do I want Jacob dead? With his treachery still fresh in my mind, I'm not sure I'm able to make a wise decision regarding Jacob. He's caused me so much pain over the years, even before we were werewolves. Not to mention he's always picking fights with Edward's muscle-bound brother, Emmett. Of course Emmett likes to egg him on. It was only a matter of time before Emmett found something he could potentially start a war over. It was Emmett and his mate, Rosalie, that caught Jacob in his treachery. Jacob and his girlfriend were hiking on neutral territory when Jacob decided to spill the beans to Nessie about vampires and werewolves. The moron even transformed in front of her. He was too distracted by his girl to notice Emmett and Rosalie following him. He's lucky they didn't kill her on the spot. She's neither his imprint or a member of the tribe. Jacob had no right to blab our secrets. I don't know. I mumble more to myself, but of course, he hears me. Without thinking too much about it, I'm giving him a chaste kiss on his exquisite cold lips as a kind of thank you. Ed Ward's giving me a gentle smile in return. Yes, I kiss him sometimes and it always makes my lips tingle. What can I say? Like it or not, he's my husband now and I'm trying to form a bond with him. And no, I'm not leading him on. I've explained to him why I feel the need to kiss him sometimes. He told me he understands and that he doesn't expect me to develop feelings overnight. He's just happy that I'm trying. I have no idea why trying is so important to him. He's lowering his lips to mine again, kissing me softly, slowly. I thought the touch of his cold hands would repulse me, but somehow it almost feels nice. It would feel perfect if I wasn't so afraid. His arms are wrapping around me now, hugging me gently to his body. His hands are caressing my hair, my back, my butt. I'm starting to relax. This kind of kissing is something I could eventually learn to enjoy. If only we weren't so rushed. Edward's right hand is sliding up my ribcage, gently cupping my left breast. He's groaning into my mouth, pulling my hips tight against him. I gasp, shaking again, because I'm really starting to like the way this feels and I'm terrified because of it. He's pulling back to look at me because my body's stiffening. He's seeing my fear. I'm nervous and a little afraid too, Bella, he's admitting freely. Why would you be? I'm asking angrily. You're a guy. What do you have to lose? You're obviously enjoying this. Now I'm glaring down between us at his obvious arousal. I'm lifting my face to glare at him. His hurt-filled eyes are staring back at me. Regardless of this being an arranged marriage, there's no shame in a man desiring his wife, especially when she's as beautiful as you. There's no mistaking the pain in his voice. His eyes are glossing over as if tears are about to spill down his face. And I have plenty to lose, Bella. If after tonight you start to hate me, I don't know what I'll do. This body I'm in now, this thing that I've become, I know you hate it. I hate it too. I didn't choose this life. I didn't choose for Jacob to tell our secrets, and I didn't choose for the Volturi to force us to marry. But at the end of the day and underneath it all, I'm just a man that's been thrown into yet another situation not of my choosing. I'm just trying to make the best of things. I may be a vampire, Bella, but I take marriage and starting a family very seriously. You're the only wife I'll ever have. I intend to love and cherish you, just as I've vowed to do. That's just the way I am. So, if tomorrow you hate me for this, I stand to lose a lot. I know I shouldn't be so hard on him. I can tell he's trying to make this easier for me. I lay my head on his shoulder, willing myself to calm down. Deep down I know Edward would never hurt me. I promise to do everything in my power to make you happy, Bella. If you'll only let me try, and by doing this you'll be making me happy too. I know if we can get through tonight, get through this honeymoon and get through the RTH of our eventual child and just, well, try. I know we can make each other happy. A loving husband and a family is all I really wanted for my future. Sure, I wanted to be a teacher too, to help mold the minds of the tribe's children. The children of the tribe, all of them, have a special place in my heart. That's the only reason I agreed to this. I couldn't let those monsters hurt the children. Before May 29, 2010, the day the Volturi showed up was the worst day of my life. Emmett and Jacob were fighting so much the humans started to notice. Strange happenings were reported in the local newspaper. Townsfolk were speculating on all the strange sounds they heard in the surrounding forest and the sporadic damage done to the ancient trees. It was just my luck the Volturi took notice. The Ends had us all convinced that the Volturi would simply irradiate all of us. There was no use in trying to run, the Volturi would inevitably find us. Only our deaths would be more painful for having fled. For us it didn't matter anyway. Quileute don't run. However, Arrow, the leader of the Volturi, seemed delighted to learn of our existence. He told us of some experiments he had been undertaking involving male vampires and female humans. They were kidnapping human women, keeping them captive until they ovulated, then Arrow would have one of his male guards rape the woman, effectively impregnating her. The woman always died in childbirth. But that didn't seem to concern Arrow. He was more concerned with the child's development. He was fascinated with the hybrid children's rapid growth. It's very simple, Carlyle. If you wish to remain alive, have one of your sons impregnate one of the werewolves, females. Arrow, that goes against everything I stand for. I don't want to hear any excuses. You have 5 minutes to make up your mind. If you fail in giving me the answer I wish, I'll kill every man, woman and child in their tribe, human and wolf alike, and I'll kill your entire family. Edward, Carlyle pleaded. A tall boy with messy bronze hair stepped forward. The boy looked out over the pack, pensively meeting each of our eyes. His eyes seemed to glance my way, holding my gaze a fraction longer than the rest. His butterscotch eyes were glazed, scorching with an ancient sadness, a longing that I couldn't decipher. He clenched his eyes closed for only a moment before turning towards the crotchety old vampire. Arrow. He addressed him with a voice so beautiful it could only be compared to the richest, softest, smoothest swatch of velvet. I've been raised by my human and my vampire hers to respect and protect all womankind. I can't condone a rape and forced impregnation on an innocent woman. I am, however, open to the idea of an arranged marriage. My eyes widened at Edward's suggestion. Yes, Arrow laughed. We wouldn't want to upset your virtuous nature. It's the one thing I've been able to hold on to. I have no intention of compromising it now. Virtuous, I thought to myself. A virtuous person would be someone of moral high standing. Certainly a vampire couldn't be that good, unless of course, he meant the boy was a virgin. Neither circumstance seemed probable. This leaves the ball in the wolves' court now. Creepy Grandpa Vamp smirked menacingly. Which one of your females will you be willing to sacrificing? Arrow, Edward scolded gently. Do you have to make it sound like a horror flick? I fully intend to love and respect my future wife to the best of my ability. And she certainly won't be left to suffer and die in childbirth. My father's a doctor after all. With that and the wolves' ability to heal quickly, the birth should have little to no complications. Of course, Edward, I do apologize. It was merely an unfortunate choice of words. Arrow turned his head towards us, smirking at our horror-struck faces. Leader of the wolves, if you wish your tribe to live, step forward now and transform to your human form. Be prepared to give up one of your females. Keep in mind she has to be a wolf girl. We will confer in the woods. I could hear it in Sam, our leader's thoughts. He was crushed. I saw the faces of the girls, myself included, that developed the ability to transform into wolves. In his mind, us wolves were connected that way. This is how we communicated with each other in wolf form, but when Sam stepped forward and transformed, the connection was lost. We could no longer hear him in his human form. Edward, the bronzed-hair vampire boy, seemed to be looking right at me again. His brow furrowed before he turned away, following Arrow and Sam into the forest. I was in a near state of panic as we waited for them to deliberate. After all, there was only 4 of us. Sarah was 14. Lisa just turned 16. I doubted either of them would be picked because of their age, which left Leah and I. It was only logical that they pick Leah. She was, after all, 22, and I wouldn't be turning 18 until September. That was 3 months from now. Finally, they emerged from the trees. Arrow was smiling victoriously. Edward was frowning, glaring at the ground in front of him, and Sam was unable to stop the tears flowing down his cheeks. Bella, Arrow sang. Beautiful, step forward, my dear. I'm afraid you've drawn the short straw. Still in my wolf form, I howled mournfully. My life, as I knew it, was now over. Now, none of that. I've never known Edward to be a liar. He promised to take good care of you. He and his father Carlyle are probably the only honest vampires in existence. Arrow chuckled, seeming to take this little tidbit about the 2 Cullen men as some kind of joke. Step forward, my dear girl, and transform so I may converse with you. I shook my head. I didn't want to transform and stand there naked in front of all these strangers. Edward, guessing my dilemma, started unbuttoning his shirt. Arrow, perhaps you'll allow my bride to keep her modesty intact. Arrow looked at him and nodded his agreement. Esme, Mom, will you go with her? Ed, Ward asked the woman with caramel-colored hair standing next to Carlyle. Of course, son. Bella, dear, let's step behind the bushes. Edward stood there in a white t-shirt. Esme took the light blue long-sleeved button-down shirt from his extended hand and walked towards me. Of course, if you're not willing, Bella, we'll have to kill your entire tribe, Arrow reminded me. I began to cry. Lowering my head, I followed Esme behind the bushes. She didn't say anything as I transformed and slipped on Edward's shirt. The sweet scent from the shirt burned my nose a little, but I was surprised to find that it didn't stink as much as I'd anticipated. In fact, for a vampire, the smell was rather pleasant. Why, Sam, why? I asked of him as I walked back to the clearing. I'm sorry, Bella, you're the best choice. You're the only choice. But Leah's older than me. Is this because I'm only half Quileute? I'm a mutt, so you can just throw me away. Of course not, Bella. You know none of us think of you that way. You've been in our minds, girl. You know I speak the truth. Then why? You knew going into this we all must be willing to make sacrifices for the good of the tribe. Fine, if that's the way you want it. I was livid, and I knew from his tone I wasn't going to get a straight answer. You have to come with us now, Bella. Edward held out his hand for me to join him. I reluctantly walked towards him. But I didn't take his hand. Perhaps, Arrow, if it pleases you, we could go back to the Cullen estate to hash out the fine details. Why, Carlyle, I would be delighted. After September 14, 2010, 10:32 p.m. Bella, I hate that I've scared you like this. He placed a kiss on top my head. I'm sorry, Bella, I really don't know what I'm doing. I just thought that if I could bring you some kind of pleasure before his breathing has stopped, his nostrils flaring. I'm just appalled with this whole situation. This isn't the kind of man I am. I don't force myself on women, not that I've ever done anything with a woman to begin with. You're a virgin. Yes, Bella, that's why I'm so nervous. He's cupping my cheek, pulling back from me to make eye contact. After the last 3 months of our courtship, I've had such high hopes that we could get through this hurdle, that I could get you through this fairly unscathed. But now that I see what this is doing to you, there's nothing but truth in his words. The evidence is there with the sadness in his eyes, the sincerity of his voice, and the change in his body. His erection's gone. Now I'm panicking. But what about the children? I'm sorry, Bella. I'm afraid for the children too, but I can't do this without you. Everything in me is just too afraid of hurting you. You're too important to me now. My body just won't cooperate. I'm stunned at his declaration. He's actually developing feelings for me. This is real for you. It's not a question. There's no question about it. During our courtship, I looked for every possible sign, hoping that we could make this work. At first you hated me. I didn't blame you. I told myself to be patient. A couple of weeks went by with you barely speaking to any of us. Some of my family, Lee, was starting to treat you disrespectfully, which wasn't helping the situation. My family didn't agree with me leaving the way we did, but that's the main reason I decided to get you away from them. I'm remembering the relief I felt getting away from them. I felt alone in their household, and I was often rude to all of them, but no matter how rude I was to Edward, he defended me at every turn. Finally he had enough, packing our bags. We were on the first flight to Chicago. Before June 12, 2010. How long will we be staying at your home in Chicago? I asked him. We were in our rental, Edward's driving us from the airport in a shiny black Volvo. His eyes widened in surprise. It had been days since I'd spoken a single word to him. The house belongs to both of us now, Bella. However, in answer to your question, under the circumstances I think it's best we stay there until we have to go back for the wedding. Oh, we were to be entirely alone together for over 2 months. I didn't know how to feel about that. I think this time alone together will be good for us. It will help us get to know each other better. We're natural-born enemies, Edward. Do you really think it will make a difference? I refuse to believe that. You may hate what I am, but me, the man, Edward, you don't hate me. I'm not a cold-blooded killer the way your tribe believes. You mean, you've never killed a human before? Well, I'd like to be honest with you. I want you to judge me for the man I am now, not who I was back when I first came into this existence. Okay, I'll try. Thank you, Bella. I'll have to tell you a bit about me first, so you'll understand my story. But first I want you to know that I've never killed an innocent human. Oh, that's good, I guess. He proceeded to tell me about his human life and what brought about his transformation. He was born in Chicago, Illinois in 1901 to Edward and Elizabeth Mason. The house in Chicago is the Mason family home where he grew up. His father was a successful lawyer while his mother stayed home to raise him. He didn't remember much about his childhood. He told me it's common for vampires to lose most of their memories after their transformation. Then he went on to explain to me about his time away from the Cullens, his rebellious years. I'm telling you, Bella, had I known the guilt I would feel, the guilt I still feel, I would have never done it. You've witnessed how I read minds. I heard everything, their fear, the horrific shock as I tore their limbs from their bodies. When I caught a rapist, I did worse. You castrated them, I guessed. He only nodded. They were evil men, Edward. They didn't deserve to live. You saved lives. Who knows how many women lived on to have normal, happy lives because you killed the predator that was stalking them, seeking to do them harm. I know, Bella, but you have no idea what that kind of execution does to a man. It changes you. There's a reason why there's a judge, jury and executioner. A man that has the power of all three would eventually go mad. He looked away wearily, staring at his shoes. We were, now, sitting in his living room, continuing the conversation we started on the car ride from the airport. I wanted to reach out my hand to cup his cheek with my hand, to force him to look at me. I just couldn't bring myself to touch him. Other than the occasional brush of our arms as we walked side by side, we never touched each other. Edward was very respectful of my personal space and I was in no hurry to change anything. Edward, look at me. I waited till his eyes gazed down into mine. I smiled reassuringly at him, hoping he would see my sincerity. I don't know if I have the power, probably not, and I don't know if it will mean anything to you regardless, but I forgive you. I can see that you've fought hard to become the man you are today. If our roles in life were reversed, I'm not sure I could have overcome the obstacles that you've had to face. I'm not sure I would have fared as well. I believe you would have, Bella. And thank you, that means a lot to me. That's very sweet of you to say, but I guess we'll never know. This was never your cross to bear. You're a good man, Edward. I see that now. I'm sorry for my rude behavior when I first came to live with you and your family. I wasn't allowing myself to see you for who you really are. You're a vampire and I let my prejudices cloud everything. For the first time Edward was smiling at me. He reached out his hand towards me, palm up. If it pleases you, I'd like to take my beautiful fiancée for a walk. If you're good I may even buy you an ice cream, he teased. His smile was breathtaking. I'd never seen another man more handsome than him, human or vampire. That sounds nice. I stared down at his hand, reluctant to touch him. May I hold your hand along the way? For some reason I couldn't refuse him. I didn't want to refuse him. That was our first real touch, the first time I felt that spark between us. After September 14th, 2010, 10:42 p.m. Bella, what are you thinking about? Please tell me. I'm climbing down from his lap, grabbing his hand, pulling him to stand beside me. I'm giving him my best smile, holding our hands up between us indicating our entwined fingers. Chicago. Edward's smiling at me now too. He's pulling my hand up to his face, giving it a sweet kiss. My girl wants ice cream. He's asking to prove he understands what memory I'm thinking of. No, darling, but your wife would love to go for a walk with her husband. Edward's eyes are darkening at my words. Bella. He's growling softly under his breath. And now he's laughing softly at the blush that breaking out across my face. You don't know what that blush does to me, he's whispering in my ear, sending shivers down my spine. He's pulling me along our own little private beach, laughing joyously as I stumble clumsily to keep up with him. He's looking at me with glowing adoration. I've never noticed that look before. I'm suddenly having an epiphany. Edward's in love with me. How have I not seen it before? The most surprising thing is that it's making me feel happy. Remember yesterday at our wedding when I smiled at you while coming down the aisle? I'm asking him. Of course, love. See, he called me love. I was smiling because of how truly happy you looked. I couldn't imagine for the life of me why you would look so happy. Unless you were just looking forward to the sex. I'm laughing at the expression my words put on his face. His brows are actually furrowing as if I just said the crudest thing. I love it, but in all honesty it looked like more than that. I was glad that at least one of us would be happy, because I thought to myself that if you could be that happy, marrying me, I could be hopeful that I would one day be happy too. Then I ruined it by congratulating you on the superb performance you put on for your dad and the rest of the humans. You didn't ruin it and I wasn't mad. I just decided not to correct you, thinking it might be to my advantage if you didn't know how terrible an actress I really am. Edward's laughing heartily at my words, pulling me into his arms, placing a soft kiss on my forehead. Is there hope for us, Bella? His velvet voice is sounding a little scratchy. I think there is, I'm whispering timidly into his chest. Then I'm very happy, wife. In that case, I'm ready to try again, husband. Edward's growling, swinging me up into his arms bridal style, placing a searing kiss on my lips. Oh, I'm gasping as I come up for air. Quote, how can you feel so icy cold this close to the equator? Edward's chuckling, spinning us around at blinding speeds making me dizzy. This is normal for us. Edward's very playful, he likes to race through the woods with me. Sometimes chasing me. When he catches me, sometimes he likes to spin me around and other times he just tickles me. This is the first time we've played like this in my human form. Silly man, you need to stop that before I puke. He's finally stopping, placing me back on my feet, letting go and laughing because I can't stand. I'm falling and laughing. This is the playful side of Edward that I love. Wow, there's a side to Edward that I love. Really? What side is that? He's smiling brightly, falling to the ground beside me. He's cupping my cheek in his hat, stroking the hair out of my eyes. Are you reading my mind? I'm asking, horrified. No, I wish. You actually said that out loud, sweetness. Oh, I'll have to be more careful. I'm grinning. So which side did you mean? My front side or my back side? He's smirking at me, glancing quickly over his shoulder at his butt. I'm swatting him playfully on the arm. I love your playful, silly side. Why am I admitting this? Well, I love your blushing, bashful side. Now how did he know this would actually make me blush? He's suddenly hovering over me, kissing me, taking my breath away. After a minute he's finally letting me up for air. I love the kissing the stuffing out of me side of you. There I go again, admitting stuff I should keep to myself. What is he doing to me? I love that side of me too. He's telling me this with a straight face. I'm smacking his shoulder. This devilish smirk is playing across his lips. He's tickling my ribs and I'm finding it hard to breathe. I'm squealing, trying to gain my freedom. He's laughing, pulling me up into his arms, bridal style again. He's running us back to the house, pushing open the sliding glass door with his foot, carrying me across the threshold. I can only blink once and he's standing me up outside the shower. As much as I love this gritty, dirty side of you, I think I'm going to love the wet, warm and soapy side of you even better. I'm laughing at his enthusiasm. In that case you're gonna love the naked, slippery side of me. True, he's agreeing, crushing his lips to mine. Without breaking our kiss, his arm is snaking around us turning on the showerhead. Is this all right, Bella? I don't want to frighten you by going too fast. I can step out and let you shower alone. No way, I've got to get you naked and in this shower so I can warm you up so you don't freeze me to death tonight. He's laughing, pulling me in his arms for one last affectionate squeeze. It's his way of letting me know that tonight will be more than just about sex. I'm humming too. I love this affectionate side of you. Oh, Bella, I love every side of you. I know you do, Edward. And I want you to know that I'm finally starting to catch up with you. Edward's staring intently into my eyes. Is he seeing the truth of my words staring back at him? He blinks once, pulling his shirt over his head, pulling me tight against his chest, bending down, gently sucking my earlobe into his mouth. I'm gasping at the tingly sensation this shoots straight to my girly bits. I love this, I'm sexy and I know it. In my Hello Kitty, PJS, side of you. I'm giggling. Yeah, about that. I'm sorry. I kind of chickened out in front of Victoria's Secret. Needless to say I definitely did not find out about any said secret. He's so sexy when he throws his head back laughing. His Adam's apple bobbing, his chiseled jaw on display in a way I just want to lick it. Don't worry, love, I find these little PJS very sexy. They're soft, and very short. He's SL. Iding his hands down to squeeze my butt to emphasize his point. And I suspect you're completely naked underneath. Oh well, there goes Bella's secret. There he goes with that sexy laugh again. Finally, He's pulling my sleep shorts down past my bottom, till they're sliding down to my feet. I'm stepping out of them, kicking them to the side. My tank top is now joining my sleep shorts on the floor. Edward's not staring at my body. He's lovingly gazing in my eyes, pulling me flush against him. Pleasure is overwhelming his expression as my naked breasts press against his naked abs. I'm feeling something hard, cold and wet poking out of the top of his boxer briefs. I'm returning the favor by pulling down his boxer briefs. I want to taste him. So I'm bending over to lick the tip of that something. Ah, no, 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 no. Edward's shouting. I'm sorry. I can't handle that just yet. I'm looking up at him. His eyes are clenched shut, his arms are dropping to his sides, his hands fisting. No worries. We can visit this a little later. Just try to relax and I'll wash you, I'm suggesting. I'm pushing him under the spray. Will you sit down on the bench so I can shampoo your hair? He's sitting, his eyes are closed tight. While I'm squirting shampoo on my palm, I'm lathering up his head, deciding to take my time because this is beginning to relax him. He's gently grabbing my waist, pulling me closer, kissing my breasts. I think I'm melting. Edward's setting me on his lap before I fall. You almost fell, love. Edward's reaching up to cradle my face in his hands. His eyes popping open, a look of longing spearing the depths of my soul. Lust, love, and joy sum up the passion I'm finding there. I am yours, I'm telling him. As I am yours, his vow. Forever and always yours. I've ever heard anything so romantic in all my life. I'm panting now, caught up in his spell. I thought you said that you're a vampire. I am your vampire, kiss. Then how is it that you've managed to bewitch me so? Kiss, kiss. Ah, some of us vamps have special abilities, kiss. But it is you, my beautiful and beguiling wolf girl, who have bewitched me. Oh, Edward, kiss. I'm still afraid of this. He's stopping his kisses, searching my eyes. I'm not going to hurt you. You can trust me. I trust you above anyone. You do. Since when? I don't know exactly when, but I think for about a month, maybe longer. I feel so safe with you. Oh, his eyes are flashing with worry for only a split second. Now he's flashing a smile, but now he's looking very serious again. Tell me what frightens you. So many things. Will you tell me? I'm giggling at the look on his face as the shampoo floods his eyes. I'm kissing him softly. I'm grabbing a washcloth, wiping suds out his eyes. Let me finish washing you while I explain. He's standing, resuming his rigid stance of eyes clenched, hands fisted. I'm wondering what to make of it, but I don't ask. I'm beginning to wash him instead. Regardless of what you are. You are so lovable, and there are so many things that I love about you. In a way, I do love you. You are supposed to be my enemy, but I've never had a friend more loyal than you. I guess, one of the things I'm afraid of is hurting you. I know you are giving me your heart fully and I'm not sure if I'll ever be able to do that for you. I think I want to, but I don't know how. I've started at his feet and began working my way up, but now I'm at his navel. I'm chancing a look up at his face. Surprisingly, his statuesque pose has not changed. This is worrying me. Oh, Edward, I hope I'm not upsetting you. Not in the least, sweet girl. Please continue, but his voice sounds a little frustrated. I feel guilty. You deserve to be loved. I promise to give you as much of my love as I can, and of course I am yours and only yours for as long as you'll have me. That will be forever, my love. Edward, that's my other fear. That you'll get tired of waiting, that you'll become discouraged. I don't know what I'd do if you ever left me. I don't know what would become of me or our child. I don't want to be left to raise our child alone. I'm turning him around to do his backside, starting at his feet again. I guess that's stupid thinking though. I trust you. You of all people would never do that to me or our baby. He's humming his agreement. The baby is my biggest fear. I'm afraid of how our baby will turn out. What if we can't control the child's bloodlust? The Volturi will destroy him or her. And the Volturi, do you think they'll keep their word and let us raise our child? Of course they will. As long as we keep our end of the bargain. They wouldn't want the vampire community to catch them in a lie. Their revered standing would suffer. Yeah, I suppose you're right. I'm done washing him. Pushing him gently under the spray again. He's turning around, pulling me under the water with him. His eyes are opening to meet my gaze. He hasn't looked at my body once. I bat my eyes at him playfully. Why, Mr. Cullen, I do believe it's your turn to wash me. He's laughing, bending down, kissing my forehead. I can't. Not tonight anyway. May I get a rain check? I'm frowning. I suppose. May I ask you why? Not tonight, but I will tell you at some point. Promise. Yes, I promise. You're acting a little off. Is there going to be a problem? I hope not. What does that mean, Edward? Well, I've told you that I'm a virgin. Well, I've never had an orgasm either. I don't know how I'll react. Really, not even a wet dream. Bella, vampire, remember. I can't sleep, ergo no dreaming. Wet or otherwise. I'm looking at him perplexed, taking in this newfound information. What about you, Bella? Are you asking me if I'm a virgin? No. Well, in a way, the other thing. Oh, no, I've never had one either. Oh, why am I imagining a blush on those pale cheeks? If I could, I would be, Bella. Does that surprise you? No, this is refreshing. What is? That I'm not the only one that doesn't have the faintest idea where to begin. Well, I wouldn't go that far. Finish up in here, join me in our bed and I'll be happy to demonstrate. Oh my, did this house just catch fire? Quote, he's laughing, pulling me close, kissing the ever-living bejesus out of me. And just like that, he's gone. I'm smiling, remembering our courtship in a whole new light. The seemingly innocent touches. In the morning I'd find him in bed with me, he'd say he was impatient for me to wake up. I had no idea how long he'd watched me sleep. Then there was the 4th of July, a day I would never forget. Before July 4th, 2010. Edward, what are you doing here? I'm admiring my beautiful fiancée while she sleeps. I'm hardly beautiful after I first wake up. Seth Alwa, YS tells me I look like Cousin It in the morning. That's what little brothers are for, and I have to admit your hair does look like a hay sack, but strangely enough, I like it. Well, you're required to like it, I laugh at him. Get dressed. It won't take me long to whip up breakfast, then we can go exploring. The woods again? No, Lake Michigan. So wear something skimpy. I didn't bring a swimsuit. Shorts will be fine, but if you'd rather, Alice sent you some things. There's several swimsuits to choose from in your dresser. Great, now I've got you pawing through my underwear drawer. Sorry, I get bored and lonely at night. A guy's got to find something to do. I growled, throwing my pillow at him. I know you like me, he said, waggling his eyebrows, ducking, the pillow flying over his head. What on earth is that supposed to mean? That you, my sweet girl, talk in your sleep? Oh, no you did not. He grinned hugely, waggling his eyebrows again, darting from the room, chuckling all the way down to the kitchen. Edward Anthony Mason Cullen, I'll make you sorry for that. Stupid, never has to sleep, vampire, I grumbled, tossing the blanket to the floor. Why'd I even have a blanket on me? I yelled to the floor below me, to be sure Edward heard. It couldn't be so you could be sneaky and cuddle up to me at night without my permission. I stalked to the dresser, Ling opened the drawer with a little too much force. I almost spilled everything. I took a deep soothing breath, put the drawer back in place and began to paw through my new swimsuits. I was shocked to see so many, all bikinis. Not one single one piece. I can't wear these. You'll laugh at me, I shouted at him again. Wear the dark blue one. He was right there outside my door peeking in. I threw a wad of bikinis at him. He caught them all, laughing as he brought them back to me, depositing them in my drawer. I would never laugh at your body, Bella. I'd have quite the opposite reaction, actually. It might be fun to see a vampire drool. Drool, pant, howl, whistle. He waggled his eyebrows yet again. Hands on hips, I looked at him incredulously. Be serious. Bella, You're gorgeous. Of course I want to see you scantily clad in that little blue number. I rolled my eyes. I can wear my Speedos if you want. He smiled mischievously at me. They still make those things. What do you think the Forks High swim team wears? I looked down the length of him biting my lip. Edward chuckled. Yeah, it's all good, he reassured me, turning, wiggling his butt as he left my room. He was right. His tall 6 feet 2 inches frame was well muscled, but not overly so. He looked like he belonged on a swim team. I was not ogling you, Edward. I was definitely lying. It was all good. Yes, you were, he sang back. You made me look. Oh, yes, the devil made you do it. I laughed in spite of myself. Whatever happened, I knew my life would not be boring with Edward around. I closed my door and locked it. Not that it could keep Edward out, but he did seem to respect some of my privacy. I wasn't too worried. I slid out of my PJs into the little blue number. I was so glad I decided to have myself waxed down there. It made things easier. I put on a pair of jean shorts that barely covered my butt and a cute vintage drive. Pepper tee. I knotted the tee off to the side to show off my new belly button ring, which Edward has yet to find out about. Yes, I had a very productive but painful day to myself last Friday while Edward was hunting. I smirked to myself in the mirror. I wondered what got into Edward. It was so out of character for him to ask me to wear a bikini. Seriously, he could be such a fuddy-duddy, truly someone born in 1901. I'm surprised he doesn't have me dressed in a burqa. I am sure he'd be shocked to see my shiny new belly embellishment. I couldn't wait to see his reaction. I laughed to myself as I suddenly thought of the surprise my baby brother sent me. It was my NDMA Swan's tie-dyed muumuu she got in Hawaii on vacation a few years ago. My brother sent it to me as a joke, telling me that since I was going to be an old married woman soon I needed to look the part. He also sent curlers and green face mud, but I'd save those for another day. I pulled the muumuu over my head, slipped on my red flip-flops, walked out to the hall, throwing my leg over the banister, sliding down. Edward never said anything, but I knew it irritated him to no end when I did that. I sashayed into the kitchen, trying to gain Edward's attention, but his head was buried behind the refrigerator door. Need some help? I planted an innocent smile on my face. Edward pulled his head out of the frig to acknowledge me. His arms were filled with butter, jelly, milk and OJ. Turning to SMI. He got one look at me and his jaw dropped open and he dropped everything in his arms. Lucky for him nothing busted open and he quickly picked it up and deposited it all on the table. I almost died, laughing right there, trying to imagine how I looked, me in my muumuu, flip-flops, and messy hair. Like Cousin It, gone to Maui. Uncle Fester would be so jealous of this getup. Something smells good. I should hurry and eat so we can go. Bella, are you ready to go? He asked skeptically. How do I look? You, look. Oh geez, heck no. Please put something else on. I looked at him, feigning anger and hurt feelings. You don't like it. It's from Hawaii. I lowered my eyes as if I were about to start crying. Bella. He sounded apologetic. He sighed. Don't get mad. Alice has too. RNED, all of us Cullens into fashion snobs. Just ignore me, it doesn't matter what you wear anyway. But could you at least go comb your hair? I looked up at him and smiled evilly. I thought you liked my hair this way. He was on me in an eighth of a second. I squealed. Why you little? He started tickling me. Little what? I asked between giggles. Brat, monster, scallywag, scamp, rascal, monkey. Gee, all of the above. Where did you get that hideous thing? My baby brother sent it to me as a gag gift. You know, lingerie for an old married woman. Awesome. I know I'm just going to love your family. You will, especially Seth. He's the best baby brother ever. I just need to comb my hair. Hopefully you like what I have on underneath. I pulled the muumuu over my head. Much better. He smiled, then noticed my belly button. He poked it gently with his finger. His eyes darkened and filled with what could only be lust. He armed his face. Wow, you like it? Yeah, he said unconvincingly. Then turned back to the stove to plate my breakfast. He sat a plate with scrambled eggs, bacon and toast in front of me. Thanks, I muttered. Did I do something wrong? Edward asked, puzzled. You hate it, don't you? No, absolutely not. I love it. It's just that it took me by surprise. Sure, Bella, I really like it. He fisted his hair. I'm a guy, okay. I had a normal guy's reaction. I'm not used to having those kinds of reactions. Believe me, it's incredibly sexy. It made me think naughty things about you. Are you happy now? I smiled at him, fluttering my eyelashes. You're allowed to think naughty things about me. After all, I am your fiancé. Just eat your breakfast and comb your hair, he growled, stomping out of the kitchen. When I was done, Edward was nowhere in sight. So I bounded up the stairs to comb my hair in my bathroom. When done, I slid down the banister again, surprised to find Edward at the bottom shaking his head at me. He was wearing dark blue board shorts and a plain black t-shirt. I wondered if he actually wore the Speedos underneath. Caught ogling again, Edward laughed. Ready? Yup. I popped the pea. Edward mussed my hair. Humph. Now you get to look at me all day like this, I said, pointing to my tousled hair. Promise. He waggled his eyebrows. He did that a lot. I rolled my eyes. I was getting used to his sporadic mood swings. I suspected he was a little sexually frustrated. Over 100 years old with no mate, I'd be a little frustrated too. Who knew how long it had been for him? Let's just say I didn't hold it against him. It did, however, make me a little nervous about marrying him in the not-too-distant future. I wasn't at all ready to marry Edward. I wasn't even sure I'd date him under normal circumstances. But I had to admit there was a playful dynamic to our relationship that I really liked. No matter what, I knew then that I would always want Edward in my life in some capacity. To give him up entirely would be sort of heartbreaking. Like losing a best friend. Best friends turned lovers are not entirely unheard of. Well, anyway, the thought gave me hope that I could love him someday as he deserved. I stepped outside and looked up at the sky. No sun, the sky was overcast. I never thought to ask about the weather, assuming it would be sunny bathing suit weather. I shook my head. That was silly, considering Edward never went out on a sunny day. Of course not. Mr. Sparkles would draw too much attention. Edward joined me on the porch a moment later, carrying a picnic basket. Come on, let's get going before the sun makes an appearance. Alice was his go-to-weather girl. The psychic pixie didn't know everything, like how to predict what I would do next, but I sure wouldn't bet against her and it came to the weather or the stock market. We got in the Volvo and he drove us to the Navy Pier, on Lake Michigan. Edward helped me out of the car, holding on to me with one hand and the picnic basket in the other. But instead of walking to the Navy Pier, he walked to an area with a long line of luxury yachts. Wow, you rented us a yacht for the day. Not exactly. I bought one, well, more than one. But this is the one I have in Chicago. Oh, my mouth dropped open at first sight of the vessel. Do you like it? Edward was smiling proudly. It's pretty, I commented shyly. Pretty. He looked at me incredulously. Sorry, it looks like fun. He chuckled. I'm not really a high-maintenance sort of girl. Expensive things don't really impress me that much. I shrugged. I know. I only brought you here because it is fun. We're going to have a lot of fun today, Bella. It turned out to be a beautiful sunny day. Edward's eyes popped out of his head when I stripped down to my bikini, which made me laugh. Then he laughed in turn when he stripped down to his Speedos, because my eyes did the same. He was one gorgeous hunk of vampire. Too bad he couldn't lay in the sun with me, at least no. Here on Lake Michigan on a busy holiday. At least he was able to enjoy being outside. There was a place for him to sit in the shade. When night came, we watched the fireworks over by Navy Pier. We were sitting side by side, holding hands. Suddenly, just before the grand finale, Edward got down on one knee in front of me, fireworks exploding behind him, a nervous smile played on his lips. He produced a jewelry box the size of what might hold a ring. Edward, I questioned him, wondering if this was really happening. Bella, I know that if given a choice, you'd probably tell me no. That's okay. I know I don't deserve someone as wonderful as you. I just want you to know that even though we have been forced into this situation, I will do everything in my power to see you happy. You are a beautiful, intelligent and compassionate woman, and I just love spending time with you. It's going to be so easy for me to learn to love you. You are so utterly lovable. This was my biological mother's engagement ring. If you will accept it, I would like for you to wear it now. I lifted the lid, hands shaking. Elizabeth Mason's ring, so beautiful, I said as I stroked the diamonds. Tears were streaming down my smiling face. There had to be at least 2 carats worth spread out in an intricate oblong design set in white gold. The ring was definitely the most beautiful piece of jewelry I'd ever seen. But it wasn't the value of the ring that caused my sudden emo state, it was the sentiment behind it. Edward had planned this whole day with this in mind. He was truly trying to give me everything in this relationship. He wasn't going to allow me to miss out on anything. This beautiful man was attempting to give me a romantic proposal, and succeeding. A feeling of warmth spread through my body, an unfamiliar, yet undeniable force. Was it the first stirrings of love? Time would only tell. I looked up to see him smiling sweetly at my reaction. I nodded in agreement. Yes, Edward, I would be honored to wear your mother's ring. Thank you. He slipped the ring on my finger. No, Bella, thank you. He stood up, pulling me from my chair into his arms. You can't imagine how happy you've just made me. He leaned down briefly to pick up the stereo remote. Debussy's Clair de Lune started playing in the background. Edward, smiling, took my hands, laying them on his shoulders, wrapping his arms around me. We began to sway to the music. Bella, Edward said my name with unparalleled passion. May I kiss you? He leaned his forehead on mine, gazing deeply into my eyes, waiting for my answer. I was momentarily thrown by his question. Was I ready for this? It did seem silly not to let him. After all, in about 6 weeks we would be lovers, whether I was ready or not. This realization did strange things to my body. The feeling was hot and shivery at the same time. I trembled and felt my girly bits heat up. It wasn't a bad feeling, but not altogether comfortable either when my bikini bottoms started feeling squishy. Bella, Edward sounded hopeful. Okay. I was preparing myself for a kiss that was cold, wet, with a lot of tongue and maybe a little groping, but what I got instead was cold, soft, sweet, and chaste. It was the perfect first kiss. But of course it was. Edward was always a perfect gentleman. This alone should make me love him. After September 14, 2010, 11:12 p.m. Ready or not, here I come. I'm singing to my husband upon entering our bedroom. He's laying there on his side, sheet pulled up to his hips, eyes clenched tight, but smiling. He's patting the mattress, welcoming me to the empty space beside him. I'm decided. I'm done being afraid of this. It was going to happen regardless, and Edward's a gorgeous hunk of vampire man. I'm going to take what's rightfully mine. I'm ready to pounce. I'm diving under the sheet beside him, crushing my lips to his. Are you ready to make a woman of me? I'm asking him huskily. He's grabbing my butt, pulling our hips together, rolling me to my back, spreading my legs apart with his knees. I'm instinctively wrapping my legs around him. He's growling against my lips, his tongue wrestling mine for dominance. I can feel the cold, hard length of him grinding against me for the first time. I'm whimpering, a little frightened. He's not letting me up for air. I'm pounding his shoulders to get his attention. Bella, he's breathing heavy, lowering his head to my shoulder. You shouldn't have done that. I'd have never expected you to attack me like that in a million years. He's kissing me again, with more control, but no less passion. He's aligning his body with mine, his tips right there at my entrance. His eyes are locking with mine, he's waiting for my consent. I can't help my feelings of apprehension, but at the same time that familiar feeling of butterflies is assaulting my belly. Words have failed me, so I'm nodding my head. He pushes his way in only slightly, but enough to flip a switch on inside me. I'm gasping, panting, moaning, fisting my hands in his hair, pulling his lips to mine. He's breathing erratic, fisting the sheets on either side of my head, deepening our kiss. I need more. I'm clenching my legs around him, trying to force him closer. He's pushing in an inch more. Edward. I'm still gasping, clutching him to me. I've been a man on fire for you for too long now, Bella, he's growling, lowering his head to my breast. Sucking my nipple into his mouth. Oh, Edward, I'm crying, pleading. Please stop teasing me. I'm writhing beneath him, struggling to get him to move faster, deeper. He's not moving at all, and it's driving me crazy. I can't, Bella, you're driving me out of my mind. I'm so close to losing control. Please calm down, baby. I don't want to hurt you. It will only hurt for a moment. I'm a fast healer. So please, I'm begging. He's pulling back, our eyes locking once again. His eyes are black onyx. His breathing has stopped. He's frozen, staring down at me. I can't tell if it's lust or anger compelling him to look at me this way. Now I'm just feeling frustrated. My body's being possessed by some unbearable need. It's painful, the very best kind of pain imaginable. But still painful, and it's pissing me off. I'm trembling, vibrating. Edward's just studying me. He's starting to breath again, his nostrils flaring. I feel as if I'm about to wolf out and this gorgeous man that has me pinned to his bed. A low foreign sound is rumbling from deep in my chest. I know he's sensing my state of instability. His eyes are narrowing. He's flashing his teeth. Remember, you asked for this. He's plunging the rest of the way in, breaking my hymen. I'm screaming. Ow, ow, ow. A stabbing pain's ripping through my uterus. Shish. It's okay. You're okay. He's murmuring softly. Tears spilling out of my eyes. He's gently stroking my hair, peppering kisses along my jaw. That hurt more than I thought it would. I'm pouting. I know. I'm sorry. He's smiling apologetically, placing a kiss on my nose. Okay. I'm fine. Now move. I'm making my insides squeeze him. What can I say? I'm a fast healer. Oh, Bella. It's... He's collapsing on top of me. Brr. Ying his face between my neck and shoulder, panting wildly. Bella, please. It's so tight. Can't think straight. Just move. Edward. Please, I need you. Okay. Shish. Okay. Calm down, sweet girl. Edward softly murmuring in my ear. His voice is sounding shaky. He's beginning to move achingly slow. He's sucking my earlobe into his mouth, running his tongue along the outer shell. The sensation is sending me into a lust-hazed frenzy. I'm grabbing his ass, squeezing, digging my nails in. Edward's hissing, crashing his lips over mine. I may not be in my wolf form at the moment, but apparently my nails are still sharp enough to scratch him without hurting myself. He's still not moving fast enough, and I need him. I'm gripping him harder, but my punishing fingers aren't phasing him. Why isn't he moving faster? I'm raking my nails slowly down his back. Bella, baby, you really shouldn't do that. His warning means nothing to me. I'm growling out my own warning, but he's still barely moving at all. He continues his soft exploration with his mouth moving slowly down to my breasts. He's sucking a nipple in his mouth, swirling his tongue around one hardened peak, nipping lightly. The sensation sends the last traces of my sanity spiraling out of control. I'm sinking my teeth into his shoulder blade, causing him to thrust hard, deep inside me. Yes, I'm screaming. More. Bella. Edward's feral growl is filling the room. Being with you like this is like trying to make love to a wild cat. I can't help it. You've ignited my hormones. Exactly. Like a wild cat in heat. Move, Edward. Please. I'm whimpering again. Bella. I need to go slow. He's pulling out of me, pushing back in excruciatingly slow, but he's filling me up completely, and it's feeling like the sweetest torture. Oh, I'm gasping. Please, I'm crying. Do you feel how hard you make me? He's swiveling his hips. I'm panting. Yes, you feel so good, Bella, the way your tight little body clenches down on me. I want to take my time, enjoy this. I need you, Edward. I know, baby, I know you like this. Yes, I'm whimpering. You know what I think, Bella. He's pumping in and out of me again. So slow, so good. I'm shaking my head like a crazy person. I don't really care, but I'm afraid he'll stop if I don't answer him. What do you think? I think your sweet little body is in heat, Bella. It's begging me to put a baby inside you. For some unfathomable reason that's the sexiest damn thing I've ever heard. I'm feeling my insides do just that. He's taking a nipple in his mouth again while simultaneously pumping a little faster. Yes, Edward, I want your babies. Oh, Bella, I love you, Bella. He's slamming into me now. I'm feeling his cock throbbing, spilling his seed deep inside me. Edward, I'm screaming out my own release, my heart's hammering. I'm feeling my blood rush to my head, stars are blinding my vision. Edward's grunting, growling, sinking his teeth into my pillow, shaking the feathers loose. We're both falling over the edge into a lovely pool of bliss. He's pulling me there, rolling us over, our bodies still connected. He's framing my face in his hands, caressing my cheeks. His eyes have returned to their original amber hue. His lips are parting as if he has something to say, but he's not saying anything and there's really no need. His eyes say it all. I love you. I adore you. They're telling me, I've never felt so cherished. He's running his fingers through my hair, gliding his hand gently down my spine. A delicious shiver is passing through me, but I'm not cold. In fact, his body has warmed considerably. He's looking so happy, so lovable, I have to kiss him. He's returning my kisses, sweet soft pecks at first that are slowly building into something explosive. I'm feeling our combined fluids slowly oozing out of me. It tickles and I'm squirming, not able to sat the itch. Edward is humming. I'm pulling away, propping my head up on my elbows, resting them on his chest. I'm smirking down at him, wrinkling my nose. What? He's asking me. His sweet confused face is making me giggle. I'm looking down at the light dusting of hair that adorns his chest. Planting a kiss over his heart. His hands are sliding down to my ass, kneading my flesh. Tell me, sweet girl. I think I'd like to clean up a bit. I'm wrinkling my nose again. Edward's laughing, kissing me quickly, rolling us to our sides. He's pulling away from me, his cock sliding from my body. I pout. Edward's shaking his head at me, chuckling a little to himself. It was your idea. He's turning towards the bathroom. I'm finally seeing the aftermath of our frenzied lovemaking. Gnarly gashes are running down the length of his back and all over his butt. Edward. I'm shouting his name in a strangled groan. Tears are springing, spilling from my eyes. Patience, Bella. I'll be right back. He's totally misunderstanding my grief-stricken cry. I really hurt him and he barely complained. Before July 10, 2010. 8:30 p.m. Hey, sweet girl, what are you watching? Edward sits down on the kook beside me. I smile at him. He waits on me hand and foot. I haven't had to lift a finger since I've been with him. Edward does all the housework. Vampire Diaries. I waggle my eyebrows. Done already. I told you, vampire speed. It doesn't take me long to get this house in shape. I roll my eyes, annoyed that he won't let me help. I'm not used to someone trying to spoil me and I'm not sure I like it. Edward ignores my mild irritation, not wanting to bring that argument up again. Instead, he pulls me onto his lap, encasing me in his embrace, burying his face in my hair. Ever since the day of his quasi-proposal, Edward likes to snuggle. I never pegged you for someone to watch this sort of show. I mean, don't you get enough of the supernatural in your everyday life? I laugh. Maybe I'm doing research. Yes, research, because we both know that when someone needs advice about the interpersonal relationships between vampires and werewolves, you should always consult the works of L.J. Smith. Exactly. I giggled, settling back into his embrace. His body is hard and cold. But his affection makes this the most comfortable place in the house. His nose skims down my jawline. He pushes my hair back to plant a kiss on my neck. He chuckles when this causes me to shiver. Bring on the blanket. He grabs from the back of the couch, wrapping it around my arms and shoulders. Thanks, I whisper. He kissed my cheek. You're welcome, sweet girl. He stroked my hair as I finish watching my show. Ever patient, always kind, Edward was never rude or selfish. He only wanted to protect me. He was always seeking to trust, hope and persevere. His attitude towards me reminded me of that Bible verse my mother always liked to quote to me out of 1 Corinthians. She told me when I found all these things with a man, I'd know his love for me was real. I couldn't remember it word for word, but it described Edward's approach to our relationship to a T. But he couldn't possibly be in love with me. That was just Edward. He knew that I was young and afraid. And for some reason he knew. Saint have felt that I deserved to feel loved, and he was determined to make me feel appreciated and cared for. Edward was watching the beginning of the show that came on after mine, Supernatural. I could never get into it. Vampires and werewolves were sinister enough for me. I didn't want to entertain the idea that there might be demons out there to deal with too. The very thought was disturbing to me. Something on the screen made him shudder. I smiled, knowing how much he loved horror movies. I was the one hiding behind my blanket, which made Edward laugh. I was beginning to enjoy these quiet times together. No, I was beginning to love it. Being with Edward was as easy as breathing. I'd never experienced a friendship this uncomplicated. It was a puzzle to me. Edward was a puzzle to me. I wanted to know what made him tick. I wanted to make this giant elephant of a marriage as easy for him as he was trying to make it for me. The back of my head was still resting on his shoulder. My head was turned slightly, gazing up at him. There was no denying it, he really was a beautiful man. Without much thought to my intentions, my right hand was snaking up behind his head to caress the hair on the back of his neck. He smiled, peeking down at me. His arms tightened around me. He bent to kiss my forehead, then turned his attention back to the TV. I found myself fascinated with how human he seemed. The way his brows furrowed in concentration, or licked his lips as if they were dry. He'd even blinked every so often. It was easy to pretend he was a normal human guy. He swallowed, taking a slow deep breath, smiled, then looked down at me again. Hey, you, what's with all the staring? I'm just trying to figure out what makes you tick. Yeah, well, good luck with that, he chuckled. Carlisle, he's been trying to figure that one out for some time now. To no avail, I might add. Figures. He's such a curious man. That he is. Why do you think our two species exists when there's really no reasonable explanation? That is a question I've asked myself many times. I used to think of my own existence as some kind of purgatory. That if I was good enough, if I could pass this impossible test, that maybe God would grant me some kind of reprieve. I'd all but given up hope for that. Then what happened? He looked down at me then, his show forgotten. He turned me slightly in his arms, my legs were dangling over the armrest of the couch. He cupped my face, caressing my cheek with his thumb. A serious expression came over his face. You, he said simply. You are my life now. My mouth fell open. I didn't know what to say to that. This past week you seem so much more comfortable around me. I feel like we've gotten closer. Maybe not to the point where you'd actually want me as your lover. But if we could approach this situation as friends. If you could somehow trust me, knowing that I'm not going to hurt you. Once we fulfilled our obligation to Arrow, well, more to our families. This closeness we have now would be enough for me. I could be happy with us raising our child together just like this. Tears spilled out of my eyes as he said this. I shook my head. You don't agree, Edward. It's not that. It's just that you are the most caring person I've ever met. You deserve to be loved. I'd like to give that to you if I can. It's just this vampire, werewolf thing. It's been ingrained in me. You're supposed to be my enemy. I know I'm sounding like a hypocrite, a bigot even. No, I don't want to be. For the most part, Lately I've been able to look past all that, to see you as Edward, the man. But, your nightmares, he finished for me. I nodded, ashamed. He tilted my chin up with his finger, forcing me to look at him. Are you afraid of me now? No. Do you want to talk about them? Your nightmares. I don't think I'm ready to yet, but you should know they're not all bad dreams. Some of my dreams of you are good. Yeah, what are those about? I looked down to my lap, embarrassed. I could feel my face flush. That good. He chuckled. Shut it, you. It's not like I have any experience with, well, what you're implying, but kissing. There might be some kissing involved. Good kissing. I nodded. You've only kissed me once like that, but ever since then I've wanted to try again. I looked up at him then. He was smirking. I growled, smacking my hand over my face. Why am I admitting this? Edward laughed, pulling my hand away, kissing my knuckles. Do you still want to try? Yeah, but I don't want to lead you on. That would be cruel. I completely understand. We could think of it as an experiment then. Okay, that's a good idea. Besides, I think it might help me in the long run, if we could form some sort of bond when, you know, when we're forced to do other things. A tear slid down my cheek. Hey, don't think about that right now. That's going to be one very small allotment of our time together. We're going to get that over with, then we're going to come right back to this point in our relationship and work on building it up from here. Thank you, Edward. I smiled up at him, wrapping my arms around his neck, pulling his face close to mine. He pressed his lips gently to mine for one sweet kiss. I grabbed my stomach in surprise. So that's what butterflies feel like. After September 14, 2010, 11:47 p.m. I'm freaking out. How could I hurt him like that? Edward. I'm standing on shaking legs. I want to go to him but I'm frozen. Bella. Edward suddenly standing in front of me, wiping the blurring tears from my eyes. Why are you crying? I'm burying my face in my hands. Edward, why didn't you say something? Bella, what are you talking about? Don't act like you don't know what I'm talking about. Honestly, Bella, you have me at a loss. Damn it, Edward, I hurt you. I'm dropping my hands, glaring at him. You didn't. Edward, I'm whimpering now. He's cradling my face in his hands. You're back. He's kissing my forehead. I'm so sorry. He's chuckling softly. There's nothing to be sorry for. He's being so sweet. Oh man, let's get you cleaned up. He's taking my hand, pulling me along behind him into the bathroom. You're back. The wounds are almost gone. Stop, please. Edward's stopping in front of me. I'm pulling my hand free from his, tracing his wounds as they are quickly fading before my eyes. See, I'm fine, sweet girl. Let's just get you cleaned up. I wrinkled my nose. The lower half of my body is far too messy for a simple cleanup. I'll just rinse off in the shower. Okay, I'll wait. There's a blur and he's gone. It doesn't take long for me to clean up. I'm feeling weird about walking around naked, especially when my husband refuses to look at me, so I grab a bathrobe I find hanging on the back of the door. As predicted, Edward's once again waiting in bed on his side, his eyes clenched shut. You can open your eyes. I'm decent. I'm grumbling, irritated. I don't think my body is that bad. His eyes are popping open. He's sitting up, opening his arms to me. I'm wanting to pout and make him tell me why he's being so silly. I'm feeling self-conscious, afraid he doesn't like my bow. Or maybe it's some weird prudish behavior from the 1900s. I can't resist him though. I'm wanting to feel his arms around me. I'm jumping on the bed, to be close to him. He's pulling me across his lap. I'm feeling his cold hard cock pressed up against my lady bits as I'm straddling him. Brr. I'm leaving my robe on for round 2, I'm teasing him. He's laughing. Round 2. Huh, you're not too sore. I'm shaking my head. He's sitting up, wrapping his arms around me. Yeah, I guess we both heal pretty fast. I'm stiffening, lowering my eyes. I'm really sorry I scratched you like that. It must have hurt. I didn't realize that I could do that to you without phasing first. Bella. He's lifting my chin. How can I put this to you so that you'll believe me? You really didn't hurt me. I did. I saw with my own eyes. My nerve endings, while still sensitive, don't perceive pain the same way that yours do. I know that you had to have felt that. You hissed at me. Believe me, it was the best kind of pain. So erotic. I hissed because I was frustrated. I wanted to scratch you back, and then when you bit me I nearly lost it. I almost bit you. He smirked. That could have been a disaster. I could have killed you. I'm giggling. More like you would have turned me into a vampire like you. That would have pissed the Volturi off. Edward's eyes are widening. That's not what your mother told me. She warned me not to bite you. That you'd die. I'm rolling my eyes. It's not true. I'm part animal, part wolf. A wolf can choose to die quickly if injured, if it gives up hope of surviving. No one from my tribe would ever admit it, but there's been instances where one of our wolves turned into a vampire after bitten. Talk about hard to kill. A werewolf vampire is badass. I'd still be Litaphase, and I'd definitely be able to kick your ass. I wish you hadn't told me that. Why? Are you scared? Petrified? I'm smacking his chest. You don't have to be afraid of me. I'd never do permanent damage, not to you. I'm kissing him sweetly on the lips, hue butterflies. So what you're saying is that you basically have a choice once bitten. That if for some unforeseen reason you're bitten by a vampire, I won't necessarily loose you. Well, it would take more than a bite. You're not going to get rid of me very easily. Good to know. He's smirking, pressing his lips to mine in a deep mind-blowing kiss. He's pulling away, looking at me very seriously now. I need you to be mindful of a few things while we're being intimate. Really, Edward, you can say having sex, or fucking works too. I can't. Making love, being intimate, worshipping you, but never never that. And being with you like that is much more than having sex. You're precious to me. Our time together in any capacity is precious to me. Okay, I get it. You're a romantic, old-fashioned guy. I'll try not to tease you too much about it. I'm laughing. Edward's growling, flipping me over on my back, pinning me to the bed. The things that come out of your mouth, young lady. I've a good mind to turn you over my knee. Really? You wanna spank my bare butt? I'm waggling my eyebrows. You are such a naughty girl, Bella. Edward. I'm purring his name. All that talk about being intimate and making love has gotten my girly bits tingling, but you know I wouldn't be opposed to a good old-fashioned fucking either. Edward's eyes are lighting up in surprise. Why you? He's growling, starting to tickle me. Okay, I'm laughing hysterically. I give up. Uncle. Edward's smirking as he stops his assault. Be serious for a moment, please. Okay. This scratching and biting that you do, your overall wildcat behavior, while I'm trying to make love to you. Yes, I'm grinning wickedly. Edward's narrowing his eyes at me. While all that is incredible sexy, and it just feels so amazing, I wish it could be that way for us all the time. For right now, I'm still getting used to these feelings. This is all still so new to me. I need us to be more careful. Do you understand? You mean sort of like a trigger. You're afraid I'll trigger an uncontrollable response. Exactly. I'd like think that I'd be able to control myself like I have so far, but I really don't want to take that kind of risk with you. Okay, I'll try to be good, at least for now. Edward's giving me a silly crooked smirk. I think I have an idea that might help you control your urges. Yeah, this should be interesting. I'm feeling my robe's belt being tugged from my waist. Edward's parting my robe. We're both gasping, panting, moaning, as our naked torsos connect. Edward's kissing me, his tongue sliding along my bottom lip. I'm sucking his top lip into my mouth, nibbling slightly. Edward's growling a warning. His lips are traveling along my jawline to just behind my earlobe. Now he's sucking, swirling his tongue. Edward cups my breast, kneading my flesh. I'm feeling my sanity slipping as he pinches my nipples. Oh, I'm gasping, squirming. Edward's rubbing his cock against my heated folds. SSSS's, I'm hissing. It feels so good. Edward, I'm loosing it. It's only fair to warn him. After all, I have triggers too. Edward's ignoring my warning as he works his way down to my breasts, sucking one stiff peak into his mouth, flicking his tongue across my nipple. I'm smacking my hands on the mattress, digging my nails in as Edward takes my second nipple into his mouth, repeating the process. My body is arching off the bed, seeking friction. I'm frustrated when my pussy barely makes contact with his abdomen. Edward, please, please, what? He's asking as he continues his trek down to my belly. I need you. You have me, Bella, he's saying as his tongue swirls around my belly button. Oh, I'm crying out as his tongue plunges in the center, flicking my belly ring. His hands are starting to caress my thighs, his thumbs rubbing dangerously close to where I need him. He's kissing, sucking, nibbling his way down closer to my core. He's spreading my legs farther apart, pushing his hands under me, squeezing my butt cheeks. His mouth moves to my thigh. He's sucking, licking. I'm thrashing. I want to taste you. You smell so good. Taste. Oh, anything. I'm dying here. Would you like that? He's asking as he moves to my other leg. He's working his way up from my knee. He's close to my core now. His tongue is flicking out to lick the side of my pussy. Oh, my ass is arching off the bed. I'm panting. My breasts are heaving. My eyes are watering. Tell me, he's demanding. Do you want me to taste you? His lips are continuing their torture on my thigh. Yes, please. I want you to taste me. He's slowly licking my outer folds. It feels amazing, but it's not enough. I'm squirming, fisting my hands in his hair trying to get his mouth where I want it. He's staring up at me, eyes black, shimmering with lust. I'm loving what this man is doing to me. A brief moment of clarity is making me take notice of where my hands are, tightening on his scalp. I'm letting go of him fisting the sheets instead. After all, I don't want to render him bald. He's rewarding me by plunging his tongue between my folds. I'm throbbing now. His tongue is rubbing, licking, plunging in and out of me. It's feeling fantastic, but it's not long enough. It's just another form of torture. I'm squirming again. I don't know why this isn't working. I'm getting frustrated. I just want him inside me. I need relief. He's pulling away, smirking his naughty smirk. I'm growling. That's key. CKLY becoming our way of warning each other. I've about reached my limit and he knows it. He's licking up and down the outside of my entire pussy, gauging my reactions. He's licking, teasing. His tongue is swirling around the top, around a nucleus of throbbing heat. His eyes are boring into mine till finally he licks the center, sucking, humming. Liquid heat rushes through my belly like a wildfire. Edward, I'm screaming. My insides are pulsing. I'm seeing stars. My insides are beginning to settle. Edward is poking his head up, grinning from ear to ear. His face is glistening with my release. I just love his smile. I'm smiling back at him. Edward is baring his teeth, pretending he's about to take a bite, but planting a kiss there instead. Get up here, stud. Instantly Edward sliding up my body, kissing me. I can taste myself on him. I don't have to tell him twice. Yep, you're definitely in heat, Edward's purring in my ear. I'm realizing this is Edward's version of dirty talk. Edward's teasing my entrance with his cock. I just know after tonight there'll be a baby growing inside of you. Your baby, I'm purring back at him. Edward's growling, slamming his cock deep into my center. Oh, my eyes are rolling back into my head. He's filling me up. You're so wet for me, Bella. He's starting his slow tortuous motion like before, but this time I think I know what will get him going. Edward, you feel so good. So hard and thick. My pussy's throbbing for you. I'm panting. Bella. The tone of his voice is carrying a warning as if he's uncomfortable with my version of dirty talk, but I know better. He's moving a little faster, but not fast enough. I'm sucking on his earlobe. This is making him moan. He's licking my collarbone. Do you like it when you feel my tight little pussy clamp down on your cock? Milking you, begging you for your baby seed. That did it. Edward's roaring, slamming into me. I'm shoving a pillow into his face as he drives me over the edge with him. Feathers are falling all around us like snow. Merry Christmas to me, Bella. Edward is scolding. You are a highly dangerous woman. Yes, but you love me this way. Edward smirking, shaking his head. He's rolling off of me. Prepared this time, he's reaching over to the nightstand where a towel lays. He's cleaning us up. He's throwing the towel on the floor before he circles his arms around me, laying me across his chest. This is happiness. This is bliss. This is everything. Before July 11, 2010, 3:10 a.m. Red lips, cold and sweet as a cherry popsicle, are pressed against mine. Soft but equally cold fingers dancing, tapping, stroking, across my lower back as if splaying across the keys on a piano, causing a shiver to rush deliciously up my spine. I gasped, needing air. This kind of kissing is like nothing I've ever felt. I'm panting, breathless, as those lips slide down to my throat. One cold hand dances up the back of my shirt, swiftly unclasping my bra. Before I can object, those lips come crashing back to mine, swallowing my protest. I'm insanely frightened but equally turned on as the other set of magical fingers find their way to my navel, softly tracing a circle around my navel ring. Edward, I moan into his mouth. His index finger lightly flicks my navel ring a few times, causing the most incredible ache between my thighs. He pulls away slightly, gazing longingly into my eyes. His eyes have me paralyzed as his hand gently begins to undo the buttons on my blouse. I try again to reach out to him, but I can't move my arms. Edward smirks. Bella. Edward softly murmurs my name. I can feel his cold fingers caress my skin as he slowly continues to unbutton my shirt. I begin to breathe erratically, my chest heaving as Edward reaches the last button. I want to touch you too, I whimper. Oh no, we can't have that. Edward quirks an eyebrow and nudges his head slightly to indicate one of my hands. I glance over to find my hand tied to a tent stake. I can't budge it. My head whips over to find my other hand in the same predicament. Edward chuckles as he rips my blouse and bra from my body. What are you doing? Edward only smirks, hovering over me, kissing me senseless again. By now I'm terrified, but strangely wanting. His hands are caressing my breasts. He's licking behind my ear. My eyes roll back into my head, but somewhere in my lust-hazed mind I'm able to hear two songbirds chirping to each other in the trees over our heads. Edward's lips leave a trail of kisses down to my breasts. If only I could touch him. I'm going mad, my head shaking from side to side. I see the blur of color pass before my eyes. Purple, yellow, white, orange, red, white, yellow, purple, from the movement. I stop, staring up at the Edward's white face. He's grinning mischievously. My eyes flare out to focus on our surroundings, finding that I'm lying in a meadow of wildflowers. It's so beautiful. I smile up at Edward. Would you fuck her already? A menacing voice growls from the tree line. If you insist. Edward reaches down to rip my skirt and panties off my body. He stands between my legs and starts unbuckling his belt. Tears are streaming down my cheeks. Edward. He laughs as Arrow, Jacob, Emmett and Jasper come to stand around me. I can hear the hurried retreat of the frightened songbirds as their wings flutter up and away. No, it's okay, beautiful, Arrow laughs. The four men get on their knees around me. They begin to paw my flesh, sliding their hands up my arms, over my breasts and stomach, and up and down my thighs. I scream. I clench my eyes shut, thrashing, trying to get loose. Hands hold me down. No, Edward, please don't hurt me. Bella, you're okay. I won't hurt you. Get your hands off me. Stop. Make them stop. Bella, wake up. Sweet girl. You're safe. It's only a dream. Quote. I blink my eyes open to find Edward holding me down, sheer terror gleaming in his eyes. I sob as I realize he's telling me the truth. Edward pulls me close, holding me tight against his chest. He begins to rock me as I continue to cry hysterically. Shish, sweetheart. It was only a dream. Only a dream. I will never hurt you. I want to run screaming and cling to him at the same time. I'm panicked. I'm terrified that I can't go through with this marriage, but if I don't the consequences would be unbearable to live with. I miss my dad. I miss my baby brother. And even though I'm mad at her, I miss my mom too. Hell, I'd be happy to see Leah at this point. Edward's rubbing soothing circles on my back and I finally feel myself relaxing. I'm sorry, I whisper. Why are you apologizing? Because my stupid subconscious can't see what an amazing person you are. That I keep having these horrid nightmares that will never happen because whether you love me or not you're essentially a good person and would never hurt me like that. But I can't tell him that. I don't want him to know about my dreams. I'm afraid I'll hurt him. He doesn't deserve that. Bella, these nightmares are getting worse. I wish you would talk to me. It doesn't matter. How can you say that? Of course it matters. You matter. It doesn't matter because my dreams are irrational. You were dreaming about me hurting you. You were screaming, frantic that I was going to hurt you. You were begging me to make them stop. Who were the others in your dream? Edward, none of it matters, I insisted with a sigh. Turning away from him. Somehow I needed to reassure him that I'd be fine. I closed my eyes trying to will the tears away. We'll get married, have our child. We're going to live our lives. I'll get over this. Quote, you, having these nightmares are not acceptable. You're terrified of me, this situation, the Volturi. I don't know, all of the above. If I were human I could take you to counseling. But there's no one that I can take you to. Vampires don't have a lot of need for psychologists. You have me, so talk to me. Let me help you work through this. He grabbed my face, gently brushing the tears from my cheeks. I opened my eyes to a man on fire. The seventh circle of hell raged in the depths of his black eyes. His eyes bored into mine as if they could consume my nightmares by sheer willpower alone. I flinched. Those were the eyes of a killer. Bella. His eyes softened, instantly lightening when he saw the reaction I was having to him. Please, sweet girl. How am I supposed to help calm your fears if you won't tell me what you're afraid of? I'm sorry. I don't want to be afraid. You've never done anything but be nice to me. I don't know why I'm like this. It's completely understandable. I think you would be afraid even if we were both normal humans. It's not right that you have to go through this, especially at your age. You may be of legal age, but that doesn't mean you're ready to be a wife and a mother. Are you ready? I mean, to be a husband and father. Yes and no. I never had any reason to believe that I would ever have the opportunity to become a father. There has never been a vampire couple that could produce a child together. I thought that I was sterile. When I was human I was only 17, but times were different then. It was commonplace for people to get married at a young age. My parents raised me to be prepared to support a family. My parents, my mother especially, expected me to give her grandchildren. You and our child will never want for anything. I don't need to maintain a job, so I'm able to spend most of my time with my family. And I'm certainly mature enough to give the patience and affection a growing child needs. In all those ways I'm ready. But I'm not going to lie to you, Bella. I've had to stand by and watch as the rest of my family found their mates. First Carlisle with Esme, then Rosalie with Emmett. Jasper and Alice were already a couple when they joined our family. So you've been alone all that time? Yes, I've been a very lonely man. I've waited a long time to find that special someone I could spend my eternity with. And now you're stuck with me. That's the other thing. Not that I view it as a bad thing, being stuck with you. He smiled slightly. I find you very special. In fact, I've grown rather fond of you. I guess I'm not ready in the sense that you, my other half, are not ready for this. It's wrong to force this on you. I can't tell you how sorry I am that I have no other choice. I don't want to traumatize you. I'm not that fragile. I think I'll survive. I don't know who I'm trying to convince, certainly not myself because I'm terrified and certainly not Ed Ward because it's obvious from the expression on his face he's not buying it either. I'm sure you will. But still, I may be a virgin, but I'm not a total prude. I don't like the circumstances, but It's not like you're going to cause me undue mental anguish. In fact, we should just fuck right now and get it over with. Then everything will be fine and... No, absolutely not. Edward roars, interrupting me. Thank God. I start to tear up again. I don't know why I can't stop from running my mouth sometimes. It's just sex. Big deal, right? It is just sex, so why can't my brain see it that way? No, it's not just sex. And it is a big deal. The fact that you could say something like that to me just proves to me that you're not ready. What makes you think I'll be any more ready after we're married? You probably won't be, but at least if we're married you can be assured that I'm truly committed to you. That's important to me, and I'd like to attempt to make our first time together special. Is that even possible? Do you really think it will be special? I don't know, sweetheart. I can only try to make this special for you. Besides, what could be more special than waiting till our honeymoon? What about you? You've waited all this time for your one and now you have to settle for me. Do you really think this can be special for you? Right now, you're the only woman I care about. You're a beautiful, caring, special girl. Being with you will be very special. I'm sure of it. Yes, and at least someday when I'm no longer around you'll be able to resume your search for your true soulmate. Hopefully that will make up for all this. Edward looked horrified. What do you mean? Are you planning to leave me? No, not in that way, but one day I will die. Why? Why? Oh, you thought that I'd choose to not give up my wolf so I could stay with you, making you miserable for all eternity. You wouldn't. I didn't think. I don't want you to die. I want to be. Oh, Bella. God, Bella, please, stay. His eyes were black, glittering in their anguish. I could tell that I truly crushed him. I never really believed that I had that kind of power over him. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to upset you. It has never been my intention to live forever. I've never had anyone but myself to consider before. You do now. I'm immortal, Bella. Our child will be immortal. If not for me, please stay for our child. You do realize I'm not exactly as sturdy as you. I mean, I'm pretty tough, no doubt, but given the life that we have, something could happen to me. Edward growled. Nothing. And, I mean, nothing is going to happen to you. I won't allow it. You are safe with me and my family. And as for finding someone after you, that would never happen. If you choose to end your life by giving up your wolf, then know that I will be joining you in death shortly thereafter. Like it or not, sweet girl, you are my mate. There'll be no one else. I sighed, cupping his cheek in my hand. I hated that I'd upset him so much. There's no point in you worrying about this now. We have time to talk about these things, and it's not like I'm giving up my wolf anytime soon. Just stay for your family, he pleaded. I'll think about it. After September 15, 2010, 6:42 a.m. The morning light often casts shadows in unsuspecting places. I'm remembering our lovemaking with perfect clarity. I've went from scared and nervous to lusty and wanton. I'm feeling embarrassed by my behavior, even if it was with Edward, my husband. I expected to find some pleasure in the arms of Edward Cullen. After all, he is a god amongst men and vampires alike. He's beautiful, kind, and perfect. I had no doubt he would be an attentive lover. I'm appalled that I had lost all control of myself, that he was able to play me like a well-tuned instrument. He got me to admit things that I didn't even know I desired. And the fact that I'm pretty sure that I'm knocked up after only one night with him. It's just my luck that I just happened to be ovulating the night we consummate our marriage. It's these thoughts that are casting shadows over my joy. I've been laying naked across Edward's chest all night. His frigid body is the only oasis from the sweltering heat here on this island. You're finally awake, my love. Yes, I can never fool you. You always know. My voice sounding a little more sour than I intended. Bella, is there something wrong? I'd rather talk about it later, if you don't mind. After all, I don't want to hurt him. I'm just confused, anyway. Besides, the leech squad was due anytime now. I'm sorry about my comment of you being in heat. I hope I didn't upset you. Of course, he's picking right up on my exact thoughts. He says he can't read my mind, but sometimes I think he's only placating me. I'm not upset with you. But you are upset, it isn't a question. I'm not ready to talk about it, yet. It's not really that big of a deal anyway. I just need time to process everything that's happened. You're not having regrets. I don't regret you. I'm looking up at him, seeing the hurt in his eyes, wishing I was a better actress. I'm reaching up to caress his cheek. I'm going to get dressed for our visitors. Okay. He's laying back against his pillow, clenching his eyes shut. I'm hurrying to get my clothes, running to the bathroom, knowing my husband won't open his eyes until I'm out of his sight. Bella, I'd only been there for 30 seconds. I'm only half dressed. I've only managed to put on my bra and panties. They're almost here. I'm beginning to shake uncontrollably. I'm trying to step into my shorts, but my shaken state is causing me to lose my balance and I'm toppling over, banging my elbow on the counter. Ow. Bella. Edward's shaking the locked door. Open this door, now. I'm shouting, rubbing my injured arm. Are you hurt? Do I need to break down the door? No. Give me a sec. I'm opening the door, stepping back, continuing to rub my sore spot. You're not dressed, he's complaining. Sorry, I'm whining sarcastically. Let me see. He's gently grabbing my arm. You're getting a bruise. I'll get some ice. Some help first. He's looking around to spot the shirt I'd dropped on the floor, picking it up and pushing it over my head, then pulling my arms through. There. He's tilting my chin, giving me a chaste kiss. Hurry, but be careful. Meet me in the kitchen. Before I have a chance to nod, he's gone. I'm rolling my eyes. Edward, I don't need the ice. I'm feeling my bruised skin healing already. I'm getting no answer. Stubborn vampire. I'm looking at myself in the mirror. My hair's a total disaster. Serves the leeches right. Why should I bother getting dolled up for them? I'm walking back into the bedroom to pick up my carry-on, ending my father's beloved high school baseball cap I brought with me in case my hair got out of control on the plane. I'm shoving my hair up inside. Good enough, I saying aloud to no one in particular. I head to the kitchen. Edward, I know you heard me. Instead of a reply, I'm hearing a cry of anguish. I'm running now, shaking, on the verge of wolfing out. A tiny blonde vampire girl is in our house, standing over Edward, who's writhing in pain. Leave him alone. I'm shouting. My voice is being carried on a wave of some invisible energy. The force of my anger is shooting out of me like a tidal wave, slamming the girl against the cherry wood cabinetry, splinters of wood flying everywhere. Well, very impressive, my dear. I'm rounding on the voice that would normally send shivers down my spine. Arrow's a arrogant, crotchety old ass. I'm not about to let him hurt my husband. Why is your scrawny little runt attacking my husband? Blondie is hissing. I'm growling back at her. Bella, don't. Edward's warning me. It's quite all right, friend Edward. Your wife is not used to my curious nature. Edward's at my side in an instant, wrapping his arms around my waist. Calm, my love, he's murmuring close to my ear. Bella, dear, I am very curious to know why you have been holding out on me. What are you talking about, Arrow? Surely, my pet, Jane didn't throw herself against those cabinets. It's new to me. I didn't even know that I was special at all until I started hanging with vampires. The other wolves have never been able to hear my thoughts the way I can hear theirs. I didn't really think anything of it. I just figured it was because I'm only part Quileute. But it appears that none of your vampire voodoo works on me either. We'll see. Felix, Dimitri, perhaps. A little demonstration is in order to show this petulant child who's in charge here. Take him. Arrow was flicking his eyes towards my husband. No, I'm roaring. Vampires are flying backwards, away from us. Crashing through the sliding glass door. We've done what you've asked, now leave us alone. Arrow is laughing evilly. Felix and Dimitri are brushing off their slacks. Jane is hissing like a scared kitten. Well, dear, that's quite a punch you pack. When did you discover this talent? Just now, when your little bitch over there started attacking my husband. Well, I see that you've grown rather fond of him. Of course I have. He's a good and decent man. I'm standing protectively in front of my mate. No one's going to hurt him. I'll rip the heads from their bodies if they try. Edward, it's so endearing to see your little female protect you so fiercely. Tell me, do you feel safe in her presence? Don't speak to him like that. He's every bit the man you'll ever be. And he's street. Wronger than both Tweedledee and Tweedledum over there put together. He would have no trouble protecting me if not for your bitchy witch over there. Bella, Edward is voicing in an anxious warning. As much as I'm enjoying your little performance, I've come here for a reason. Don't make me call in reinforcements. Bring it. Edward's clamping a hand over my mouth. It's okay, Bella. Edward's stopping my tirade. I want to tell Arrow just where he can stick his reinforcements, but Edward is ever the voice of reason. Let's just get this over with. After Kant. September 15, 2010, 7:01 a.m. Edward's stepping around me, taking Arrow's hand. It only takes a moment before Arrow seems satisfied. A strange twinge of disappointment is flashing over his face, causing Edward to smirk slightly. So you really believe she conceived already? Edward's sighing, looking at me warily. Yes, Arrow, I believe so. I've been around her enough to detect those kinds of changes in her body chemistry. Their hands are still joined. Arrow knows he's speaking the truth. Well then, I suppose under the circumstances you can just send a birth announcement when the child gets here. Besides, I can see the little vixen enjoyed herself. You should have no trouble getting her pregnant if you haven't already. Why, you Aroga? Edward stopping my words again. Bella, please, he pleads with me. Goodbye for now, beautiful Bella. Edward. Arrow nods, giving us one more evil smirk. It seems you have made the right choice in this one. Finally, as fast as they came, he and his cronies are gone. Edward, I could have taken them. We could be roasting weenies over their ashes, right now, as we speak. I know, love, but there were other Volturi close by. Alec was with them and I couldn't stand it if you got hurt. Who's Alec? Jane's twin brother. I'm raising a questioning brow at him. Jane's the one that attacked me. Stupid bitch. I'll kill her if she tries that again. Edward's chuckling, kissing my cheek. Alec is much worse than Jane in as much that his powers are positively lethal. How so? Alex sends out a paralyzing fog, cutting off his victim's senses, effectively blinding them. They never see death coming. His fog could cover an entire army, indefinitely. Edward, what makes you think he'd have any effect on me? I'm not willing to take that kind of risk with you. He's chuckling now because I'm glaring at him incredulously. But I do think you've successfully scared the fruit of the looms off Arrow. I've never seen him so frightened of anything in his life. He didn't look frightened to me. He's too well versed to show it. I'm sorry if I've made you feel emasculated by my behavior. No, Bella, that was the sexiest thing I've ever seen. I'm giggling. How long have you really known about this power of yours? I didn't know, honestly. You believe me, don't you? Yes, you would have killed Emmett many times over if you'd known. True. I'm trying to say this with a straight face. I'm giggling now instead. Edward's chuckling, wrapping me in his arms. We need to talk, Bella. You think I'm pregnant too? You're not the only one who can sense things. I can. What was happening while I was making love to you? I shouldn't have said those things to you. I'm sorry. Are you sorry that I'm pregnant with your child? I'm sorry that you've been forced into this. But I'm not sorry that it's my baby you're carrying. I've grown rather attached to you. I want you to be the mother of all my children. Mother of his children. Click. My brain is switching back to Arrow's parting words. It seems you have made the right choice in this one. I repeat the condemning words out loud. Edward's frozen at my sudden change of tone. Edward chose me, not Sam. Edward. Betrayal. Rage. Anguish. Could you do this to me? I'm whispering as this slow seething anger is washing over me, clouding any rational thought. Bella. I can expla. Liar. Bella. He's falling to his knees, pleading. Please listen to me. I trusted you. I'm shouting. How could I have let myself trust you? How? Bella, it was the only way, I swear. None of the others would have worked. What? Your kind can't mate with a full-blooded Quileute werewolf, but a wormut like me. Bella, stop talking about yourself like that. I won't stand for it. I'll talk however the hell I want to. You lying, two-faced, blood-sucking bastard. Bella, stop this. You're overreacting. Go jump in a bonfire, Edward. I'm not lying to you. He's trying to control his tone. He's standing, walking slowly towards me, palms out. Stay away. He's stopping, palming his face. Can we please just talk rationally to each other? No. My arms are planted childishly across my chest. I don't think I can. So, you're upset that I chose you over the other three. What kind of a person does that make you, Bella? If I'm such a horrible, lying, two-faced, blood-sucking bastard, as you put it, how could you wish this fate on one of your tribal sisters? How dare you, you son of a b. Edward's flashing towards me before I can get the word out, anger boiling off him in waves. Don't you ever call either of my mothers that. Neither woman has ever said an unkind thing to anyone in their entire life. Esme was kind to you, and you threw it back in her face. Carlisle and Esme both tried to make you feel welcome. Fine. Your mothers are not a b. Well, not that. Though I was still angry and hurt, I was beginning to calm down. Edward noticed, exhaling part of his frustration. I had to choose someone, Bella. If not you, then who? Some 14 or 16-year-old child. And Leah is your sister, Bella. Your own flesh and blood. She's only a half-sister. She takes great pleasure in Remy. Nding Seth and I at every opportunity that we're only half-breeds. All I know is that Leah was terrified for you in that clearing. If Sam would have given the order, she was ready to die to protect you from this fate. Not that it really matters now. I'm glaring into his eyes, determined to extract the truth from him. But why did you choose me over her? She's older and way better looking than me. I mean, I'm mildly pretty at best. First of all, I'm going to dispel that notion right now. You are so much more than beautiful. It drives me crazy that you can't see that about yourself. Even if I wasn't already head over heels for you, I could never have married your sister. She has a fiancé. She's in love with him, Bella. It would have destroyed her to marry me, and you know it. And lastly, I would have never been able to consummate a marriage to her. I'm not attracted to her in the least. You see, you were, and still are, by far, the only choice. I love you, sweet girl. I've been in love with you since the first day I've laid eyes on you. You were Christmas shopping with some of the other kids from your tribe at the mall in Seattle. It was just before last Christmas. Did you notice me at all? I shook my head. No. But it was a lie. Of course I smelled him and sensed his presence. I was just getting used to being a werewolf, and it was the first time I'd sensed our enemy was close. I was hanging with other members of my pack, Embry, Quill and our friend Emily. I was prepared to hunt down the vampires and take them out until Embry and Quill told me it was just the Cullens. They told me if their eyes ever turned red then we could deal with them, but until then we had to leave them alone. I caught a brief flash of bronze hair and amber eyes before they disappeared around the corner. I felt an instant connection to you. I followed you all over that mall. It broke my heart when you went back home. I thought I'd never see you again. I used to hang out just outside the treaty line by the road every chance I got, hoping to catch a glimpse of you. And then fate intervened. I couldn't not pick you. Of course I'm bawling now. Leave it to Edward to say the sweetest things when all I want to do is be pissed at him. I so want to believe him. If only he was telling me the truth. Now I realize he's been lying to me about not being able to read my mind too, because he's talking about a connection that he feels for me. He must know that I've felt that way all along. I've been fighting it with everything in me. This connection he's speaking of. This undeniable magnetic force pulling me to him. What is it that he has over me? Is it some kind of supernatural vampire coercion? Even if he is telling me the truth, it still doesn't change what he's done. How can I reconcile these feelings he stirs in me with the fact that I just don't trust him? I'm shaking my head. I'm looking up at him with tear-filled eyes. You just don't get it. Tell me, he's begging. My family loves me. My tribe loves me. I've spent the last 3 months thinking that I was the mutt, so therefore, expendable. I thought they betrayed me. You let me think that way. You had it in your power this whole time to rid me of these thoughts. I've hated them, especially Sam, and you let me. Sam's last words to me were that I was the best choice, that I was the only choice. He didn't choose me, did he? He chose Leah. Edward is nodding. Of course Sam chose Leah. What if we are meant to be together, Edward? It's so messed up now. How do we fix this? We are meant to be together, Bella. I'm hearing the tears in his voice, if not seeing them with my eyes. I'll do anything you ask of me. Please. How do I ever trust you again? I'm whispering. Oh God, Bella, please don't say that. I'm so sorry. Please, Bella, please. I love you more than my own existence. I can't lose you. I won't survive without you. My eyes are widening. 3 months together turned into one perfect night of bliss to end up here. Was it possible that both our hearts were being crushed to a pulp? Who knew love could be so painful? I'm looking down, mournfully, to my still flat tummy. There's a baby growing in there. Every instinct in me tells me it's true. I can't even look at the baby's father. Bella. Edward's whispering my name. I can't speak to him. I'm feel numb. I'm rubbing my tummy instead. He's taking my hands in his. Bella, please. Quote. I don't know what to do. I'm whispering back to him. Please, just leave me alone. I can't be around you right now. Bella. I think I'm crushing him farther, but I can't be sure. It could be all part of an act. I still can't look at him. I don't want to see the lies. Please, Edward, if you love me like you say you do, just give me this. I just need some space. If that's what it takes. I honestly don't know what it will take, but right now this is what I need. Edward's sighing. I'll be around. You won't see me, but I'll hear you when you call. If you call. His voice is shaking. When you're ready. I can only nod. I'm turning my back to him. Before May 30th, 2010. I'm sorry for the short notice, Dad. I truly am, but it's just too crowded here. I've decided to move in with my boyfriend. I was only allowed to visit my parents briefly, to lie, to convince my father that I want to move in with the Cullens. My mom knows better, but like he rest of the tribe, she really doesn't have much choice in the matter. But then again, I'd hoped she would have at least put up some kind of fight. This is plan A. If this doesn't work, plan B is for Edward and I to run away together. You're not old enough to make that decision. Dad, I've graduated high school. I'll be 18 in almost 3 months. I just want to be with Edward. His family is even giving me my own room. I won't even be sleeping with him. Well, I should hope not. Oh, come on, Dad, you know the silly elders won't let the Cullens on the res. Edward hasn't done anything wrong and I know you like his father. Carlisle, I just want to spend time with my boyfriend. Between my job and Sam's Quileute Youth Club I hardly get to see him. She's a good girl, Charlie. Just let her go. You'll visit us, won't you? Dear. Of course, Mom. You know I will, if they let me. I thought to myself, this is all wrong, Bella. I haven't even met this young man. Edward wants to meet you. He wanted to come with me today. I wouldn't let him. I knew Sam's boys would start trouble. Fine, then let's just head on over to his house, Charlie huffed. I don't think that's such a good idea, Charlie. Sue, my mom disagreed. I knew she was just afraid to be surrounded by vampires. Like the rest of the tribe, my mom never trusted the Cullens. It's not polite to just show up uninvited. Well, it sure as hell isn't polite for them to ask my teenage daughter to shack up with their son without discussing it with me first. It's not like that, Dad. Edward's a gentleman. Well, you LL that boy to meet me at the diner in Forks in a half hour. Dad, we'll all go. Bella, my mom intervened. Sue, I want to speak to that boy alone. You'll do no such thing, Charles Swan. Bella's old enough to make her own choices and the Cullens are good people. She'll be perfectly safe. She's only 17. She's almost 18 and she's a grown woman. Fine, but I'm still going to the man who's stealing my daughter away. Dad, you go call him, Bella. I won't take no for an answer. Okay. I walked out of my parents' tiny home. It really was crowded to live here. I had share a bedroom with my little brother for Pete's sake. Leah and I would have killed each other if we had to share a room. Besides, us half-breeds had to stick together. I hoped it wouldn't come to this. But Edward did tell me to call him if I needed him to explain to my parents. Edward is now number 1 on my speed dial, his idea. I punch the number. Edward picks up on the first ring. Hello, Edward. Bella, is everything all right? Quote, my mom's on board like you said she would be, but my dad is really flipping out. I guessed as much. What can I do? He wants you to meet us, well him, but my mom insists on being there. At the diner in 30 minutes. My sentience is always meshed together in convoluted ramblings when I'm nervous. I could just see Edward now, smirking like he always did when I got flustered like this. Sure enough, Edward chuckled. Shut it, boyfriend. Sorry, sweet girl, why on earth he called me that I would never figure out. I was always a bitch to him. I'm leaving now, he reassured me. A half hour later we were pulling up outside the diner. Edward jumped out of his Volvo when he saw us pull up. He walked up to us, smiling at me as if I'd hung the sun, moon and stars. I wanted to stomp my foot and stick my tongue out at him, but instead tried my best to act as if I was happy to see him by returning his smile. Hello, ladies, Chief Swan. He stuck out his hand to Charlie, which my dad reluctantly shook. My name's Edward Cullen. I'm pleased to meet you both. Yes, Edward, my dad began. My wife and I would like to discuss the plans you and my daughter have made. Of course, I would be happy to answer any questions or concerns you may have. Only, if I may be so bold, Edward addressed my dad, do you mind if I speak to you in private, man to man? Charlie's eyes widened in surprise. I could tell he was impressed that Edward would man up like that. Secretly, I still hoped my dad reamed him good, figuratively speaking, of course. My poor father had no hope of actually hurting Edward. You ladies should go ahead inside and order whatever you like. It's on me, Edward said with a wide grin. Seriously, the guy looked way too happy. Good luck, I mouthed to Edward, to which he only smirked. I walked inside the diner with my mom, glad for once that Edward was in control of this one part of my life. Charlie truly was one hard nut to crack. My dad and Edward were outside for no more than 20 minutes before they walked in smiling and joined us for lunch. I was in utter shock. Charlie was never this nice to my guy friends I hung out with from school. Somehow he and Edward appeared to be the best of friends. My mouth was gaping open when Edward sat down beside me. I only knew this because, with one of his signature crooked grins, he closed my mouth with one finger. The nerve of him. After September 18, 2010, 6:34 p.m. What are you supposed to do when the world becomes one giant clusterfuck of crazy? I remember when my worst problem was being bullied by my older half-sister and her cronies. Now I'm a teenage werewolf, married to a blood-sucking bastard, carrying his, God only knows what kind of, child. It's been 3 days since I told Edward the first needed space. And for the most part, he's honored my wishes. He's always around though. I can feel his eyes on me. Sometimes if the breeze coming off the ocean hits me just right, I can even smell him. The effect is paralyzing. Every moment of our one blissful night together comes crashing back to me. Sometimes I can't breathe. He's here, but at the same time, he's gone. I just want to hout at him to get his pasty white butt back here just so I can smack him around a little. I can't do that though, because the smacking would turn to kicking, then biting, which would lead to kissing the stuffing out of him. Then once I came to my senses I'd start shouting at him again, telling him to get lost. Worst of all, I'd see the pain in his eyes. And whether or not his pain was real, it would still make me sad. His eyes. Damn it, I can't stop crying. His eyes are so expressive. I've been lost in those eyes. I miss his eyes. I dream about his eyes, the way they paralyze me in the best way. From afar they draw me to him. They promise his love and tenderness simmering in pools of honey. Those honey-colored topaz pools with tiny flicks of green emeralds. But it can't be true. He couldn't possibly have feelings for me. He couldn't even stand to look at me when we were having sex. I must disgust him so much. But for those eyes, could he really be that good an actor? This morning has been the worst. I woke up to his melodic, velvet-lined voice. I could hear him in the kitchen talking in Portuguese. I got out of bed, walked down the hall to peek around the corner. Edward was standing there explaining the disaster that used to be Esme's kitchen to some workers. He must have sensed my presence. Almost immediately, his eyes sought out mine. His speech halted. He almost looked hopeful. He waited for me to react. I felt a traitor tear slide down my cheek. So shocked to suddenly see him there, and feeling more than a little guilty for causing so much destruction, I turned and fled back to the bedroom. Thankfully, Edward didn't follow. It wasn't too many minutes later that while I was dressing I heard the pounding start. And to my added torment my head started pounding too. I couldn't take the noise, so I decided to sneak out the back. It was here, on the beach, on the other side of the island that I'm sitting. I can still hear the pounding, and my head still hurts, but the noise level is greatly reduced, which makes my headache almost bearable. Now with the morning gone and the afternoon quickly fading to early evening, I'm now feeling the consequences of my hasty retreat. I haven't eaten or drank anything all day. I've been so wrapped up in my own discouraging thoughts of Edward and our shambles of a honeymoon I completely lost track of time. Now I'm feeling nauseous along with my pounding head. I don't want to move. Edward is going to be so mad when he sees what I've done to myself and the baby. As if to prove myself right, I'm hearing my angry, bellowing, vampire husband now shouting for me. Bella, this is ridiculous. You haven't eaten anything. Come back to the house. Now, did I say he would be angry? Seriously, he's sounding much more than pissed. I'm laying back on the sand, resting my eyes, trying to wish this horrid day away. I feel so dizzy, so nauseous, I'm sweating like a hooker in church, because I haven't had Edward's cool embrace to keep me comfortable, and this island is just so damn hot. Bella, Edward spotted me laying here. He's suddenly right here beside me. I'm feeling his cold hands caress my cheeks and forehead. Ah, that feels good. Geez, Bella, you're burning up. I know you're mad at me, but you have to take better care of yourself and the baby. You should never have left the house without proper provisions. The baby. I never meant to harm the baby. I'm opening my eyes to find that Edward's staring down at me. I've never in my life seen a man look to be in so much pain. A sob is breaking from my chest. Edward, I'm so sorry. The pounding. It was hurting my head. I couldn't take it. I had to get away. I wasn't paying attention to the time of day. I woke up on the beach and I feel so awful. He's lifting me up in his arms like an infant. He's leaning his forehead against mine. He's kissing my nose, my cheeks, and my temples. I can't resist closing my eyes to relish the feel of his lips on my heated skin. He's kissing my eyelids. The workers are gone now. Sweet girl. Let me get you back to the house. I need to get you into a cool bath to get your temperature down. It would be good if I could get some fluids into you too. You must be so dehydrated. Oh, Edward, I'm sobbing against his chest, throwing my arms around his neck. I've missed you so much. I've missed you too, sweet girl. I'm so mad at you. I know, Bella, I know, and I deserve it. I'm thinking that I must be delirious because I can't stop myself from rambling. I'm mad because I want to hate you and I can't. I've tried so hard to hate you, Edward. But I just can't do it. It's going to break my heart when you leave me. You're going to get tired of me and leave me. Aren't you? Just admit it. You're exhausted and not thinking clearly, sweet girl. I'm never going to leave you. You never have to worry about that. Like it or not, you're stuck with me. Let's get you back to the house so I can take care of you. You can argue with me after you feel better. I'm suddenly being immersed, fully clothed, in cold water. Edward's sinking into the tub behind me, holding me against his chest. I'm frantically panting, trying to catch my breath. I must have fallen asleep in Edward's arms on the way back to the house because I don't remember getting here. Edward's running a cool washcloth over my face and neck. He's reaching over to a tiled alcove for a bottle of water he has stashed there. He's opening it, holding it to my lips. Drink, Bella. I can hear the baby's heartbeats. They sound healthy. It's a miracle considering how dehydrated you are. Babies. Heartbeats. Twins. Sweet girl. Oh. Za. 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 My teeth are starting to chatter. Edward's chuckling, kissing my temple. We'll get out in a few minutes. Just drink. The cool water's sliding down my parched throat. The hellish dryness is finally being quenched. The water's flowing through my esophagus, helping to settle my queasy stomach. I'm wiggling my toes and fingers, feeling the energy of life begin to return to my extremities. So good. Thank you. My voice is sounding a little froggish. I'm feeling the smog finally lift from my muddled brain. Twins. I'm pulling out of Edward's arms, spinning around to face him, the wake of my movement splashing him in the face. He's grinning, wiping the water from his eyes. Yeah, oops. He's laughing. At least you're looking better. I think I'll get out now before you drown me. Okay. I'm starting to get up to follow. Stay put, you. I'll get you some dry cloths. I'm sinking back down into the frigid water, flicking the water hickamajiger tab to let the water out. I'm watching wide-eyed and shivering as Edward slips out of his wet cloths. His back's to me, but that doesn't matter because the backside of Edward is every bit as yummy as the front. Damn, his boxer briefs just hit the floor. Why am I mad at him? He's glancing over his shoulder and smirking. The cheeky bastard can hear me. That's why I'm mad. He lies. I'm crossing my arms over my boobs and sticking my tongue out at him. See something you want to lick? He turns around facing me, fully aroused. Oh, I'm feeling my cheeks heat up. I'm slapping my hands over my eyes, sinking lower in the tub. I'm hearing chuckling as he leaves the bathroom. I'm laying back staring at the ceiling. I'm squeezing my eyes closed briefly. Edward's standing over me now that I'm opening them. He's dressed only in a pair of black boxer briefs, holding what looks like my SpongeBob pajama shorts set. He must think I'm such a child. He's offering me his hand. I'm glad to take it. He's pulling me to stand. How does your head feel? Better. Clear. Good. Do you need help dressing? I'm shaking my head no. He's smiling, helping me from the tub. He's placing my pajamas on the counter. I'll be in the kitchen. My stomach's growling. I still feel a little weak from not eating. I'm feeling that antsy feeling I get when I've neglected my wolf. I need to set her free. She needs to run. I'm smiling as I remember the first time Edward ran with her. Before July 14, 2010. What's wrong? Edward was watching me pace anxiously around the house. I was losing it, going stir crazy. I couldn't think straight. Finally Edward stood in front of me, grabbing my shoulders, holding me in place. A fierce growl erupted from my chest. His eyes widen as he lifts his hands from my shoulders, slowly backing away. I instantly regret my reaction. I'm sorry. I don't know what's going on. I've never felt this way before. I think you may need to phase. It's been 2 weeks. Why do you think so? Because you acting like a bloodthirsty vampire that's neglected to hunt. This is what I'm like if I wait too long. My wolf doesn't actually hunt. Your wolf. You Quileutes talk as if your wolves are separate entities. That's right. Legend says that if a Quileute child meets their wolf when they are young, their spirits will become linked. When the wolf finishes living out its natural life and finally dies, its spirit will become fused with that of the child's. The two will become one until the child grows up enough to be able to set the wolf spirit free. I was 3 when I met mine, or at least that's what my mom said. I don't remember it. How did it happen? I mean, how did she describe it? Charlie was at work, so it was just us girls. Mom was pregnant with Seth. She liked to take us to La Push Beach to picnic and play in the sand. Leah had fallen and skinned her knees, and Mom was tending to her and had her back turned to me. I wandered to the edge of the forest. A lone wolf came out of the tree line and sat before me. My mom turned around to look for me and saw me petting the wolf's muzzle. I was giggling and the wolf looked like it was laughing too. When it noticed my mom and Leah staring at our exchange, it ran back into the forest. Wow, I know. I wish I could remember it, meeting her like that. Come, I would like to meet her. We'll go to Illinois Beach State Park. It isn't easy to hunt there this time of year. Too many humans camping. It should be okay for your purposes though. It's about an hour's drive. I smiled, thinking how much fun it would be to wrestle that pretty boy smile off his face. I missed frolicking with my pack. Our drive didn't seem to take long at all. It was past sunset when we finally arrived. We walked along the beach hand in hand till the tourists vacated or when they went back to their campsites. At least it's not the weekend. It would be really packed if that were the case. I'm just going to go phase behind that bush. The bush was just tall enough to hide my body from the neck down. Edward chuckled as I made a dramatic display of stripping, throwing my clothes at him. Here goes. You ready for this? Of course. He just waggled his eyebrows. Edward's lips spread into a huge grin when I emerged. I barked once and pounced. Edward laughed and squirmed as I held his shoulders down with my front paws. He squealed like a girl when I started licking his face. I even gave him a little tongue action when he opened his mouth to complain. Gross, Bella, oof, blah, plfff. He spit and sputtered when my tongue dipped inside a second time. I laughed, barked, continuing my assault. You think you're funny, don't you? He reached up behind my front legs and began to tickle me. I howled, rolling off of him. Even as a wolf I'm extremely ticklish. I took off at a run to get away from him. You'd better run. I'm not done tickling you yet. We laughed and chased each other. He'd try to tickle me and I'd try to lick him or nip at his pant leg to try and trip him up. Finally he grabbed me, spinning me around as fast as his vampire legs could take us. At last we collapsed on the ground in a heap of tangled limbs. I was panting. Edward was laughing his ass off. I licked his cheek. Fine, you win this round, he conceded, scratching behind my ears. I was surprised. How good this felt, and I was sorely tempted to roll on my back so he would rub my belly too. I just didn't want to weird him out. I snuggled up against him instead. His hand stroked down my back. Hot somehow if our marriage didn't work out that maybe I could be his pet instead of his wife. Your fur's so soft, Bella. I hope you don't take offense at this, but I've always wanted a pet dog. I barked softly and licked his nose, giving him one of my best wolfy grins. I take it, no offense taken. I batted his chest lightly with my paw, then laid my head there. He continued to stroke me. So beautiful, he murmured. Even as a wolf, you're the pick of the litter, sweet girl. I sleep under the stars that night with my vampire fiancé stroking my fur. After September 18, 2010, 7:45 p.m. I'm standing in front of the bathroom mirror pulling my SpongeBob pajama top up, exposing my belly. I'm stunned to see a baby bump already. Arrow had warned us that hybrid babies grow fast, but this is no thing short of shocking to see my body changing so quickly. I opened my mouth to cry out for Edward, but no sound is coming out. A tear is sliding down my cheek. I need to talk to him. I know I'm not in the best shape emotionally to have this talk with Edward, but at the same time I just can't put it off any longer. Somehow I have to come to terms with whatever our relationship is now. For the time being, maybe indefinitely. I'm stuck with him. For my baby's sake, I have to get along with him. When these Volturi leeches are dealt with, then I can entertain the idea of getting a divorce. My heart suddenly hurts. I'm not sure I can live without Edward. In such a very short time he has really grown on me. But if he truly has been lying to me this whole time, if he truly doesn't love me, then what choice do I have? I'm rubbing my tummy. I hope I'm wrong about Edward. I'm hearing Edward move around in the kitchen. The smell of beef is overwhelming all my other senses. I'm nothing short of famished. I'm hauling my butt in the kitchen before Edward overcooks it. There's a steak frying on the range and Edward's cutting vegetables for a salad. I'm flipping the steak. Hey, I just put that in there. I know. My stomach's snarling. The thought of it cooking too long just doesn't seem appetizing. The steak is barely browned on each side before I'm plating it. Edward's watching dubiously as I'm shoveling raw steak in my mouth. I'm wrinkling my nose at the salad he puts down by my plate. What? He's cocking his head sideways. You love veggies. I'm shaking my head. I don't know if I can eat that. Bella, I know. I'm just feeling a little off. Maybe I can eat it for lunch tomorrow. He's sighing, running a hand through his hair. I don't want to leave you. He's not looking at me. He's turning, pulling saran wrap out of the cupboard, covering my salad, placing it in the frig. Since I don't respond, he's turning back to me, searching my eyes for any disagreement. Avenue in the morning as long as you're back to normal. I don't want you to leave. Oh, don't get me wrong. I'm still pissed at you, but ignoring you isn't making things better. I've missed you, sweet girl. You have no idea how much I wish I could believe that, but right now I don't know what to believe. Geez, Bella, I've wanted you for so long now, ever since the first time I laid eyes on you. You've haunted my every waking moment. Now that I've had you in my arms, I know what it feels like to make love to you. I want to believe you, Edward, but I know I disgust you. You wouldn't even look at my body our first night together. Sweetheart, you have no idea how gorgeous you are, he's growling, tugging on his hair. Arrow's a pervert, okay. He wanted to see every intimate moment. I didn't want to watch us connect that way. I didn't want him to see us in his mind, to taint our first time together. I know him, sweet girl. He would have taunted you, tried to make you feel cheap. You really want me, I'm whispering, on the verge of tears, because my heart believes him, but my mind is telling me to stay cautious. With every cell in my body. Now suddenly, I'm starting to see some clarity. He wants me. I believe him. Fine. You want me. I believe you. But this whole Volturi experimenting with hybrids is a bunch of bullshit to get me to do what you want. Oh, this is real, all right. He's trying not to sound angry, but nevertheless failing. You'd better believe they're interested in outcome of your pregnancy. Okay, I'll give you that much, but they're old friends of the family. I'm doing air quotes. Quoting Carlyle's words. After all, they're letting us keep our babies. They know you'll let them study their growth and development. Just what are you trying to imply, Bella? Well, it just seems awfully convenient with you wanting me, Arrow's an old friend of the family, and your brother's always looking for an excuse to mess with Jacob, and he found one at put my tribe in a compromising position. There was probably no other way for us to be together in your mind. You knew it was your only shot. That's why you wouldn't let me finish kicking their asses for hurting you. They're your friends. They were doing you a favor. Wow, Bella, that is truly a brilliant deduction. I have to admit it all makes perfect sense. In a court of law I'd be a dead man. I'm right then. It's not a question. No, Bella, you are not right. We've spent 3 months together. You should know me better than that. I thought I knew you. Did you even look at their eyes? The Cullens don't make friends with vampires like that. We Cullens are monsters, Bella. We've all made horrific mistakes in our lives. With my own rebellion, the things I've done. There's a special place in hell for me, I'm sure. Most vampires see humans as cattle. They don't care about their fear or about causing them undue pain and suffering. They only care about sating their own thirst. An impossibility, even for us Cullens. So tell me why you kept the fact that you chose me and Sam didn't a secret. To be perfectly honest, I never even thought about it. I wasn't trying to keep it a secret. I guess I should have realized that that was why you were so upset with your tribe. I guess I just chalked it up to you being a scared teenager under a lot of pressure. By the time I figured out why you were mad at your tribe, we were already on our honeymoon. I knew if I told you the truth right away I would be putting both our families at risk. You wouldn't have wanted anything to do with me. Bella, I chose you. Because I'm not capable of getting aroused from someone I don't have feelings for. You're the only woman that's ever been able to evoke those kinds of feelings in me. Okay. I'm lowering my head. Tears are brimming my eyes. Why did you lie? Why did you tell me that you can't read my mind? I know you read it all the time. You're always answering my unspoken questions. Edward's chuckling. I can't read your mind, sweet girl, but I can read your expressions. Facial expressions usually match that of what people are really thinking. I've been comparing facial expressions to thoughts for a long time now. I've gotten it down to a science. There's not much that gets by me. Tears are now spilling over my cheeks. My mom calls me her open book. Truly you are. Your face is so expressive. That's how I know you believe me now. And I do. I'm nodding my head at him. I'm feeling like a complete idiot for ever doubting him. I'm so ashamed. Era will undoubtedly want to hold your hand at some point in the future. You realize you're going to see me naked eventually. Edward's eyes are widening in shock. Bella, what? Am I hearing things? What are you talking about? He's approaching me, holding my face in his hands. Now he's smirking. You said I'll see you naked eventually. So, oh, I'm blushing. Are you forgiving me? I'm wrapping my arms around his waist, burying my face in his chest. Yes, Edward, I've missed you so much. I feel as if I have more to apologize to you for than you ever had to with me. No, sweetheart, you've been placed in an impossible position. You're feeling vulnerable. You're fighting for whatever control you can find. I get that. You have every right to question me if something doesn't feel right. You see, we got over this first hurdle. It was good for us. You see, I didn't go anywhere. I'm not ever leaving you. Not for this hurdle and not for the next one. I'm squeezing him tighter. I have to show you something. He's pulling away from me, questioning me with his eyes. I'm pulling up my top to reveal my tummy, placing his left hand on my baby bump. His smile is enormous. Already, I'm nodding my head. He's pulling me tenderly in his arms, tilting my chin up. Our lips touch, parting, tongues dancing together. He lifts me up, carrying me to our bedroom. Our clothes are quickly discarded. Edward's laying between my legs. His lips are nuzzling my baby bump. Hey little babies. Daddy loves you. He's kissing my bump twice. Once for each baby. I'm giggling. Mommy and Daddy are going to play now. Don't get scared when Mommy screams. She's just being silly. Edward. What? It's true. You know I'm going to make you scream. Yeah. He's smirking at me. Yeah. Get up here, stud. Yes ma'am. He's laying down beside me on the bed. His eyes are feasting on my body for the first time. A small flash of anger is sparking in his eyes. What is it, Edward? Arrows never touching my hands again. No man gets to see this beautiful body but me. This is for my eyes only. Yeah, his anger is fierce and it's turning me on. What are you going to do to stop him? You'll find that I can do anything I put my mind to. You're serious? Yes, I am. I'm not spending the rest of my eternity cowing to that pompous ass. Damn, baby, now you're talking my language. Edward growls. I love the possessive side of you, Edward. His growl is fading to a low rumbling deep in his chest. He's leaning over me, his lips are devouring mine. You're mine, he's growling as his mouth works its magic down my throat to my breasts. Tenderly lavishing each one. Edward, I'm shouting. That's right, sweet girl. You're mine. He lines his cock up to my entrance. Fuck me. I'm screaming, sinking my nails into his ass. Bella. Edward roars, slamming into me. He's sinking his nails into the mattress on either side of my head. You're doing it again. Damn, I love your cock. Fuck me faster, vampire boy. Damn it, Bella. You know I can't afford to lose control with you. I love it. I hate it. This rage that builds inside of me as he desperately tries to contain my wild side. He tries to go slow, tries to make love and cherish me, and maybe someday I'll let him, but right now I just want to be fucked. Edward, I'm hissing. All I know is that you'd better fuck me and fuck me hard. If you don't, you'll be fucking my wolf instead of me because I'm that close to losing it. Damn. His eyes are widening to pitch black fathomless orbs. This is my sexy vampire man. His pace is picking up. He's pounding me hard, hitting that spot deep inside every single time. Edward, I'm screaming, as I convulse around his cock. He's roaring, biting his forearm to keep from hurting me. Edward is collapsing down on the bed beside me. He's not pulling me to lie close to him. He's just laying there, staring at the ceiling. Edward, are you angry with me? Shit, this isn't good. Before May 29, 2010. I can't believe you people. We had those leeches outnumbered. Why the hell do you cow to them like that? Better yet, why the hell am I here? You can't seriously expect me to procreate with pretty leech boy here. The Volturi had just left, and I was seriously grossed out because Arrow insisted on holding my hand. Edward had to hold me still so I didn't lash out at that creeper. Isabella, you have to understand. There's no winning against the Volturi. Many of our kind have tried and met their demise, the leech doctor said calmly. We can't take the risk, especially with the little ones of your tribe. The Volturi would have no qualms about kidnapping all your wolf females and killing every last member of your tribe that was left. You would be forced along with your wolf sisters to bear their hybrid children. At least with me you will get the dignity and respect that you deserve. I will protect and take care of you. What makes you think they would try to kidnap us? They didn't say that. They said they'd kill everyone in my tribe and all of you. Isabella. Edward's voice was soft, patient. Sometimes humans have special abilities, but usually they're not very powerful. Their abilities often go unrecognized. However, when one of these humans is changed into a vampire, those abilities are intensified. Arrow is one of these vampires that is gifted in this way. I could tell it made you uncomfortable. That he insists on touching the hands of those he speaks with. No, Edward, he just creeps me the fuck out. If that's his special gift, I have to tell you it's a powerful one. Emmett snickered, despite the fact he hates me. Edward glared at him. No, Arrow and I share a similar talent. We both read minds. So you read Arrow's mind. You know for a fact he would have kidnapped me and the other girls in my pack. Yes, I still don't understand why Arrow's so handsy. On second thought, maybe I don't want to know. It's nothing like what you must be thinking. Emmett snickers again. I raise my bitch brow at him, to which he only grins. Suffice to say, Arrow does enjoy that aspect of his gift on certain occasions, but for the most part he views it as a limitation. Suffice to say, Arrow liked holding your hand, little Izzy. Emmett made a weird smoochy face as he said this. He then proceeded to pet the top of my head. I smacked his hand away. Edward growled. Emmett winked at me. Izzy, really? I was so close to pounding him. Emmett laughed. Well, if we're going to have a pet around here, we really should name her. I rolled my eyes. Don't ever call me that. In fact, I hate being called Isabella too. If you people must speak to me, call me Bella. Bella, Emmett pretended to mull the name choice over in his mind. I suppose that pet name will do, but I like Roxy better. Oh, for the love of, Edward cut himself off. Apparently not wanting to offend anyone. Issa. I glared at him. Sorry, Bella, I'm trying to explain the differences between Arrow's and my own talent. Arrow has to make skin-to-skin contact in order to read anyone's mind. I do not. So your talent is more powerful. Not exactly. Arrow, when he touches someone, is able to read every thought, every experience that individual has ever had. I can only read what's currently on the mind of said individual, or I should say everyone within a mile radius. Wow, can you turn it off? I couldn't imagine being out in a crowded public place otherwise. No, the best I can do is try to tune everyone out. That's horrible. I truly felt bad for him. Edward smiled softly. So, you can read my mind then? That thought was equally horrible. No, actually you seem to be the exception to the rule. For some reason I'm not able to access your mind. Why? I don't know why, but I've never come across any other individual like you. An Arrow. Arrow was extremely frustrated. You were an enigma to him as well. I guess I shouldn't have been surprised. Not even my pack could access my thoughts. I could hear all their thoughts when we were in our wolf forms. But they could never hear mine. I tried, to no avail, not to smile at this info, but with Edward standing there smiling his gorgeous smile I couldn't help myself. He is a pretty leech boy after all. If he weren't a vampire I might have actually enjoyed this impossible situation I found myself in. I briefly stared at his lips, trying to imagine what it must feel like to have them pressed against mine. To have his strong cold arms embracing me. Visions of us in a state of intimacy, skin to skin, assaulted my mind. I could feel my face heating up. Edward's grin widened. It was almost as if we were having a moment of clarity. If Edward's as decent as a person as he seems to be, could I actually be okay with all this? He's definitely easy to look at. Seriously, Eddie. I could hear the impatience in Emmett's tone. He sounded like a sulking 2-year-old. I can't believe you agreed to this. All you have to do is knock her up and be done with it. Why would you want to marry this little bitch? Ha, it's a pun. She's a female dog, Emmett guffawed. Rosalie chuckled beside him. Emmett, you jackass. She's a sweet innocent teenage girl. I'll not take her veer Tuesday from her without giving her an eternal commitment. Rosalie, you of all people should understand that I'm doing the right thing. I was in shock at what Emmett said. Emmett's words stung. Edward and D.I. were having. I don't know what we were having, but Emmett squashed it. For a microsecond I thought that maybe Edward and I would be okay, but now I felt like a cheap plaything. Right thing, my ass. Put all the niceties you want with it. Being forced to have sex with you is still rape. Dignity and respect. Yeah, that's rich, I muttered to myself, but of course all of them heard me anyways. Ed. Ward looked at me as if his puppy had been ran over by a Mack truck. I'm truly sorry, Bella. If there was another way. His brows furrowed. I don't want to hurt you that way. See, even the little bitch agrees. You may as well fuck her right now. It's all the same, Emmett snarled. Edward sprang forward looking as if he had every intention of tearing Emmett's head off. Jasper and Carlisle dove in between them to stop Edward from doing just that. Rosalie, get your husband away from me before I make you a widow. I can't believe you, Edward. How dare you side with this smelly dog girl over your own brother, Rosalie growled. Rosalie, Edward is right. If you two can't behave with some decency, then I suggest you both leave the room, Esme chided. This is a family meeting. If you don't have anything positive to contribute then you're not invited, Carlisle admonished. I know. Let's take a vote, I said with my most sarcastic tone of voice. I was truly sick of this whole conversation. All those in favor that Edward just fuck me now and get it over with thumbs up, all those in favor of him marrying me first thumbs down. I know how I'm going to vote. I sure as hell don't want to live the rest of my life with this bunch of misfit leeches. Emmett and Rosalie both stuck their thumbs up while the rest of the family looked at me, appalled. I stuck my thumbs up. Come on people, let's just get this over with. You don't want me in your family. I was so pissed I didn't even stop to realize that I was shaking in terror at the very thing I was trying to convince them of. Just take me to the woods and rape me, Edward. I'll pop out your kid, then I can get back to my life and try to forget this whole thing ever happened. This isn't working. Meeting's over, Edward announced. He grabbed my elbow forcing me to follow him. Oh no, dang, he's taking me to the woods. Okay, Bella, just get a grip. This was your idea. I won't be so bad. It'll be quick. The Volturi said the babies grow fast, so in a little over a month, maybe 2, I'll be free. We had walked several yards past the tree line when Edward stopped abruptly, turning to face me. You want me to rape you? Seriously, Bella, I offer you a life of respect and decency, my unwavering devotion. Hell, I'll give an eternity of servitude to you if that's what it takes. It's the very least I can do for your sacrifice. Please, Zhu. She never asked me to do something so appalling as rape you ever again. So it's a lifetime with you or nothing. How is that fair? What makes you think I can stand to be around you that long? Bella, sweet girl, you're shaking like a leaf. If I were to even touch you right now you'd run away screaming. I'm not that man, Bella. I can't force myself on you. What about after we're married? Not even then, sweet girl. Not even to save myself or my own family. I'll never force you. I'm not capable of doing that to you. This has to be your choice, Bella. Everyone's life is in your hands. No pressure or anything. Why do we have to get married? Relations outside of marriage is wrong. I'll take no part in it. Edward, that's just stupid. It's not stupid to want to be married to the woman I take as my lover and mother of my child. What kind of man would I be if I just impregnated you with no intentions of marrying you? What kind of man does that? A modern man. Well, you'll find I'm a very old-fashioned man. I'm the kind of man who takes care of his family, the kind of man that believes in honesty and respect. I've seen plenty of the minds of so-called modern men. They don't respect their women and they have very little to do with their own children. I'm a monster. Sweet girl. The worst kind. I didn't choose to be this thing that I've become. I strive, every single day to be a decent person. To try and retain some of what has been taken of my humanity. I can't be human for you, Bella, but I can be good to you. Please don't hate me for wanting to do the right thing. I just stared at him for a moment. This was the worst damn day of my life and all I wanted to do was scream and cry and throw accusations at him. I wanted to hate him, but I couldn't. Before me stood not just a vampire, but a man with convictions. He looked to be in his late teens. He was handsome with bronze hair and ember eyes. He was tall and lean and muscular. Most girls would give their eye teeth to have a gorgeous guy like Edward offer up a lifetime of servitude to them. I could see that Edward was only trying to do what he thought he had to do to keep everyone safe. Emmett was right about one thing though. I am a bitch, Edward. I don't hate you. I don't particularly like you, but I don't hate you. If my only choice is marrying you, then fine. Just do me a huge favor and you and your F.A. Miley leave me the hell alone until the wedding. With that I turned and ran back to the house to hide in my room. I would just wait it out until September. Edward had thousands of books to keep me busy in the meantime. After September 18th, 2010, 8:34 p.m. What do you think, Bella? I bit my own arm. It could have been you. Oh, I'm grabbing his arm, frustrated with myself, annoyed that I just can't control myself when we're being intimate. I'm sorry. I'm rubbing the crescent-shaped wound on his forearm. Edward's bursting out laughing. I think he's losing it. Edward, it's okay, love. My arm's okay and I'm not angry. He's saying between chuckles. This isn't funny. We have a very serious problem here. I can't help it, sweet girl. You should see the expression on your face. You're just so damn cute. I'm trying to fight a smile because I rarely hear a swear word come out of his mouth. I must be corrupting him. Edward, I'm groaning. He's pulling me on top of him, his fingers trailing up my back to my neck to my face. Caressing my cheeks. He's tucking my hair behind my ears. You're just so beautiful, Bella. You just don't have a clue what you do to me. It's hard to remember. You're not a vampire like me when we're together in the throes of passion. I want to bite you, and it's not about partaking of your blood. It's an instinctual response vampires have when coupling with their mates. Interesting. I'm wondering if my kind has the same instinct. There isn't really anyone that I feel comfortable asking. What are you thinking? I'm planting my elbows on his chest, resting my face in my hands. You do the same thing to me. You're so irresistible. Unfortunately I don't have the same self-restraint that you seem to have. Sweetheart, believe me it's hanging on by a thread. What are we going to do about this? At least you didn't bite me this time, he's laughing. I'm smacking his chest. His eyes are flashing dark with desire, A soft growl is rumbling deep in his chest. I'm kissing his nose. I'm serious, concentrate. We have to figure this out. I don't want you all scarred up. I think I'd be okay on my end if you'd ever let me go slow. Yes, I realize that, but thanks for making me feel better about it. Well, I imagine you have a lot of hormones working against you right now. You are a pregnant teenager. That doesn't help. I can't do anything to fix that. I'm pouting. I think we're doing all right, sweet girl. I just need to find a better outlet than my arm or Renesmee's pillows. I know, but it's not all your fault. I need to control myself better too. But I like it when you get rough, he purring in my ear. You're not helping. I like it when you bite and scratch me. I'm rolling my eyes. He's kissing down my neck, making me shiver. No, I'm smacking both my hands on his chest, trying to push myself away from him. But he's not letting me up. He's pulling me closer, kissing my lips. I have one word for you, Edward. Abstinence. Let's not be hasty here, Bella. You have no idea what goes on in my mind while we're having sex. The things I think about doing to you. Some of it is so violent. It scares me and I don't want to hurt you. Now you're just turning me on. Well, that's just great because you're really starting to piss me off. It's not good for a werewolf to get pissed off. People get hurt when that happens. Okay, now I think we're getting somewhere. What do you mean? Well, obviously the majority of your pack eventually mate with a human. Why is it so different for you mating with me? If I were human, would you still feel the need to bite me? We're not usually allowed to date until we are mature enough to control our wolf side. It hasn't quite been a year for me yet. It won't be a year, till mid-November. What do you usually do to calm yourself when you get angry? I phase and go for a long run. And how often did you phase before you came to live with me? Every day. Therein lies your answer. You and I are more alike than what I thought. How so? Newborn vampires have to hunt every day to maintain control of their bloodlust. So maybe I need to phase every day to control my aggressiveness. Exactly. Maybe I should go for a run then. Would it be alright if I come with you? You had a rough day and I'd just like to keep my eye on you. Sure, maybe we could go for a little swim too. Yep, frolicking on the beach, naked in the moonlight, he's waggling his eyebrows. What could be better? Yeah, maybe after I phase back. Silly vampire. Before September 8, 2010. A thick fog covered the forest floor. Rising waist high, the sound of screaming and large paws thudded on bare earth. Rustling leaves, whimpering, snarling, the snapping of sharp teeth, all-consuming sounds of terror. The smell of human blood was thick in the air, mixed with the smell of death. Sunlight filtering through the canopy above, casting light on a path leading to the edge of the forest. An anguish cry broke through all other sound. No, Edward. Cheering, ripping, one final cry of pain, then a loud thud. Resounding silence followed. Panicked, I rushed forward, tripping and stumbling over forest's rough terrain hidden from me by the fog. My tribal home of La Push lay beyond the lush curtain of trees. The macabre that lay before me brought me to my knees. Arms, legs, any number of body parts lay scattered. Wild body fluids permeating the ground. I was too late. There in the center of it all lay the pale headless body of a man clutching a lifeless child in his arms. The child Lou, Ked, strangely familiar, with thick bronze hair and green eyes glazed over in death. A malevolent laugh caused my blood to run cold. Is this what you're looking for? I pushed myself to my feet, stumbling backwards. I looked to my left to find Arrow, leader of the Volturi, now standing only yards away from me. In his hand was the dismembered head of my beloved, my Edward. I awoke with a start. Bella. Edward was suddenly there, watching over me. You're alive. Tears flooded my eyes. In a manner of speaking, he agreed. His brows were furrowed in worry. It was only a dream. Only a dream. Only a dream, I kept repeating till Edward grabbed my face. His eyes searched mine. Please tell me about your dream, he pleaded. I lunged at him, hugging his head tight to my chest. I dreamed I loved you. My voice was shaking as I nuzzled my face into his mass of messy bronze locks. Oh, well, that's encouraging. No, it was horrible. Edward pulled out of my arms, staring at me confused. I shook my head. No, it wasn't horrible that I loved you. It was horrible because I was too late. His eyes widened at the hysteria in my tone of voice. I sat up, hugging my knees into my chest. I rocked Mies. LF repeatedly as the memories of the nightmare washed over me. Talk to me. Let it all out. I promise you'll feel better if you do. I don't know if I can. Seeing it once was bad enough. I just wanted to forget about it. Bella, we'll be married in less than a week. We're getting on a plane for home tomorrow evening to make final arrangements for our wedding. This is it, love. There is no more time. You don't have to fear me. I think you're finally starting to realize that, but there's other fears. I just wish you would trust me with them. How am I going to take you as my wife when there's a chance you may fear me, fear us? Tears slid down my cheeks as I came face to face with what my biggest fear was. At the same time, I realized that Edward was right. For all intents and purposes, we were a couple now. Communication is paramount to any kind of relationship. It was the glue to hold a couple together in good marriage. I've had nightmares most of my life. Most of them stem from feelings of humiliation and rejection. There's a clique of kids in our tribe that think they're better than everybody else. They pick on me and my little brother as well as several other kids they deemed unworthy. They call us half-breeds. Of course, my sister, Leah, and Jacob are the head instigators. I used to have nightmares about the awful things they used to do to Seth and I. Edward shifted closer to me on the bed, pulling me into his arms. Go on, sweet girl. I sucked in a shaky breath, trying to relax against his chest. I've always felt like the odd man out. Well, odd woman out, but at least I had my baby brother to keep me sane. He's such a bright and joyful soul. I miss him more than anyone. When I first came to live with you, I dreamed of what torments awaited him without me there to buffer some of the worst of it. I dreamt his bright and joyful spirit got sucked right out of his heart. But then the Volturi started creeping into my dreams. Those dreams were some of the most sick and twisted. Other men that I know of that don't really care for me started creeping into the dreams along with them. It's very hard to repeat the things that were done to me in those dreams. You're safe with me, Bella. No other man will ever touch you. I promise that as long as I exist, no one will ever hurt you. I sighed in relief. Somehow, deep down, I know that. I know that I'm safe with you. That's why some of my dreams are just so irritating. I get so angry with myself that these thoughts must somehow plague my conscious mind to somehow transfer over into my dreams. Are these dreams about me, Bella? I don't want to talk about them. I don't want to see the hurt on your face. They're just dreams, Bella. You can't control what you dream about. Still, I can't. I won't tell you what those dreams are about. But I think I can tell you what they mean. I only realized after this last dream. You dreamed you loved me? He asked with a small smile. I shook my head. The dream was really nothing to smile about. And I started telling him about the dream. He held me close, nuzzling, touching me, soothing me the whole time. In the end, Arrow was clutching your hair, holding your severed head. It was then that I thought to myself that Arrow is holding the head of my beloved, my Edward. Edward cringed, then squeezed me tight. So what do you think is your biggest fear in this dream? I smiled at him. I'll get to that. First, my other dreams, as bad as some of them were, I think they were just more or less based off my own insecurities. They were very similar to the dreams I felt humiliated and rejected, only amplified. Why do you think those feelings were amplified? He looked upset by this little tidbit. Because, besides my baby brother, you are my very best friend. I actually care what you think of me. The thought of you rejecting me is one of my worst fears, and only second to the thought of losing you entirely. Then there was the child you were holding. I can't stop worrying that the Volturi will someday harm our baby. Losing you and our baby is my biggest fear. I turned my head up to look at him. You'd have thought I'd just professed my undying love. For him to see the goofy-ass smile on his face. After October 9, 2010. I can't believe you talked me into coming back here. Bella, we need Carlisle to deliver the babies. You're a doctor, Edward. You're more than qualified. I've never practiced, sweetheart. Please, be reasonable. Be reasonable. That's what the husband always says when he can't get his way otherwise. They make the wife feel like a raging bitch that can't be reasoned with. Seriously, do you understand how stressed out I feel right now? Edward's got that stupid look on his face. You know, the one a guy gets when they're trying hard not to laugh. Geez, I hate to admit it, but I do sound like a raging bitch. I can't help it. I'm giggling now. Edward's cracking a smile. It'll be fine, sweet girl. If Emmett bothers you, you know what to do. I'm bursting with my laughter. That's right. They don't know about my special talents. That's right. Just knock him on his ass as few times. He'll learn to leave you alone. Edward, how are you even in the same family as that guy? Edward's full on chuckling now. Believe it or not, sweet girl, after a while he grows on you. So do warts, I muttered. I heard that. Edward's grinning at the wart in question's outburst from inside the house. I'm suddenly feeling glad to be back here. It's that obvious how much he missed his family. I may be a raging bitch, but I can't take them away from him. I knew what I had to do. The door is flying open. 6 anxious vampires rushed out with huge smiles to greet us. Damn, Bellaboo, look at you, Emmett with his strange pet names. I'm rolling my eyes. Emmett's sweeping me up off my feet before I can give him a snarky reply. Thankfully, he's holding me like a baby and not crushing my babies. He's planting a big sloppy kiss on my cheek. I'm looking at Edward, wondering if he's sure he brought me to the right vampire family. Edward, intuitive as always, is just shrugging. Put her down, you big oaf. Rosalie admonishing, as she's smacking him on the back of the head. She shouldn't be walking around like that. She looks like she's carrying around a couple of watermelons in there. Why, she could pop at any minute. Yes, it was a long drive from the airport and they're currently doing the mambo on bladder, so unless. Here, Eddie, take your wife. Everyone's laughing. Edward's dropping our bags at his feet, all too happy to cradle me in his arms. I'm smiling at his enthusiasm. He's kissing me chastely, leaning his forehead against mine. Oh, look at them, Carlisle. They're in love. Alice is bouncing, squealing, hugging Jasper. Carlisle's beaming at us. I'm so proud of you both and very happy for you. Congratulations. Welcome to the family, Bella. I'm feeling overly emotional. Happy tears are dripping down my cheeks. Thank you, Carlisle. Everyone is hugging and congratulating us. We're sorry we were so harsh with you before. We honestly didn't think you'd be capable of caring for our brother and we didn't want to see him get hurt. Rosalie was saying sincerely. I understand that now. And thank you, Rosalie. I hope we can be friends now. Carlisle's phone is buzzing in his pocket. He's pulling it out, frowning at the caller ID. What now? Edward is asking irritably. Everyone else, including myself, is waiting for more information. The Volturi, Alice is mouthing. Her eyes are turning blank. She looks like she's in a trance. What the fuck, Alice? Why did you do that? Carlisle looks frozen. No, absolutely not. That wasn't the deal. He what? That backstabbing snake. Edward's shouting. Edward, my voice is shaking. Alice announced to the Volturi that we are having twins. Edward was glaring at her. They claim that you acted disrespectfully on the island towards them. Therefore, they demand that we either relinquish one of our children to them or they are going to force your sister to bear a hybrid for them. Leah, I don't know what the hell I'm feeling. On one hand, she's treated me like the scum on the bottom of her shoe all my life, and on the other hand she's still my sister. I'm sorry, sweet girl. They have already kidnapped her. If we don't comply, they intend to keep her as their sex slave. She'll undoubtedly be forced to bear them multiple hybrid babies. I'm shoving on Edward's shoulders. Put me down, please. Edward's carrying me over to the couch. I'm sorry, Bella. I never saw this coming. Since the wolves have become so interwoven with our lives, my vision has been rather foggy. Alice is pleading. It's not your fault, Alice. She shouldn't have told them about the twins. It doesn't matter, Edward. Arrow would have found another way to get back at me. Please don't get upset with Alice. You're right, sweet girl. I'm sorry, sis. It's okay. I'm not so pleased about any of this myself. What are we going to do? Emmett's growling. There's no way in hell those bastards are taking either of our babies. Everyone's nodding in agreement. I'm feeling overwhelmingly grateful. No baby would be more loved or protected than my babies. It's time to talk strategy, guys. Great. Now I'm sounding like Sam. Little sis, I think you and I are going to get along just fine. Jasper's smiling at me. Jazz here is our strategizer, Emmett's saying proudly. Is that even a word? I'm asking Edward quietly, not quiet enough for vampire ears though. Because Rosalie smacks him on the back of the head. Strategist, you moron. How many times do we have to repeat high school for some of it to sink in? Wow, Edward's family is kind of dysfunctional in an endearing way. I kind of love them. Jasper, I would be grateful for any input you can give the situation, but first, I have to go back to my tribe. I want to visit my family and reconnect with the wolves. Like hell. You're not going anywhere without me, Edward is snarling. You're right, husband. I'm smiling at his protectiveness. You're going with me, Bella. Carlisle is frowning. Edward can't go with you. And in any case, your father really shouldn't be made aware of your pregnancy. He would have too many questions. Questions we couldn't answer. Carlisle, Edward is my husband. We are package deal. It's not safe for him. Esme is disagreeing. Edward is safe with me. The wolves will be sorry if they mess with my mate. As far as my pregnancy is concerned and my father finding out, I intend to tell my father everything. In case any of you haven't figured out, the Volturi has declared a full-out war against us. They took my sister, my blood. I for one am not going to stand for it. From here on out it's either them or us that survives, but I can guarantee you this. They will rue the day they laid eyes on me. Here, little sis. I'm behind you 100%. Emmett is declaring his allegiance. Thanks, Em. Maybe you're not such a wart after all. Everyone's laughing. Before September 10, 2010, I hated being left alone. In all my years growing up I'd never been left completely alone. I didn't like it when Edward left to go hunting. Our plane got in on time and Alice and Jasper picked us up from the airport. No sooner had we walked through the door, when Edward was greeted with hugs and kisses and I was greeted with strange looks, all ranging from worried to hateful. They all wanted to go hunting and drug Edward along with them. Edward wasn't going to go at first, but I could tell by his dark eyes that he needed to. I told him I'd be fine and I was just going to take a nap anyway. Well, I tried to take a nap. That, however, didn't work out too well. I felt strangely out of place now that we weren't in Chicago, almost as if I was homeless. I couldn't go back to my people, they'd hurt me too much by forcing me to live with vampires. Here at the Cullens, well, they hated me. I couldn't blame them. I wasn't exactly nice to them. There was Edward. I spent most of my time with him. It was only every other week or so he left me to go hunt. I usually took the time to do girly things like shop or preen. I surely didn't want Edward to suffer watching the tortures that I have inflicted on me when I visit the beauty salon. I watched the river behind the Cullens' house while perched on Edward's bedroom window seat. The river was the last place I saw Edward, right before he leapt across and took off with his family through the trees. I knew it was pathetic just waiting here for his return. I felt like some lost little girl pining away for anyone to come and play with me. My heart leapt with excitement when my cell phone rang from the nightstand. Maybe it was Edward. I flopped on the bed, scrambling for my phone. I didn't bother to look at the caller ID. Hello. Hey, baby girl. Oh, hi, Mom. Don't you? Oh, hi, Mom, me. Sorry, Mom. Don't you miss me at all? Of course I do. I just thought you were. I didn't want to say it. I didn't want to admit that, as confusing as it all was, I was actually enjoying my time with Edward. What would she think of me if she knew of my growing affection for him? How would she react if I told her he was my best friend? Who did you think I was? Oh, Mom, if you must know, I thought that maybe you were Edward. Oh, you mean he's not there with you? No, Mom, he went on one final hunting trip with his family before the wedding. He'll be back tomorrow morning. Ah, yeah, I guess I was just hoping he would call to wish me a good night. I see. You see what? What do you see? There's nothing to see. Defensive. Mom, I whined. What aren't you telling me, Bella? That's the problem. I don't know what to tell you. Is he treating you well? You have no idea, Mom. Edward is so great. I've never met anyone so patient or caring. He doesn't act like a monster at all. He's so normal. Your father and I were very worried about you when you took off for Chicago. I know, Mom. I didn't want to leave, but I wasn't getting along with some of his family. It was my own fault. I didn't even give them a chance to get to know me. I was nasty to them when I got here and a few of them weren't treating me any better. Edward got frustrated that he and I weren't getting any one-on-one time. So we left. Your father was pretty upset that you left like that. He was ready to throttle Edward for taking advantage of his little girl. Oh, no. Is he still mad? No, he's not thrilled, mind you. But he calmed down after Edward proposed. You know your father and his old-fashioned values. He said, at least that boy is making an honest woman of her. I at my mom's deep-voiced effort to sound like my dad. Mom, you can tell Daddy that I'm still a virgin. Edward's been a complete gentleman. We haven't gone past the kissing and handholding stage. You kiss him. Oh, no. Here's where it gets ugly. I know. It's to be expected. You're being fork. Well, you know, you'll be married to him soon. Then my mom whispered, you know, that if there was anything I could do, I would. Quote, I know, Mom. I know that you're worried, but you don't have to be. Edward is really good to me. He promised me that once we conceived that we could go back to just being friends. I mean, we would still be married and live together. We would raise our child together. He just wouldn't expect me to sleep with him afterwards. That doesn't sound like much of a marriage, sweetheart. Why not just skip the awkward part and just get inseminated if that's the only goal anyway? I don't know, Mom. It made perfect sense to everyone else, but Arrow's a sick perv that gets his jollies from forcing women into lewd acts of a sexual nature. Edward told me he likes to watch his men rape the women they capture. In fact, the Volturi have turned it into a spectator's sport. Then how did you get off so easy? Edward can read minds. You know that, right? Yes, I've heard that. Well, anyway, he told me some of the stuff that was going on in Arrow's mind, the dog. Why Sam was forced to choose one of us girls. Edward told me Arrow was afraid that he'd have to kill all the wolves if he tried to force those kinds of things on one of their women. Arrow knew that Edward as single, and he suggested to Edward telepathically that he step up. Arrow was right. Sam was ready to attack. It was only because Edward proposed marriage that Sam agreed to it at all. I detect the sound of admiration in your voice. Is my little girl developing feelings for her fiancé? Would it be so horrible if I did? I don't know. I can't imagine what you must be going through. It's not the death sentence you make it out to be. I think I'm going to be happy with Edward. How happy? Mom, he's going to be my husband. Is it so wrong to be happily married? Of course not. I guess I do. Saint assumed you'd file for a divorce after a while. Edward got really upset when I asked him about that. He really wants us to try. He doesn't want the conception of our child to be meaningless. He told me he's completely committed to me and our future family. Edward thinks sex outside of marriage is wrong and that getting married only to conceive a child and get a divorce afterwards is worse. Yes, but how do you feel about it? I've never had to feel or think about any of this stuff until all this happened. You should have seen the broken look on Edward's face when I suggested we just get a divorce afterwards. I knew right then and there that I never wanted to hurt him again. On one hand, Edward's this strong, fierce vampire guy. I've seen his brothers try to wrestle with him. Neither one of them can best him. His father won't even try. Then on the other hand, Edward has the gentlest soul. That's all wonderful, sweetheart, but how can you spend the rest of your life with someone you don't love? Love. Do you love him, Bella? I don't know if it's love, but it's something. What do you think it is? I don't know. I'm so confused, Mom. I mean, what could be more awful than falling in love with the enemy? He's a vampire. I'm a werewolf. How is that ever going to work? Could you ever forgive me for wanting my marriage to Edward work? Bella, if Edward makes you happy, how could I get upset with you over that? If everything you say about him is true, he sounds like a decent enough guy. He is decent, and you have feelings for him. Like I said, there's definitely something. Do you want your marriage to work? I think I do. Is that okay? Yes, it's okay. It's more than okay. Really, Mom. I start to cry. Really, Bella, honey, don't cry. I'm sorry, Mama. It's been so hard to figure all this out. I didn't think I had anyone to talk to about this stuff. Bella, sweetheart, you can tell me anything. I know you're probably upset with me for not being able to protect you from all this. But you have to know I'll always be here for you. I am a little upset. It's more at Sam than you though. Talk to me, sweetheart. Tell me everything that's going on. Oh, Mama, I feel so many things and I'm so confused. I know I'm not ready for any of this. I'm too young to be a mom, and I'm definitely not ready to have an intimate relationship with someone. I want to come home, Mama. But at the same time I want to stay with Edward. I can't imagine my life without him now. And I'm afraid of so many things. I'm afraid I'll make a lousy mother and wife. I'm afraid that my first time will hurt and that I'll feel dirty afterwards. Edward and I are becoming such good friends, Mom. I'm afraid that sex will ruin our friendship. I'm afraid of how he makes me feel when we kiss. I'm afraid that I like it too much. I'm afraid I'm going to freeze up when he finally does more. All those things are normal fears to have when starting a relationship with someone. Tell me something, Bella. What is your biggest fear? I'm afraid I'm going to hurt him. How would that make you feel if you ever hurt him? I wouldn't want to survive it, Mom. He truly is a beautiful person, inside and out. Hurting him would be a crime. He's really just too perfect. If he wasn't a vampire, he would be perfect. Everything would be perfect. Oh, my mom laughed. It's happened. What's happened? It sounds to me like the only thing that's holding you back from letting yourself love him is the fact that he's vampire. That's not true. If I loved him, I sure as hell wouldn't care about that. Okay, maybe you're right, but if you don't love him, you really should divorce him. Besides, a friend of mine at work has this really cute son. I would really love to set you up with him. You two would make some very cute grandbabies, she whispered. All this whispering could only mean that Dad was home. I felt ill, truly sick at what she was suggesting. Mother, I'm not divorcing Edward to hook up with one of your friend's sons. I nearly shouted. Yes, but wouldn't you rather be with someone human? She whispered again. I was about to hang up on her. She was making me so angry. I don't want to be with anyone but Ed. Wow, what am I saying? With anyone but Edward. Is that what you were about to say? The way you talk about Edward, you'd think he was the best thing ever. You describe him as the perfect man. I know, honey, there's not a man alive that's more perfect than your dad, and let me tell you, he isn't perfect. Face it, sweetie. You're looking at Edward through rose-colored glasses. You love everything about him except that he's a vampire. Oops, Charlie, hold on. Mom's gone for a second. No worries, he's watching a game. Mom, I know Edward's not perfect. Do you? Name one flaw besides the obvious. I thought about it for a second and I couldn't. Not unless you called patient, affectionate, and sometimes overly protective flaws. Tell me, Bella. If everything changed and you no longer had to marry Edward and you were forced to move back here and never see him again. That would never happen, I growled. Suppose it did, Mom. It would break your heart, wouldn't it? I don't. Admit it, sweetie. You love him. No, Bella, you've imprinted on Edward. The sooner you admit it to yourself and him, the happier you both will be. That's impossible. My head is spinning. Is it possible? I didn't think so. No, it's not true. After October 10, 2010, it felt surreal pulling up to the tiny house that was once my home. I called my brother Seth earlier that day and he assured me he was home alone. Seth is bounding out of the house before we were even halfway down the driveway. His eyes are going wide with shock at the sight of Edward accompanying me, but even more shocked to see how huge I am with child. Sis, Seth is staring down at me with worried eyes. You look so uncomfortable. Is there anything I can do? I think he's grown another foot since I've seen him last. Tears are welling up in my eyes. I've missed my baby brother so much. You can rub my feet. Edward's chuckling beside me. He knows, being host to more foot rubs than he'd probably care to count, that I'm being serious. Seth is glaring at him. What is he doing here? Seth, come here. I'm wrapping him in my arms, as much of him as I can with my huge protruding belly. I'm cupping his cheek with my hand. I know it didn't seem like it at first, but I really am happy now. Edward makes me very happy. I want to convey to him that I think I've imprinted on Edward. But I still haven't talked to Edward about it. My sweet, beautiful husband, I feel like I've neglected him. I haven't even told him how much I love him. I want to, but I want to wait till I'm not a whale. I don't want him to think I'm only saying it because of the pregnancy hormones, or whatever, I don't know. It just doesn't feel right yet. I want him to know my feelings for him are for real. Oh, well, so I smile and nod. Well, Sam will have to accept him now. The whole tribe will. Edward's really part of our family. I only grin. Of course Edward's probably reading Seth's mind and now the jig is up. I'm smiling up at Edward's confused face. What's an imprint, sweet girl? I have a lot of explaining to do, but now's not the time, husband. Seth's shaking his head in wonderment. Sam's going to blow a fuse. He laughs, sticking out his hand in greeting to Edward. Welcome to the family, man. Thank you. I'm still tucked in at my brother's side, but I'm pulling away slightly so that I can see his face. Seth, I need you to do me a favor. Sure, sis, anything. I need you to phase in front of Dad when he gets home. Sis, that would be the one exception. Of course we'll clear it with Sam when he gets here. Dad deserves to know his grandchildren. And my children deserve to know about their Native American heritage. Especially when none of us know how much time we have left. The only way he'll be able to accept this is if he knows everything. Are you sure that's a good idea? I'd hate for our dad to kill over with a heart attack. If he doesn't die after seeing how huge I am, then he's probably fairly safe. Besides, Edward's a doctor. Edward is rolling his eyes. She loves reminding me of that. It's true, I'm arguing. Are you, really? Seth's looking at him with wide eyes. I hold 2 medical degrees. He's never practiced. Too young looking. Seth is nodding in understanding. So, Sam's on his way over. Yeah, I called I am to give him the heads up that I was bringing Edward. What did he say to that? He tried to argue with me, but I reminded him that if he would have kept Jacob in check then I would have never had to marry Edward in the first place. But now that we are happily married he has no choice but to accept Edward as part of the tribe. Wow, this is going to be an interesting day. Does Mom know you're home? No, but how are Mom and Dad holding up since Leah disappeared? Sam hasn't told them yet. As far as they know Leah and Riley are still on their honeymoon. That's right, Leah was supposed to get married 2 weeks after we did. How did the wedding go? Never mind. What does it matter now? So her husband's missing too? Edward is asking. This is the first we've heard that anyone besides Leah may be missing. Yeah, I'm afraid so. When Carlisle called to tell us the Volturi contacted him about Leah, Sam called her cell phone. One of the leeches answered and confirmed that they had Leah and she was safe for now. But they regretted to inform us the male had to die. Poor Leah. Riley was her one. I know, Seth's agreeing. She'll be out for blood. I hope she doesn't do anything stupid to get herself killed. Well anyway, let's get you inside and off your feet. Edward is sweeping me off my feet. Hey, I can walk, you know. Sorry love, I can't let you do that. It's too painful for me to watch. Seth's chuckling. I know what you mean, man. I'm pouting. I hate being fat. Would you stop? You are not fat. You're pregnant, sweet girl, and it's not the same thing. I'm smiling at him. He's always insisting that I'm beautiful. He's following Seth in the house. He's setting us on the love seat with me on his lap. Seth is sitting beside us. Just as we get comfortable, the doorbell is ringing. Come in, Seth calls out. Sam, Paul, Embry and Quill walk through the door. Edward's wrapping his arms around me, protectively placing his hands on our babies. I can feel his cold lips on my shoulder. A silent reminder that we're in this together. You brought a leech to our home, Bella, Paul snarls. Edward's not a leech. He's a good husband to me and I won't let you speak to him so disrespectfully. Leech lover, Paul seethed. I'm raising my hand, pushing out of myself all the hurt and humiliation I've been made to suffer over the years. Paul is landing on his ass. He's beginning to shake. Embry, Quill, please take Paul outside, Sam is commanding them. I'm sorry about that, Edward. I am aware that your kind has special abilities. I'm asking you to refrain from using them on our people. Bella tells me you're her imprint. That makes you a part of our family, our tribe, our community. You, Bella, your children will always have a home here. You need not fear us. Quote, first of all, I just have to say, as Bella's husband, I'm honored to be a part of your tribe, her family, this community. I understand it must be difficult for you to accept me even if I am Bella's imprint. Not that I know what that is. Bella is yet to explain that one to me. With that being said, I'm not the one who knocked Paul on his ass. That was Bella's doing. I didn't exactly say to him that you're my imprint, Edward. I did imply it though. Is he or isn't he? Sam's asking as if he's ready to throw Edward out on his ear if I tell him the wrong thing. Yes, he is. I was waiting to tell him. I wanted to make it special. I see. Quote, Edward's got this confused kind of smile playing on his lips while he's letting his eyes skip back and forth between Sam and myself. I can only guess what Sam's thinking. Edward's gasping. Oh, wow, I'm that to you. His eyes are filling with wonder. I'm pouting, leaning my head on his shoulder. I didn't want you to find out like this. When did you know? I've suspected for a long time now. But I was too stubborn to admit it to myself. Before or after the wedding. I'm rolling my eyes. I'm looking down at my lap. Edward tilts my chin back up to force me to look him in the eye. Before. But that's not why we're here, I'm reminding him. Edward's leaning forward. A shiver of pleasure is running through me as he kisses my nose. Of course, I'm blushing. Edward's chuckling at my reaction. Later, sweet girl. I'm only able to nod my agreement. Bella, would you like to tell me what exactly happened with Paul? I'm proceeding to tell him about the morning after our wedding night when the Volturi's witch attacked Edward. Sam is looking at me with concerned outrage. So you basically tossed them out on their ears. I'm nodding. No wonder they went after Leah. A surge of guilt is suddenly welling up inside of me. Leah will never forgive me. Poor Riley. It's not your fault, sweet girl. Do you realize what this means? Sam is asking me as if I hadn't said anything. Edward's searching Sam's thoughts. His mouth is falling open. What? My eyes are traveling between the two of them. You're the one, they're both saying at the same moment. Before August 12, 2009. Once upon a time there was a shy girl who lived on a reservation with her family, a beautiful full Native American mother, a handsome mostly Italian police chief father, an older bitchy half-sister, who was also a full Native American, and a sweet mixed breed baby brother just like herself. That was me, the shy girl with the beautiful family. On the outside looking in, one would think this was just another normal family with normal problems and that I was a normal teenager. How could anyone know about the pain and the darkness? How could anyone know about the rage that threatened to engulf me? I suppose I should have been happy. After years of taunting and being bullied, mostly by my bitchy older sister and her cronies, I was finally making friends. I was part of something bigger than myself. I was the shy girl with no friends, other than her baby brother, to speak of. Then to be thrust to the top of the food chain. Everything was just crazy. Once upon a time, I was the shy girl that had her whole future planned out. In a year's time I'd be off to college, studying to be an English major. I wanted to be a teacher and then maybe in my spare time, maybe even write a novel or two. I was going to come back home and share my knowledge with the children of our tribe. Okay, so it wasn't an exciting plan, but it was a plan. I thought it a good plan and best of all, it was one of my choosing. None of that was going to happen now. My life was no longer my own. My life belonged to Sam and the rest of the council, but mostly to my tribe. This night was to be an initiation of sorts. This night over a bonfire surrounded by friends and council members, over old stories and enough roasted weenies to feed a third world nation, us newbies were going to be welcomed into the pack. Sam, our mentor, tried to help us see that it wasn't the end of the world. He told us we were special, that we were a part of something important. I couldn't entirely disagree, but at the same time I didn't agree either. All I knew was that my life was no longer my own. All of us, mostly scared teenagers, sat around the campfire, our lives all drastically changing, having been rafted into a war none of us knew existed. This is where they would tell us the stories of how it all began. Billy Black sat before us in his wheelchair. He was to be the storyteller for this evening. It was too bad the poor man has been left in the care of his insufferable prick of a son, Jacob Black. Unfortunately Jacob was here tonight as well. I wasn't sure where but I could feel his cold stare boring through me. I looked around cautiously only to find him leering at me from 3 people to my right of the circle everyone was sitting in. I quickly focused my attention straight ahead just as old Quill nodded to Billy, giving him the signal to begin. I'd heard these stories many times growing up. Our tribe's elders and my mother insisted they were legends and that they held many truths. Shish. He encouraged me to take each story to heart and remember them because they were a part of my heritage. Of course back then, being at such a young tender age, I thought all those stories were a crock of shit. However, now that I'm older and I know these stories to be true, it pains me to think of how disrespectfully I thought of them all. For many of you here, this is your first council meeting. You've heard our legends many times over the course of your young lives. This is the first time you will know these stories to be more than mere legend. These stories are indeed our histories. These are the histories of how we as a people survived, how we conquered our enemies and how we came to be. The first is the story of the spirit warriors. Billy regaled us with the story of Kaheleha, our first great spirit chief. How he and his warriors scared away their enemies for Quileute lands. Next was the story of Taha Aki and the greedy Utlapa and how Taha Aki became our first shapeshifter. Then he got to the story of the Cold Ones and the third wife and her sacrifice. I shuddered to think about these creatures and how even in the neighboring town, a tiny insignificant town such as Forks, there lived a fairly large coven of them. The Cullens. Unfortunately our tribe had a treaty with them. They were untouchable so long as they never bite a human and in return they would leave our peep in peace and never step foot on our lands. I had never seen a vampire before, but I was anxious to do my part in defending my tribe should one venture into our territory. Finally Billy got to the art of our tribe's histories that told of an old shaman, Kai Chal. Kai Chal was a well-respected medicine man in his day. He had great spirit power. He was the last known Quileute whose spirit self could leave his body. It has been written that Kai Chal could talk to the spirits of our ancestors in his dreams and talk to the spirits of living animals when he went on his spirit walks. The spirits would warn him of impending dangers. When Kai Chal learned of a threat he would go on a spirit walk and talk to the spirits of the animals and call upon them to help protect our tribe from other tribe. that sought to do the Quileute people harm. Now I had been some time since the Quileute people had any contact with a Cold One. Not a single person had phased into a wolf in generations. As a result, the Quileute people stopped believing in their histories concerning the Cold Ones and the tribe's children turning into wolves. That all changed the night Kai Chao had a terrifying dream vision. Spirits of our ancestors warned him that in a lifespan of a wolf there would be 4 Cold Ones that would wipe out the Quileute and Macaw people. Our ancestors urged Kai Chao to go on a spirit walk, and plead to our wolf brothers and sisters to merge their spirits with those of the tribe's children. Kai Chao did as the ancestors suggested, and many children came in contact with their wolf. The Quileute people didn't think too much of this because it was well known that wolves never harm the Quileute people, just as the Quileute people never harm the wolves. The wolves are considered extended family because the Quileute people believed that they were descended from wolves. Now, by this time Kai Chao was a very old man. When Kai Chao told the tribe about his dream vision and warned them about the Cold Ones and what he did in regards to pleading with the wolves to merge their spirits with that of the children's, most of the Quileute people laughed at him and called him senile. When several years had passed and the tribe's children started phasing into wolves, the children's parents became outraged. They were angry with Kai Chao for doing this to their children. They cried out to him to speak to the ancestors on their children's behalf and find out if there was anything they could do to relieve this burden off their children. Kai Chao fell into a deep sleep. He slept for 3 suns and 3 moons. When he finally awoke, the tribe was not happy with what the ancestors had to say. Kai Chao explained to them that there was nothing that they could do for their children except to teach them patience. However, the ancestors showed him a vision of a great swan, that would come to destroy all the evil Cold Ones that sought to harm the Quileute people. The is prophesied to unite with a race of good Cold Ones, and together with them and her children will protect the Quileute people, releasing future Quileute children from the burden of phasing into wolves. Disappointed and angry, the tribe asked Kai Chao to leave and never return. Before leaving, Kai Chao warned them to keep a lookout for the Cold Ones' attack. It was only 7 moons later when the Cold Ones finally attacked. Even though there were over a dozen wolves, they were still young and inexperienced. Many from the tribe died along with most of the wolf children. Even so, they managed to take out 3 of the Cold Ones until all that was remaining was 1 Cold One against 2 of the eldest wolves. It ended with the last 2 wolves tearing the Cold One to shreds. They then proceeded to burn all traces of the Cold One's body parts. When all was said and done, some of the Quileute people realized that everything that Kai Chao had ever said to them eventually came to pass. This gave them hope that the prophecy of the would come true. Still, there were many others that were skeptical. To this day, the Quileute people remain divided on whether or not to believe such a creature as the exists. All we know for sure is the existence of the Cullens makes prophecy more plausible. That is, if you believe they're actually good. Leave it to Paul to be rude and disrespectful. Sam only glared at him. I, however, was inclined to agree with him. The very idea that a creature that's nature instinct was to suck the life's blood out of another creature being good, I just didn't believe it was possible. After October 10, 2010. You're the one, he's saying in complete awe. His lips are trailing down my neck, across my collarbone. Shut up, I whine. My tone is teasing, but he's seriously starting to irritate me. You know you love me, he's whispering against my skin, his cold breath sending a shiver down my spine. Edward, I'm warning him. Say it. He's pulling back, capturing my gaze. He's got this gorgeous, fucking, shit-eating grin on his face. I'm rolling my eyes. Say it, out loud. He's growling. He's been like this since we came back from La Push. Edward, I'm really nervous. You're not helping. Come on, baby. I need to hear you say it. My parents are going to be here in an hour. That's plenty of time. Please, sweet girl. Edward, I'm in love with you. And he's crashing his lips to mine with a deep-throated groan. Cold, sweet, delicious kisses. I just want to devour him. You taste so good, I'm moaning. Better than a scoop of chocolate ice cream. Ever so gently he's turning my body around. He's poking his erection against my ass as he's cupping my breasts. This is what addiction must feel like, because I can't get enough of him. He's like fucking heroin to me. His hands are traveling downward, over my baby bump, sliding beneath the waistband of my maternity pants. God, this is so not sexy. What are you talking about, sweet girl? He's purring in my ear at the same time his fingers find my clit. You have no idea how fucking sexy you are like this. Edward Cullen's got a potty mouth. Me likey, I'm giggling. You've been a very bad influence on me, you naughty girl. Something tells me you've had it in you all along. You're just too much of a gentleman to let me see it most the time. I'm reaching behind me to slide my hand down the front of his jeans to squeeze his cock. Fuck, I'm giggling at his four-lettered expletive. You got a thing for pregnant ladies, Mr. Cullen. Hell no, I've got a thing for my woman carrying my babies. What better way to mark you as mine? Sweet girl, I planted my seed in you. There's nothing fucking sexier than that to me. Now I can feel my cloths being ripped from my body. I'm standing naked before my husband in the bathroom mirror. I'm smiling because he makes short work of his own cloths and he's standing behind me caressing our babies with his strong, cold, large, but gentle hands. Do you know what I see right now? You say such awful things about yourself in this state. You call yourself fat. Nothing could be farther from the truth. I see everything that I cherish wrapped up in one convenient package. You have no idea how excited I've been to watch your body swell to accommodate our children. Children that I now know we created out of our love. So damn straight, that makes you beautiful. Don't you ever forget it. Edward's scooping me up, carrying me to our bed. He's laying me on my side climbing in behind me. Our lovemaking has been slow out of necessity lately, to my endless frustration. But I'm feeling, as his cold shaft presses into my heat, it's not going to take much to get me there. Edward, he's groaning. I'm almost there, baby. Please. He's starting to thrust faster and I'm falling apart. Stars dancing across my vision. He's grunting out my name as he comes deep inside me. I'm turning my head, kissing him softly. Say it again, Bella. I love you, Edward. I'm so in love with you. I thought I'd never hear you say it. Edward's gently turning my body around so that I can snuggle into his side. I'm so sorry. I didn't want you to find out that way. I was waiting to tell you when I wasn't so huge. Why? I don't know. It felt all wrong. I want you to believe me. Are you trying to tell me pregnant women are prone to lie about their feelings? Of course not. Oh my goodness. I was being so silly. I don't know why I felt I should wait. So this imprinting thing, how exactly does it work? I feel like I have a lot to apologize for. I've been drawn to you from the beginning. You have to understand though. I was feeling all these things for you and because of what you were it didn't make any sense to me. I heard all these horrible stories about vampires and then come to find the first vampire I get close to I feel like this magnetic force is pulling me towards you. I'm hearing the doorbell along with my father's impatient knock. I'm laughing at Edward's pout face. It's just like my dad to be early. After October 10, 2010. You bastard. You made her like this. Bella. Look at you. Seth told me you're a werewolf like him. What hell made you decide to marry a vampire? Now you're pregnant with. Charlie's blowing out a gust of air. What the hell are you pregnant with? I'm gasping, trying to keep my tears at bay. Sir, Edward's saying, trying to remain patient. You. Charlie is thrusting his finger into Edward's chest. Just shut the hell up. You took her away from me. You did this to her. My God, what's going to happen when your two little demon spawn want to come out? What are they going to do? Claw their way out? I'm seeing red. My hands are beginning to tremble in that familiar way just before I wolf out. Charlie, maybe you better go and come back after you've had a chance to cool down. Don't you ever tell me what to do. Bella is my daughter. No bloodsucking bastard is going to keep me away from her. Of course not. Edward is grabbing me. I couldn't help my reaction. I slipped and I was about to attack my own father. Father or not, no one talks to my mate that way. No one calls my baby's demon spawn. Edward's pulling me tight against him, pressing his lips against my ear. Bella, baby, calm down. What the hell is wrong with her? There's nothing wrong with her. Bella's reaction is perfectly normal for her kind. You need to leave before you get hurt. I can feel my nails growing longer. The angry tone of Edward's voice only adds fuel to the fire. Are you threatening me? Can't you see what you're doing to her? Bella's about to lose control, and with her extra abilities I don't know if I can stop her from coming after you. Charlie's finally backing off, muttering as he exits the house. I never thought I'd see the day my own damn daughter wanted to kill me. She doesn't want to kill you, Charlie. Edward's shouting after him. If she did, you'd already be dead. I'll have Bella call you when she's calmed down. Don't bother. I don't think I have a daughter anymore. A ferocious roar is emitting out of Edward's chest. The sound is the final straw for me. I'm phasing. Luck. Charlie's already in his cruiser, having been scared by Edward's outburst. He's peeling out as I race after him. Bella. ARRP. I'm whimpering as I feel a sharp stabbing pain in my abdomen. I'm collapsing on the ground. I can't move. I can't think. My babies are squirming like crazy and the pain is unbearable. I'm hearing my dad's cruiser come to screeching halt in the driveway and a swish of the air as Edward rushes to get to me. Bella. Shish, sweet girl. Don't move, let me look at you. What's going on? Charlie's running up to us. I swear I didn't go near her with the car. She just collapsed. I know, Charlie. I saw everything. Bella. Honey. I'm sorry, baby girl. I didn't mean any of that. It's just that with Leah missing and Seth and you and now this. Not now, Charlie. Apologize later. Right now I have to get her inside. Can she understand me like this? Edward's laugh is humorless. Yes, Charlie. Her mind's the same when she's a wolf. She's still the same beautiful girl inside this wolf form. I just thought. Never mind that right now. Do you have a blanket in that cruiser? Yes, I'll get it. The babies are kicking, struggling. Something's terribly wrong. Edward's rubbing my tummy, trying to soothe me, but everything hurts. My heart is pounding so hard I can feel it in my head. Charlie's back with the blanket. Edward's grabbing it away from him, placing it over my trembling form. Listen to me, sweet girl. I need to get you inside. But I need you to phase back first. Please, sweetheart. I'm not a veterinarian. Edward, it hurts. I don't think I can. Edward's eyes are widening in surprise. Bella. I don't know how, but I can hear you, baby. Try for me, sweetheart. I have to deliver our babies. Do it for them. Oh, God. My babies. They're frantic. Edward. What's happening to them? No. Oh God. Bella, no. You have to phase. They're having trouble breathing. What the hell's going on? Charlie's screaming as Edward lifts me in his arms. He takes off Tawa. RDS the house to the room Carlisle has set up for the delivery. I got you. Phase, baby, please. Carlisle. Edward's talking frantically on his phone, ignoring an equally frantic Charlie. I need to start emergency C-section. I need you. No. Damn. I think the placenta has detached. It's a long story. I'll keep you on speaker. What can I do? What can I do? Charlie, don't panic. Try to keep Bella calm. Charlie's patting my head. I'm growling at him. Carlisle starts talking to me through the phone. I know it hurts, Bella, but you need to phase back. For the baby's sake, please try. Quote, I know he's right. I know he's right. It's okay, sweet girl. Just take a deep breath. Edward's standing ready by my tummy. Through the mind-dizzying pain, through my blood pounding in my head, through my baby's squirming, kicking, clawing to get out, through Charlie annoyingly scratching behind my ears like I'm his favorite pet, through it all I'm desperately trying to concentrate. I'm squeezing my eyes shut tight, inhaling deeply. I'm trying desperately to remember how in the hell I phased to begin with. I'm concentrating on my hands and feet first. Phasing itself is not pleasant to begin with. Add to that this situation and it's simply unbearable. That's it, sweet girl. You're doing it. You have to hurry, son. The babies are probably in distress. Edward, get them out now. Calm down, Bella. Edward's rubbing my hip while I'm completing my transformation. Good job, sweetheart. I'm just going to lay you on your back now. Edward quickly but gently eases me on my back before pulling the blanket back to expose my lower half. I'm going to give you some morphine. No, Edward, I'm crying now. Just get them out. It's okay, honey. Your husband knows what he's doing, my father AYS as if he knows anything at all about Edward's medical training. This is good, son. Just hold your breath. You remember where to cut. Yes, father. I can feel the scalpel slicing through my flesh. I begin to hyperventilate. Keep her calm, Charlie. Damn it, kid. Quit yelling at me. Shut up, both of you. I'm yelling at them. Okay, Edward. Carlisle's voice calls through the phone, ignoring our rant. The babies should be in a protective husk. You'll need to bite through it. A scalpel won't begin to penetrate. Okay, I see it. Hurry, Edward. I'm starting to panic. The babies stopped moving. Edward sinks his teeth into the husk. A crunching sound, like crumbling stone, is following. Now the sound of my wailing infants fills the room. Get me some towels, Charlie. Please let me hold one. I'm pleading with my husband. Edward's grin is breathtaking. We have one of each, sweet girl. Charlie holds open a towel for Edward to place one baby, our son, in and quickly swaddle him while Edward takes the other towel to swaddle our little girl. Here's your mommy, baby girl, Edward's cooing as he places our daughter in my arms. You did great, son. Congratulations, Bella and Edward. Esme and I will be home within the hour, Carlisle proudly called through the phone before hanging up. I'll give you some morphine before I stitch you up, Bella. You sure are a handsome little fellow. Charlie's talking babyish to our son. Oh my, you're strong too. I think he wants his mommy too, Grandpa. I'm smiling up at my dad after tucking my baby girl into one arm and holding out the other for my son. Gimme, gimme. Edward and Charlie both are chuckling at my excitement. Grandpa, wow, that will take some getting used to. Charlie's leaning down to kiss my forehead. I'm so sorry I upset you like that. I just don't understand why all his is happening. I didn't even get the full story why Leah's missing and then I find out about you and Edward and these little people. It's just overwhelming, sweetheart. I know, Dad. I knew you was going to be upset, but I had to tell you. You have the right to know. And I wanted you to know your grandchildren. I'm sorry I lost my temper. Bella, sweet girl, it's not something you're able to completely control yet. That's the main reason Sam chose Leah over you. What are you talking about? Charlie is asking in confusion, hedging on anger. Dad, it's a long story. I promise I'll tell you everything, but long story short, Edward and I have an arranged marriage. Like hell. Charlie's glaring at Edward. Dad, none of this is Edward's fault. All he's ever done is try to keep me safe. Edward's good to me, and we've come to love each other very much. Bella, honey, he's not exactly human. Yeah, I know, Dad, but neither am I. Charlie's sighing, looking down at his now sleeping grandchildren. You two sure do make some beautiful babies. Prettiest babies I've ever seen. Sorry, that's including you and Seth. I know, I'm agreeing. They're my two little sweet peas. Edward's standing after completing the task of stitching me up. He's pulling the blanket down over my legs, now walking around the bed to gently take our daughter in his arms. I'm moving over to make room for him on the bed. They're our two little sweet peas, he's correcting. I feel like a complete jackass now, Charlie berated himself. It's obvious you two are good for each other. I'm sorry I didn't see that right away, and I'm sorry I said those awful things about you, Edward, and your children. They truly are perfect. Thanks, Charlie. I love my family. I know this is a lot for anyone to take in. I appreciate that, Edward. No problem. Bella, honey, I'm going to take off. If it's okay, I'd like to bring your mom and Seth by tomorrow. Sure, Dad. Love you, kid. Charlie's bending down to kiss the top of my head again. Love you too, Dad. I'm sighing contentedly as I watch my father leave. Edward's smiling down at our baby girl, nestled in his arms. He must be feeling me watch him because he's gazing over at me with a warm smile. I can see the love he has for me and our children shining in his eyes. My father was right. We are good for each other and our babies are perfect. It didn't matter that they were part vampire. I'd never seen two more perfect beings. Pale with bronze locks like their father. It was still too early to tell what color eyes they would have. If only they could have Edward's eye color from when he was human. It would be nice for him to be able to retain that small part of his humanity. Oh, Edward, they're so beautiful, just like their mother. They have your hair. They have your cute button nose. I'm rolling my eyes. Edward, all babies have button noses. Well, I don't want them to inherit my big schnozzle. Especially our daughter. I'm giggling at his silly word for nose. It makes me think of the over-exaggerated noses on the Sesame Street puppets. I think your nose is very handsome. If our daughter does inherit your nose, she'll no doubt have a female version. Either way, she'll be beautiful. We should figure out names for them. Edward's changing the subject. You don't like Sweet Pea 1 and Sweet Pea 2. Edward's laughing, shaking his head. No, sweet girl. Our two little sweet peas have popped out of their pod. Now they need real names. He's right, of course. Our babies needed names and I want our babies' names to be special. With all the horrible things that have befallen both our families recently, I thought I had the perfect names picked out. I have some suggestions. Yeah, I'm nodding with a smile. What do you think of Carly Leah Cullen for our daughter and Riley Anthony Cullen for our son? Yes, Carly spelled C-A-R-L-I-E would be a combination of both our father's names. I like that. I'm nodding because his assessment was spot on. I know my sister and I haven't exactly gotten along all these years. I know she's harbored a lot of jealousy towards me and Seth. I think it was hard for her to accept Charlie as her stepdad, especially after Seth and I came along. I know you love your sister. I do, and deep down, I know she loves me too. And if something happens and I never see her again, don't think like that, sweet girl. I'll try not to. A few moments pass in silence, thinking about Leah, but I'm finally ready to talk again. What do you think of the boy name? I like it too. Leah will be pleased that you've honored her beloved this way. I hope so. I don't want to mention of his name to cause her pain. I don't think it will. You didn't say anything about the middle name I picked. Well, I know how much you like my middle name. He's chuckling as if he'd just told the funniest joke. And how would you know that? By the way, you're always screeching my full name, with emphasis on the name Anthony, when you're mad at me. I'm smacking his arm. Yep. I do like getting mad at you just so I can screech your name. Edward's laughing. He's kissing me on the cheek. Thank you for making me a daddy, sweet girl. You're welcome. Thank you for being a good daddy and a terrific husband. You're very welcome, my love. And now I think it's time I got my beautiful family cleaned up and dressed before the rest of the Cullens get here. Yes, please. Before May 25, 2009. As I walked down the hall, I could feel the hairs stand up on the back of my neck, adrenaline flooded my veins, and I could smell the fear in the air. It was like so many other days here in the halls of hell. If bad intentions could float around freely like dust motes, they'd be sticking to me like Velcro. I could actually sense the impending ambush. This was high school. After 3 years of being ostracized and bullied, I was finally rounding out to my 4th and final year. This fall I'd start school again as a senior. I held my head high, refusing to show my fear. I didn't care if they hit me, kicked me, spit on me, or called me names. I wouldn't give them the satisfaction of seeing me cry. Then, as if to test my newfound determination and bravery, down the hall I could hear someone cry out in agony. Sounds of laughter were echoing off the walls right along with the poor tortured soul's anguish. The sound was coming from the room my tormentors dubbed the room of pain, which was really only a supply closet. Enough was enough. I wasn't going to take it anymore, and I sure as hell wasn't going to stand by and let anyone else be tortured. I opened the door, slamming it against some lockers, trying to make as much noise as I could. What I saw inside was the last straw that broke the camel's back. Paul LaHote held my baby brother with his arms pinned behind his back while Jacob Black took potshots at his stomach. "What in the hell do you think you're doing? Ew. Looky, Paul. We have a live one. Do you think she wants to play with us?" Jacob sneered. As if I would be desperate enough to want to play with that stupid half-breed. "Ah, come on, Paul. Don't be so hard on her. Wouldn't you like to feel those pretty little legs wrapped around your waist just once? Surely she's good for a fast fuck. That's about all she's good for." I could feel my stomach twist in knots. It was all I could do not to lose my breakfast. They had never threatened me with this kind of thing before. I couldn't tell if they were ally contemplating raping me or if they were just saying those nasty things to mess with my head. I wasn't planning on sticking around to find out. I backed up to the middle of the hallway. "Put him the fuck down, Paul," I screamed at the top of my lungs. "Shut up, you stupid bitch. You're hurting him. Leave Seth alone." Paul dropped Seth as he stepped towards me. "Run, Seth. Maybe I should shove my cock down your throat. That would shut you up," Jacob hissed. Seth stood on shaky legs, stumbling down the hall as fast as he could. Jacob reached out his hand to grab my arm, but I kicked him in the balls and ran before he could get a good hold on me. Jacob squealed like a baby girl. I glanced over my shoulder to see him falling over to clutch his junk while Paul laughed his ass off at him. "You'd better watch your back. I'm going to get you for this, Bella," Jacob screamed 2 octaves higher than his normal voice would normally allow. I finally caught up to Seth when I rounded the corner. He was slumped over holding his stomach. "Come on, let's go to the office. We can't let them get away with this." "No way. I'm not going anywhere. Seth, we have to stop them. They could have hurt you." He grimaced as he looked up at me. "Okay, so they probably did hurt you. I need to take you to the nurse." "No, I'm not telling on them. It'll only make things worse." "Seth." "No, Bella, you don't understand. They promised to hurt." "Who did they threaten? What did they say?" "No, I'm not telling you anything, and I'm not ratting them out." "Fine, I'm telling Dad. He can't help us, Bella." "No one can. Jacob's the golden boy of the tribe. He's going to be chief." "We don't have chiefs anymore. We have a council." Jacob's behavior is the perfect example as to why we have a council. It doesn't matter. The council will side with him. You know they will. Jacob can get away with anything he wants. "Well, I'm not letting him get away with this," I growled at my brother. After October 10, 2010, the rest of the Cullens are finally home. We're all sitting around the living room supposedly taking turns holding the twins, to which Edward and I haven't gotten a turn since they all got home an hour ago. My poor husband is pouting adorably. I know how he feels. They were only born a few hours ago and we're already having to share them. "Are you going to nurse them?" Esme is asking. I'm ooking up to see all eyes on me, including Edward's. "I'm not sure. I have a lot of questions about that. I've noticed they have teeth. Are those the twins' real baby teeth, or are they the kind of teeth that can be removed?" Carlisle and Edward are laughing. "Bella, what you're referring to are called natal teeth." My smarty pants husband is smirking at me. I'm rolling my eyes, sending him a clear mess. Age that he might as well tell me all about it. We both know he's going to anyway. Natal teeth are rare and are present at the time of birth. They have very small roots and are often removed to make it easier for the mother to nurse. "Thank you for the lesson, Drive. Cullen." I'm teasing Edward. Carlisle chuckles at the doctor. Cullen jab. "May I please see Riley?" "Rosalie," Carlisle's asking Rose Pollitt. "Ely, because she's sitting right next to him with Riley in her arms." Rosalie lets out a small growl. "Come on, Rosie. Dad only wants to examine his teeth," Emmett's chastising her gently. "Fine," she's snarling. Carlisle is stroking Riley's teeth with his finger. "Ouch," he's hissing. abruptly shoving his finger in his own mouth, sucking hard. Venom. Edward's asking. Carlisle shakes his head in affirmation. Edward is standing. Jasper. Let me see Carly. Edward takes our daughter and begins to rub her teeth as well. What is it? No venom, but her teeth are stronger than any human toddler. They're probably as strong as ours. I wouldn't advise breastfeeding Bella. I shuddered. No, Emmett's laughing. Ass hat, I'm muttering. This only makes him laugh harder. Edward's growling at him. I don't even want to know what he's thinking to get my husband upset. Should I pump? I'm asking Carlisle. Surely they need something other than blood all the time. Edward is still growling. I'm looking at him in annoyance, but his focus is no longer on Emmett. He's staring out the window, brows furrowed, nostrils flared, teeth snarling. The hairs on the back of my neck are standing at attention. Edward, I'm whispering. I'm feeling that all too familiar tremble that racks my body just before I wolf out. Edward's issuing orders. Esme, take Carly. Carlisle, hold tight to Riley. We have company. Keep the babies behind the rest of us. Who's here? I'm asking. It's Felix and Jacob with several other members of the Volturi Guard. What? Jacob's with? He's betrayed everyone. Bella. Did they bring Leah? No. At one time in my life I'd be in the corner, cowering like a frightened mouse. But what the Volturi didn't know is that life taught me all about bullies and how to deal with them. You had to grab them by the balls and squeeze hard. Edward taught me that some things were worth fighting for. My family was certainly worth fighting for. My sister was worth fighting for. Right now, in this moment, there wasn't a damn thing I was afraid of. I wasn't even afraid of losing my family, because they might have got Leah, but they sure as hell wasn't taking anyone else from me. Edward knows me so well. He knows what I was capable of. He's trying to holding me back. Shit's about to hit the proverbial fan and there isn't going to be a Volturi soldier left standing, and Edward knows that too. Edward's looking at me. He's pleading with me with his eyes. I know he wants me to let him handle it, but I've had just about enough shit from the leech squad as I'm going to take. Jasper. Emmett. Hold her back. You'd think twice about that if you value your family jewels. I'm fuming. Hey, man. You're on your own. My jewels are priceless heirlooms. Emmett is stepping down. Would you be serious for 5 fucking seconds? Jasper is seething at Emmett. Just saying. Get the fuck out of my way. My claws are up. The vampire triplets are on their asses. I love them. Oop, don't be standing in this wolf girl's way when she's on a mission. I'm out the door. Felix, Jacob and 10 other Volturi are standing at the edge of the Cullen's lawn, waiting for our approach. I'm only partially phased. I'm wanting to have my say before I tear their lily-white asses to shreds. Where's my sister? If you fuckers don't give her back, you 12 won't be the last of the leech squad to get your asses ground into the dirt. Quote, such language. We're merely here to negotiate a transfer. Damn, Edward, your wife has some serious hairy-ass legs. You actually like it when she wraps those things around you. Emmett, would you, please, shut the fuck up? Edward's snarling. My concentration is briefly thwarted as a shot of animal lust shoots right to my girly bits. Damn, I love it when he cusses. Felix is taking advantage, grabbing me by the throat. Give me one of your fucking little brats or I'm going to snap her neck. No, Edward's screaming. I'm phasing, pushing my front paws in Felix's face. His grip is loosening as I mentally shove him against a tree. Jacob and the 10 other Volturi get knocked on their asses right after. Edward, you can jump in anytime now. I'm projecting my thoughts to him. He's looking at me, his brow is furrowed. Yeah, that's right, hubby. It's time to kick some Volturi ass. You in. He expression sets in determination. His eyes are sparkling with mischief. He's smirking. Get ready to rumble. Guys, Edward's addressing his family. Hey, that's my line, Emmett's whining. I'm shaking off what's left of my shredded clothing. Slowly my family and D.I. are advancing towards our uninvited guests. Felix's eyes are widening in terror. The rest of the Volturi are scrambling around him in confusion. Edward's laughing. That's right, Fuckwit, you just had to go and piss her off. Now you get the honor of watching her tear your ass up as she feeds it to you. I'm purring. Damn, I love your potty mouth. Edward's eyes are flashing towards me briefly. There it is again, that smirk. He's all yours, sweet girl. The rest of us can take care of this other garbage. Ah, man, where'd da whittle bitty puppy go? Emmett's pouting. I should go look for him. Leave him. Arrow won't like that he left all his men to die. He'll get his. Edward's ever the voice of reason. Ah man. Emmett's kicking the dirt like a toddler. What makes you think you stand a chance against us, Cullen? Felix is trying to ask bravely. Let's see. Could it be that you're cowering behind all your little friends? Or maybe it's because your puppy ran off. Why don't you ladies build a nice big bonfire for our guests here? Jasper's asking Rose and Alice. They're both laughing maniacally, making Flex visually cringe. Can you hold them all, sweet girl? I'm nodding affirmative. Don't worry, we'll save Felix just for you, he's assuring me. Thank you, babe. I'm using all my telekinetic strength to push the leech squad down hard, literally grinding their asses in the dirt, as promised. Their collective snarling only makes me grind harder. If only they could turn purple. Edward and his brothers are at the pile. Edward's making a show trying to decide which one gets to be first. How about the pretty blonde one with the bright red eyes? He looks like a real pussy. Cat. Emmett's throwing in the last word for Esme's benefit, I'm sure. From our language so far I can only imagine why. There's like 5 blonde ones here. Which one are you talking about? This one. Edward's pointing and the vampire in question begins whimpering. He looks like a poo. Well, you know, too. But it's the one under him I want first. The first vampire is visually relaxing while the second one starts to squirm. For the love of all that's holy. Can we just kill these bastards already? Their emotional states are going to make me cry. Jasper's growling, grabbing up the first one, the not-so-pretty one. No, the vampire's crying. Tell us where Leah is. Edward's getting in his face. You'll never get to her. He's shaking his head, refusing to tell us. Edward's ripping his head off. Save the cloaks, girls. Rose and Alice are nodding in agreement. Edward's grabbing the second one off the pile. The pretty one. Now are you going to tell me what I want to know? Why yes. But my friend was right. She'll be hard to get to. You've seen what my girl can do. Do you really think anything can stop us? Alec. Yeah, Alec is going down too. Trust me, nothing can penetrate her mind. Tell us where she is and I'll let you live. You'd better keep your mouth shut, Dale. Felix is hissing at him. She's deep in the castle, underground. In a hidden cell under the dining chamber. Is he telling the truth? Yes, sweet girl. From his mind your sister looks okay too. Oh, thank God. We'll find her, sweetheart. Jasper, put him back in the pile. I'll keep my word. That's not fair, Edward. Emmett's whining is starting to irritate me. I growl at him. Fine, he's mumbling. Okay, let's hurry up and dispose of the rest so my sweet girl can have her turn. Limbs are flying towards Rose and Alice. They are happily chucking it all on the pyre. We're all just have a jolly old time amongst the macabre of severed body parts and burning piles of vampire flesh and Felix shouting profanities at us. The twins should not be seeing this. Relax, sweet girl. Mom and Dad took them inside. I'm looking back to the pile to find it gone, but the last two, Felix and Dale. Edward is grabbing Felix up by the collar. Now for the real fun. Bella, how would you like to proceed? Put him back on the ground. Spread eagle. Edward spreading him out for me, as I continue to incapacitate him. I'm sniffing up and down his leg, taking little nips here and there to hear him squeal. Dale, you're not going to survive this either. You know what will happen to you once Arrow gets a hold of you. Ah, now don't talk to Dale like that, Felix. He's a Cullen now, wouldn't you agree, Dale? Why yes. See now, Felix, we protect our own, isn't that right, Jasper? Yep, Jasper's readily agreeing in that southern drawl of his. Emmett here has taken a liking to him as well, haven't you, Emmett? You mean we get to keep him? Sure. Dale is cringing. In fact, he's all yours, brother. Really? Yes, but you must promise not to kill him. I did make him a promise after all. Oh, thank you, Edward. Emmett's singing joyously. I promise. You may proceed, Bella. I'm starting on his right arm this time. From the shoulder down. When I get to his hand I bite off his thumb. You bitch, you'll pay for that. The Volturi guards will fuck you good, just like they're going to fuck your sister. Yeah, but he won't be doing any fucking. I'm growling, moving down to his crotch. I'm pausing. No, no, no. He's shouting. I'm laugh barking as I sink my canines into his balls, separating them from his body. He's screaming and crying like a girl as I'm hovering over him, walking myself back up his body. I'm dropping his balls into his mouth, shoving them in with my paw. Thank God for thick clothing. I'd hate to have to taste those things. Sweet girl, why exactly did you do that? Oh, because you promised him I was going to feed him his balls. Edward's chuckling. No, I promised him you were going to feed him his ass. Oh, opsy. You bitch. How could you? Look what you did to me. My balls. Quote. I'm looking back to Felix, disappointed that he managed to spit out his balls. I'm grabbing him by the neck. Please, no. A crunching sound is what I'm hearing. Vibrate through my whole head as I rip his head from his shoulders. Emmett's grabbing Dale up like an infant. He's still immobile, so he poses no threat. Emmett's petting his head. You sure are pretty, Dale. Dale looks so tiny in Emmett's enormous arms. Dale's sobbing tearlessly. You know, Dale, I really don't like your name. Can I give you another name, please? Why, yeah. I want to tell you a joke first. Do you like jokes? Shish, sure. Okay then. What do you call a guy with no arms and no legs hanging on a wall? I don't know. Dale's sobbing uncontrollably. Art. Get it. I'm gonna name you Art. And you won't be needing these. Emmett rips off Art's arms and legs. His screams are being drowned out by Emmett's joyous laughter. Guys, Art's going to look so good hanging up in my man cave. Emmett's shouting as he skips off into the woods. Art's still screaming in agony. Man cave. Where the hell is he going? I'm asking Edward. He literally has a man cave. Art's not his first pretty friend. Oh, yeah. Don't want to know. Before. June 3, 2009. Thanks a lot, Mom. You're always taking Leah's side. You know you're not allowed in Leah's room. She went in my closet and stole my sweater. Now, Bella, she was just borrowing it. If you don't ask permission, it's called stealing, Mother. Don't you take that tone with me, young lady. I growled. You know what? Never mind. I can see that she's your favorite. Why wouldn't she be? She's 100% red-blooded Quileute and I'm just one of your mutt children. Bella. No, Mom. You know it's true. Seth and I are just nobodies in this family. Or in this tribe. Young lady, you are in serious danger of losing privileges. What privileges would that be? The privilege of living here in this crowded house. Stuffed in a bedroom with my little brother, because my sister won't share her room. I'm only a year and a half younger than her. I'd like a little privacy too. Or maybe you think it's normal for say, TH and I to see each other's goodies on a regular basis. Bella, that's enough. You're right, I agreed with her in a deadly calm voice. It is enough. I've had enough of living like this. I've had enough of you and Leah. Dad and Seth are my only family now. Bella, get back here. I heard her scream from the front porch as I took off into the forest. Of course I was crying, having no idea what to do about any of this. I knew my father would come looking for me after he got off work and I'd eventually have to go home. I ran to my favorite place. A little secluded spot along the beach with a large driftwood log. I liked to come here to think. I sat there looking out on the ocean, imagining what it would be like to get into a canoe and drift away from all my problems. I pictured myself finding a deserted island in the Pacific where I'd find my soul mate. We'd live there forever, shutting out the rest of the cruel world. I sat there for hours, knowing this was the first place my father would come looking for me. I knew as long as he found me where he expected me to be, I wouldn't be in trouble when he got home. I thanked God for him. My daddy was my rock. I hated it when he had to work weekends. I hadn't eaten all day and my stomach was growling and I could feel myself getting tired. I contemplated curling up on the sand to take a nap. Just as I felt myself drifting, a hot set of hands grabbed me from behind. One going around my waist and one over my mouth, preventing me from screaming. Finally, I got you. I heard a familiar voice growl as I was dragged into the woods. I struggled, led to no avail as his one hand began to grope my breasts while his other hand was still holding back my screams. Don't be this way, baby. We both know what a little slut you are. I'm going to fuck you so hard. I'm going to fuck you in every tight little hole you have. You'll be begging me for it after today. You're going to be my own little whore. I bit down on his hand. He laughed. You can't hurt me, baby. I like it when you bite me. He bit me on the shoulder, ripping the front of my shirt, exposing one bra cup. God, your tits are so fucking beautiful. I can't wait to bite those pretty little nipples. I could only whimper in pain, as he reached his hand inside my bra and pinched my nipple hard. He spun me around roughly, slapping me hard across the face. I stumbled to the ground, crying out, as I fell on my ass. I looked up in horror at the hulking form of Jacob Black, no shoes and shirtless, clad only in a ripped pair of jeans. You'd better shut your fucking mouth. I'm going to fuck you and you're going to like it. And from here on out I'm going to fuck you anytime I like because you're mine. No, I sobbed. Shut up and take your fucking cloths off. I shook my head so Jacob kicked me in the side. Do it, bitch, he yelled as he began unbuckling his belt. No, I cried out. He only smirked, moving towards me as he unzipped his jeans. I'm gonna shove my dick so far down your throat. That will teach you to be quiet when I tell you to. I began to hyperventilate as he got closer. My skin was flushed. I was burning up. I opened my mouth to scream but nothing came out. Kneel, bitch, he commands, pointing at his feet as he exposes his dick. I struggle to get up, to run, but he's too fast and grabs me around the waist again. He spins me in his arms, ripping my shirt and bra from my torso. Beautiful, he growls as he drags me farther into the woods. He pushes me up against a tree, crushing his naked chest against mine, grinding his dick against my leg. Forcefully he casts my hand and places it on his hardened length. I want to vomit. See how fucking hard you make me. I know you want me. I can smell your arousal. I bet your pussy is soaking wet for me. I begin to cry, because I realize he's right. My traitor body, as much as it sickens me, is responding to his touch. No, I've never done this before. Please don't hurt me, I'm begging him. He only roars. The sound is like a wild animal's. Yes, thank you. Your sweet little pussy's never been touched. It's gonna hurt when I pop that little cherry. I'm so fucking turned on now. I think I'll fuck that sweet little pussy first, then let you taste yourself on my dick as I fuck your mouth. No, 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 I cry, as he lowers his lips to mine, shoving his tongue down my throat. Don't worry, my little slut. I am going to keep fucking you until you come, he whispers against my mouth. All I can hear after that is myself screaming inside my own head. I'm terrified, shaking as he gropes my ass, his tongue still assaulting my mouth. His cock grinding on my hand. He grabs for the button on my jeans, unbuttoning it and unzipping my jeans. I begin to shake uncontrollably. I hear a gurgling deep inside my chest. I'm sweating. I'm chilled. I'm burning up. There's a sort of frenzy happening inside my body, starting in my brain, making me feel like a lunatic. There's a strange soaring feeling through my veins. I want to sink my teeth in him in anger and in lust. I want him to fuck me. I want him to stop. I want to tear the flesh from his bones and eat it. I can feel the hairs all over my body prick out of my skin like a porcupine. My fingertips burn as my nails shoot out, plunging into Jacob's balls. He squeals like a cat in heat. My face is on fire as my teeth stretch out, my nose follows then blackens at the tip. I sink my teeth into his throat. Get off me, bitch! He yells, as he shoves me away. I cringe back in shock as I see his body morphed into a giant russet wolf. He glares at me with blackened eyes. He pulls back headed deeper into the forest, leaving me there in this strange new agony. After October 15, 2010. I'm currently leaning over the porch railing. There's not a single ounce of food left in my stomach. I've had enough of this for 10 lifetimes during my pregnancy. Puking like this now is only serving to farther enrage me. I'm sorry, sweet girl. It was stupid of us not to pre-watch that video. We should have known it would be something like this. Don't apologize for what those monsters did to my sister. The Cullens are not anything like those, bastards. And how could any of you have known the degree of evil the Volturi were capable of when all of you were so kind, so inherently good? How would anything that disgusting even breach your minds? Bella, you're shaking. Let me hold you. Give me a minute to calm down first. Edward, I'm seething, ready to pounce. Only the object of my ire is nowhere in my reach and I don't want to take it out on my darling husband. He settles for rubbing soothing circles on my back. I'm not going to rest until all of them are a smoking pile of ashes. I'm with you, Bella. I know how you feel. I'm turning to glare at him. You know how I feel. I'm asking incredulously. My anger towards Edward is irrational, I know, but my mind keeps flashing back to the day Jacob tried to rape me. I know, if only in a small degree, what my sister went through. How in the hell could you know how I feel? Has anyone ever forced you to have sex with them? Oh God, Bella, I didn't realize you still felt that way. I thought we were past that. I thought you enjoyed our first time together. He's pulling me into his arms. I'm so sorry. God, please forgive me. Whoa, I'm pushing him back, staring at him. The pain on his face makes me want to cry, squelching my anger. I shake my head. No, Edward, I'm whispering as my eyes prick. I've realized my mistake. I've never intended to tell him of my attack. I've never intended to tell anyone. But I have to fix this. I can't let him think that I thought our lovemaking was anything other than wonderful. I need to clean up, but is there someplace we can go afterwards to talk? Never mind that. I know just that place. A smile is breaking out on his face. You can clean up when we get there. Before June 3, 2009. Bells. Damn it, bells. The angry voice of my father slices through the trees. Bella, where the hell are you? You'd better answer me. It was dark out. I was naked and shivering under some brush. I couldn't remember how I got here. Images of teeth, fur and blood assaulted my thoughts. I was feeling like I'd lost my mind. Only a crazy person could have ended up like this. Bella, my father sighs. I can hear the worry in his voice. Please, sweetheart, come out from wherever you're hiding. I promise not to get angry. I just need to know you're okay. Please, baby, talk to your old man. Dee-da. My throat was dry, preventing me from talking as loud as I'd like to. Bella, D-D-D-D-D-A, I couldn't stop my teeth from chattering. I kick my bare foot out from where I'm laying. Bella, my father's startled cry makes me jump. Oh my God, Bella, is that you? I could only sob as my father pulled the brush from my body and gathered me in his arms. Bella, baby girl, you're covered in blood. What happened to you? Blood. I remembered the blood and the hunger. Teeth and ripping and blood. I looked down at my hands. They were covered in soil, blood and what looked like short, very coarse, hair. A sticky coating covered my face and chest, the putrid smell of it all hung heavy under my nostrils. Tears flooded my eyes as I stared at the evidence in front of me. I must have killed something. But why? And how? My dad, still in his cop's uniform, shrugged out of his jacket and draped it around my naked form. Bells, he cried. God, Bells, baby girl. I've got to get you to the hospital. No, I shouted. I pushed at my father's chest. Please, honey, I need to know you're okay. Dad, die. No. I shook my head. I'm sorry, honey. I'm afraid I have to take you. There could be injuries. No. Not like this, Daddy. No. I have a blanket and some wet naps in my cruiser. You'll be fine. Stop arguing. I sighed. There'd be no convincing him otherwise. My dad carried me back to his cruiser, wrapped me in a blanket and cleaned me up the best he could. My mind must have completely shut down after that, because I don't even remember the ride to the hospital. Next thing I know, I find myself strapped to a bed. Charlie's sitting on a chair in the corner with his head in his hand. How's our patient? I look up to see a female doctor, probably in her mid-30s, looking at me with concern. She looked at my father, who was close to losing it, pulling his hair out, then she looked back at me. I could only guess the fright I must have looked. Hello, I'm Dr. Cope. She gave me a compassionate smile. Would it be okay if I look you over? She looked down at her chart, Isabella. I looked at my dad. I was terrified. I didn't want him to leave the room. It's okay, sweetie. Your dad can stay. I'll just pull the curtain. If I make you feel uncomfortable in any way, just let me know. I'll tell you everything I need to do beforehand. Okay. I only nodded. After October 15, 2010. Wow. This isn't real, I'm saying in awe at the adorable little cot. TAGE standing against the backdrop of the dense forest beyond. I can't believe you built this for me, I'm saying as I'm stepping out of the bathroom after cleaning up and brushing my teeth. So, Lee, I'm on him before he can ask. He's catching me in his arms. Of course I'm crying. I never in my wildest dreams thought I would find a love like this. I'm crashing my lips to his, winding arms and legs around him. It feels like forever since we've made love. It's been so long, I'm purring in his ear. When in actuality it's only been 5 days. I know, but don't you want a tour first? Yeah. Show me our bedroom. Edward, catching on to my mood immediately, is capturing my lips in a hungry kiss. He's lifting me in his arms, carrying me to our new 4-poster, king-sized bed. I'm pulling at his clothing desperately, but trying not to tear them because I don't want us to have to go back to the main house naked. Bella, sweetheart, he's stopping his current assault on my neck and is now looking me with hooded eyes. Sweet girl, you just had a baby. I know this. My pregnancy is the only reason we didn't go after those fuckers in Volterra, Italy the second we knew they had my sister. Yeah, I know, I'm laughing. Feeling stupidly giddy, laying here in the arms of the man I love. It's great being a werewolf. I heal really fast. I mean, I can't imagine having to keep my hands off you for 6 whole weeks. That's all it takes for my husband to start ripping my shirt from my body. Edward, I don't want to go back to the house naked, baby. You won't. He tears my jeans off too. Our closet is fully stocked. With this happy news, I'm celebrating by ripping off his jeans as well. In less than a second we're deliciously naked, rolling around, kissing, laughing, touching, on our new bed. Oh, he's on top of me now, sucking one of my tits into his mouth. Don't tease me. I need you. I'm crying out. His gaze is locking with mine. I see something there behind the passionate fire, an unfulfilled longing. Please don't rush this, sweet girl. Every unspoken answer to every unspoken question is reflecting back to me from his eyes. All urgency is forgotten. I only want to sat his heart's desire. I'm irrevocably captured in the web of his love. His eyes are widening in recognition of the submission he must see in my expression. A small adoring smile, gentle and endearing to my heart, is playing on his lips. He's leaning down to kiss me softly. I'm moaning as his kisses deepen to something unbearably passionate. With our hips aligning, his cock sheathing deep inside me, we are becoming truly one for the first time. The sensation of harmonic balance, only the other half of one's soul can achieve, is here weaving through every fiber, every cell, binding us together. I'm finally grasping what he's been craving all along. How long have you known about this? He's smirking, even though his eyes are smoldering. You don't know much about soulmates, do you? I shake my head. I heard that, Edward. Our minds are linked too. He smiles that sweet crooked smile that I love. I can tell you we're something much more than soulmates. You're the other half of me, sweet girl. Can you feel it? He's right. We are linked in every conceivable way. We are melded together as one entity, body, heart, soul, and now mind. What is this? I'm asking him, as the pleasure builds up, threatening to explode out of me. I'm feeling his every emotion, his love, his lust, his wonderment, as I'm sure he's feeling mine. There are no words. This is everything. He's telling me as we fall apart in each other's arms. We're lying here, trembling, holding each other so tight. I think we're both in shock. I don't know what to say. I don't know what to think. All I know is that I never want to stop holding him. He's kissing my temple. Our minds are still connected and I know he can still hear my thoughts because I can hear his. He's just as confused and amazed as I am. It's almost like an awkward pause. How do you put into words the feelings an experience like this invokes? You don't. He's kissing my cheek, smiling at me as he rolls to his back, tucking me under his arm along the way. I think we got a little sidetracked. Sweet girl, he's murmuring against my hairline. I'm giggling, because even though our whole world has been steadily going to shit since we met, he still makes me feel like I'm the luckiest woman alive. I love you so much, Edward. Thank you for the house. I'm stretching up, kissing him, sparking the passion between us once more. After a few minutes, he's breaking that kiss with a light laugh. You're very welcome, my silly wife, and I love you too. He's planting one delicate kiss on my nose before he assaults my ribs with a deep-throated chuckle. His kedly fast fingers have me squirming and laughing under their touch. Edward, my giggles are starting to hurt. I'm gasping for air. Edward's pulling me on top of him. He pulls me down, wanting me to rest my head against his heart. Now, stop distracting me. You're supposed to tell me about your reaction. I'm kissing his chest over his heart. First of all, I never want you to think that I've ever felt forced by you. You've only ever been a good to me. I don't understand, Bella. I know you were a virgin. I felt your barrier. I'm sighing. This is harder than I thought it would be. Bella, I'm sorry. I'm just afraid. You never have to be afraid of me. You can tell me anything. I know, it's just you're going to be so upset. Now you have to tell me. Can we try something? Bella, he's speaking my name aloud in a warning tone. It's just that our minds are linked. I think it may be easier for me to show you. Gently, he's setting us up, pulling my leg across his lap. I'm now straddling him. My eyes are widening as he cups my ass with both of his hands to pull me closer. I'm looking down between us, a smile breaking out on my face. Really, sweet girl, you have a one-track mind. I'm sorry, I was just thinking. He's cutting me off with a kiss. I know what you're thinking, he's growling. No more distractions. I'm giggling. Fair enough. He's pulling me closer to him. I am wrapping my legs around his waist and my arms around his neck. He's groaning, because I can't resist a little wiggle. Bella, we're going to try this. I'm warning him. He's growling again. I know he means business now. He's grabbing my face, pressing his forehead against mine. Our eyes are locked. Show me. Before June 3, 2009. My sight blurred, nails digging into my palms, my chest was on fire. I tried to hold it in. But the pain was too much. Humiliation, confusion, stress, anger, helplessness, raw emotion, pent up and ready to detonate. I couldn't do this. I couldn't have this conversation with her. Then again, who was I going to tell? Who could possibly understand what was happening to me? How did it get this way? How could I stop myself from hurting someone? All these questions and more swam out in the forefront of my mind. So many things to consider. One thing for certain, shoved front and center, my one dream, gone. I would never be a teacher. My life as I knew it was now over. Hands, warm, soft, gentle, caressing my hair, brushing the tears from my cheeks, holding me together. I could hear a soft murmuring, loving, gentle, comforting. The smell of fresh homemade bread and strawberry preserves, my favorite, permeated my senses. Soft lips firm against my forehead. The smell of vanilla beans, her shampoo, washed over me as silken strands of raven black hair caressed my cheek. Arms, thin and familiar, pulled me into a healing embrace. Isabella, look at me. I know what happened. I know what you're going through. Her words got my attention. My father dropped me off at home after my brief visit to the hospital. He left me alone with my mother, stating that a girl needs her mom at a time like this. He decided to go back to where he found me in the woods to look for clues. Determined to find out who had attacked me. I didn't believe her. How could she know? I'd turned into a monster and I didn't even understand how. How could she understand what was happening to me? I was there the day you met your wolf. Your father was at work. I was pregnant with Seth at the time. It was just us 3 girls, so I packed us a picnic lunch. She continued the story of her taking U.S. to La Push Beach for a picnic and how she was attending Leah, who had just fallen and skinned her knees. I heard you giggle. I turned my head to check on you and you weren't alone. It was her, your wolf. Leah had met her wolf just 6 months prior. I was prepared for the possibility that she may meet her wolf, but you. I'm a half-breed. I whispered, barely audible. Leah reminded me of this almost daily. After all, how could the stuff of legends and fairy tales come true for a mere half-Quileute daughter of a pale face? It was given that I knew of the Quileute legends. All the tribes children were taught our histories and legends in our school, even the crazy ones no one believed in anymore. The truth was that it wasn't as if the adults didn't believe it, they just didn't want the children that remained unaffected by this. I hesitate to use the term gift, to take it too seriously. I shuddered, remembering our tribe's need for such magic. The cold ones, I whispered, fearfully. Yes, unfortunately, they do exist. I stared wide-eyed at my mother. Oh, I knew my fate and it wasn't pretty. I was to become one of the tribe's protectors. When our soul merged with that of a wolf, it could only mean one thing. Vampires were close by. Quileute legend speaks of wolves being psychic, in the sense that they could foresee the future. They always knew when our people would need their protection from the cold ones. In a way, by merging our souls together we were able to protect each other from our mutual enemy. And Leah, yes, sweetie, Leah is a wolf too. Is that why you put me in Seth's room? Yes, and I'm so sorry. I know how much that upset you, but you have to understand how volatile she was. I guess I do. Does this mean you'll have to move me back in with Leah so I don't hurt Seth? You and Seth are so good for each other though. You're so close and I really can't see you hurting him. Leah on the other hand, you're the volatile one now, not that I think you'd hurt Leah either. It's just that she has a tendency to get under your skin. Tears welled up in my eyes and spilled down my cheeks. I hated self-pity. It always turned to self-loathing. I'm a monster, I whispered against my mother's neck as she held me to her. No, baby girl, you're a protector. This is a gift, Isabella. It's a gift to turn into a hairy beast and destroy, maim and murder. It's not like that, sweetheart. I promise it will be okay. Mom, I was covered in blood. It was the blood of a deer. You didn't murder anyone. Dear. I don't even like venison. A fresh round of tears came spilling out of my eyes. I was truly horrified, unable to fathom what I'd become. I don't even remember exactly what happened to me, only flashes, mostly of the blood. How can you call this a gift when I'm out of control? I could hurt someone. I am a monster. How can you tell me otherwise? It's going to get better, sweetheart. I can promise you that. Please believe me. Mom pulled away from me, turning to a tray of food setting on my nightstand. Here, you need to eat something. She'd brought me my favorite, her homemade bread with her special strawberry preserves. I took a bite, unable to resist. My mom, God love her, knew exactly how to soothe the savage beast. After October 16, 2010. The confusion, the fear, the pain of that day, the embarrassment of my father finding me naked and alone, hiding under a bush. Edward bravely took it all in, but that didn't stop the strangled sob. He cried for me. I remembered that moment with perfect clarity. The intimacy of our embrace, minds, hearts, spirits. The soul of us intertwined, laid bare for each other's scrutiny. We shared so much of each other. Life, love, and loss, struggles, hunger and pain. It was there, the dirt, blood and grit of it all. Every memory, every emotion. Time passed swiftly through us, a kaleidoscope of retentive dream-like thought. All of it, so surreal, to know someone as well, if not better than I know myself. Bella, all of us Cullens, with the exception of the twins, Carly and Riley, had boarded a private plane to Italy on our quest to rid the world of the corrupt vampire monarchy. Our babies were left in the care of my parents and Seth. Edward's holding me protectively against his chest. Our last moments of safety, before the fight of our lives. I'm feeling the conflict, overwhelming, gripping his soul. Everything will be fine. We have a solid plan of attack, I'm trying to reassure him. You don't know them the way I do. I'm staring up at him incredulously. Through our connection, he knows as well as I do that's not true. Okay. I'm sorry for insulting your intelligence, he's relenting. I'm smiling, kissing his jaw. They won't know what hit them. I'm glad you're feeling confident about it. I know you, Edward. If not for me and the twins you wouldn't even consider backing down. It's just the idea of you in combat. If anything happens to you, what's going to happen to me? All my gifts are locked up, safe. In my mind. Who can penetrate that? Which one of them can stop me from flattening the whole damn place to the ground? That's the million-dollar question. We don't know if any of them can. If Alec can stop you, all of this will be for naught. Alice's visions are useless lately. I'm sorry. I'm trying. Alice cries quietly. It seems that's all she can do since we got on the plane. I haven't seen anything. I even tried to get a few miles away from you and the twins to see if I could see anything at all. It was useless. I'm useless. You're right, Edward. Instantly I'm feeling the remorse that washes over Edward at his careless words. I'm so sorry, Alice. I didn't mean it that way. I don't think you're useless. Somehow we will find a way to get your visions back, but for now. Please know that I'm not blaming you. None of this is your fault, Edward's trying to reassure her. What's your problem, Alley Cat? This is going to be great. Emmett's been practically thumping his chest the whole trip. If we'd let him he'd jump out head first over Volterra to be the first one to storm the Volturi's castle. Okay, we're almost there. Everyone knows what to do, so let's get prepped, Jasper. Our strategist started issuing orders. It was only natural to let him take command of this mission. With his charismatic nature and strong military prowess he was easily the best choice. Yep, Rosie and I know exactly where to go. Artie was such a good boy when we interrogated him. Don't you think so, Edward? I'm looking, my nose wrinkled in disgust, at Edward. He's laughing, kissing it. I could have gone my entire existence happily oblivious to the INNR sanctum of Emmett's man cave. This was one of the downfalls of being so connected to Edward's mind. All of his memories were now mine. Gross. I need brain bleach. Why didn't we insist he bring Art to us? That was just nasty. My poor husband had to stand by, listening to Art's mind to make sure he didn't lie, while Emmett questioned him. Your wife's a little prudish, Edward. To this, everyone on the plane is throwing random things at Emmett's head. Okay, people, we've had our fun. Jasper's calling us to order. We all have our orders. Now, get into your cloaks as soon as you make it inside the castle. And be careful, it's dark out. The Volturi guard could be anywhere, lurking anywhere in the city. We're finally landing. Most of us are off the plane before Carlisle can make a complete stop. Jasper, Alice, Emmett and Rosalie are running ahead to procure us transportation while Edward and I wait for Carlisle and Esme to exit the plane. In record time Edward's siblings are back with our transportation. Carlisle and Esme are standing next to us, having put the plane in its appropriate SPO. Or whatever pilots were required to do. Now the fun is about to begin. Each one of us has a cloak to wear, all but Jasper and Alice, who were wearing clothes immersed in Edward's and my scent. They're playing decoy and are now currently rubbing themselves on Edward and I for a touch-up. Guys, that's enough. Edward's complaining. I'm only laughing at the absurdity of it. I think it's a great idea. I still think we should have brought Artie. We could have used him to rub all over the rest of us. Emmett's pouting. There's no way I'm getting anywhere near your pervy man Art. You just keep those things in your cave. It's bad enough we have to put up with your pervy ass on a daily basis. I'm snarling at him. Ah, you know you love me, Belly. Shut it. He knows that I hate that nickname. She's not pregnant anymore, Nimrod. Which makes your nickname for her stupid. Jasper is informing him in a no-nonsense kind of tone. Edward and I climb into the back of one of the cars and I've decided to tune them all out for the rest of our short trip to the Volturi's hidden lair, beneath their castle. Instead, I'm snuggling into Edward. He's struggling to hide his fear from me. The car's stopping. We all file out. The castle is in sight. I twine my fingers with Edward's. This will truly be the day our lives change for the better. After we eradicate these evil beings today, my babies nor any of my tribe's children will have to grow up in fear for their lives. I'm going to get my sister back. She'll be broken inside from losing her beloved and from the torture she's had to endure, but I was going to do my best to help her through the worst of her recovery. Bella. Edward's pulling me from my thoughts. His fear is gut-wrenching. I'm not sure how to console him. I pull him into my arms, squeezing him with all my might. Promise me, Bella. Promise me you can do this. I'm pulling back to gaze up into his worried eyes. I'm cradling his face in my hands. I promise. I can do this. I will do this. All of us will. A small smile is playing on his lips because he's feeling my confidence. No trace of fear or doubt is in me. In that case, let's go kick some Volturi ass. Before September 13, 2010. My sweet girl. I know you don't see yourself that way. I know you think that I somehow deserve better than you. As if there could ever be any comparison between the two of us. As if I could ever be worthy of someone as wonderful as you. You don't see the lovely girl that has already brought so much joy to my existence. You don't see the beautiful heart that lies behind the tears. Thrug. Your tears. I see an inner strength that I know will help see us through the worst of times. With this strength I know therein lies a heart to hold it firm. Then there's your smile. Words cannot convey the glory that is your smile. There simply isn't enough of them. How can I ever express to you the gratitude that I feel so deeply? How do I share with you this thanksgiving I hold in my heart, that I, Edward Cullen, get to marry my best friend today? I promised you that I would do everything in my power to make you happy. I want you to know that today of all days, that I remember that promise. You are my Bella. You are my sweet girl. You are my life. Always and forever. Your Edward. I held the note in my hand, delivered via Alice, as tears streamed down my face at his beautiful words. It was moments like this that I felt so insignificant. I was a raving bitch and he was simply perfect. I was considered the noble werewolf, protector of my tribe. He was the evil vampire enemy. He made me smile when all I wanted to do was cry. He gave me hope when all I could see in front of me was lost dreams. He gave me friendship when all I ever seemed to give him was an attitude. When I looked at him, a sense of awe permeated through me, right down to the bone. When he looked at me there was something otherworldly behind his eyes. Edward, being the only vampire I've ever gotten to know, made it hard to tell what that might mean. It was no wonder my mother believed Edward to be my imprint. For some unfathomable reason we just fit. He was my best friend, if not my imprint. I didn't really think it was possible for him to be my imprint. I mean, how would that even be possible? I'm a werewolf, he's a vampire. I felt so tormented by my mother's theory. It tortured me until I could barely look at Edward. He was trying to hide it, but I knew this upset him. How could he be so nice to me, still? Moody Bella. One minute I'm being affectionate and the next I'm treating him like a leper. Of course, his sister. Rosalie was being a total bitch and his brother, her husband, Emmett, wasn't much better. Rosalie actually threatened me with bodily harm if I broke her brother's heart. What the fuck was wrong with these monsters? I was 18 fucking years old, for crying out loud. What did they expect from me? I knew I was messing up. If all this planning and scheming behind my father's back didn't pan out, if he caught on for a second that I wasn't happy with this whole arrangement, I knew my dad would drag my unhappy ass back home so fast. At that point everything would be for naught and we all would die. How was I supposed to walk down that aisle to a destiny that no sane person would even contemplate? How was I supposed to smile and pretend that my dreams were coming true when Saint likely my nightmare was just beginning? How was there going to be any kind of a honeymoon with an upset groom and a moody bride? These were the thoughts that were haunting me, the same thoughts I saw reflecting back to me behind dark smoky eyes, courtesy my wedding planner, makeup artist, hairdresser, bridesmaid, soon-to-be sister-in-law, whom was standing behind me in the mirror. She cocked her head, frowning at me. It's going to be okay. You know that, don't you? I don't know anything anymore, Alice. Your parents look so happy for you. My eyes flashed to hers. She smirked. Jasper confirmed it. Oh. Her now warm smiling eyes met my worried ones in the mirror. It just seems a little strange, you know. I would never have expected your mother to be so happy for you, seeing how you'll be marrying a vampire. I'm just her stupid half-breed daughter. She's probably happy to be rid of me. Try again. I only shrugged my shoulders. Of course, I wasn't going to fill her in on my mother's theory. Alice stuck out her lip in a pout. You know, Bella, I may not have access to my abilities when you're around, but I sense something wonderful is about to happen, and you not telling me is not cool. Not cool at all, and I was really hoping we could be friends. You can trust me, you know. I'd never betray your trust. Yeah, sure she wouldn't. You might be right, Alice, but I have nothing to tell you yet. I'm still figuring things out. A new spark of light lit up Alice's eyes. She began to bounce and clap her hands in place. You'd have thought I just professed my undying love to her brother. Welcome to the family, Bella. I felt my lips twitch, and before I knew it a small smile formed there. It felt good to be accepted by someone other than Edward. Thanks, Alice. You're welcome, sissy. She bent and placed an icy kiss on my cheek before darting out of the room. Welcome to the family, Bella, I mumbled to myself as I blotted the tears from my cheeks. Thank God for waterproof mascara. I glanced down at the note in my hand. Another tear slid down my cheek. Edward thought of me as his best friend too. With forever at my feet and nowhere to run, I followed Alice out the door. Note tucked into the front of my gown, close to my heart, a beautiful bouquet of roses and freesia held out in front of me, as if I were carrying a shield or weapon, and my father's arm tucked firmly around mine. I was ready as I would ever be. Are you sure about this, Bella? My father asked me with a crack in his voice. I'm sure about Edward. The truth of those words startled me. Why I felt this way, I could not be sure. Was I sure that I would be happy as Edward's wife, or was it just the fact that I was sure that Edward would be good to me? I glanced up to my dad's worried eyes. And even though anxiety was rising up to my throat from the pit of my stomach, a soft smile spreading on my lips. I was surprised that I didn't have to fake it. My smile was real. The happiness that I would soon get to go away with Edward again made my heart flutter. Was I truly happy to be going away with Edward, or was I just anxious to get away from the crazy? Alice paused at the foot of the stairs. I was to count to 5 then follow. This should be easier, I thought to myself. I could feel the panic rising inside of me again. Edward was truly an amazing person. What am I fighting against? It wasn't as if we were the first couple to ever go through an arranged marriage. It's not as if there was any guarantee that I would find someone better than Edward otherwise. If I was being honest with myself, I didn't want to look elsewhere. What would be the point? Even if I never fell in love with Edward, I'd forever compare him to any other guy the first ever dated. Who could compare? So what was my problem? I was lucky. I got to marry my best friend. All I had to do was take that first step. An instrumental version of 1,000 Years by the Piano Guys began to play. As beautiful as the song was, it felt like some twisted reminder of what I was about to commit myself to. I'm sure Rosalie or Emmett had something to do with its selection, but none of that mattered. 1,000 years with Edward didn't seem like such a hardship, so the joke was on them. You can do this, Bella. I squeezed my eyes shut as I descended the stairs. I knew my father wouldn't let me fall. Edward's a great guy. I let Charlie guide me around the corner. You're going to be fine. My stomach churned. Edward will be good to you. My mouth suddenly went dry. When I opened my eyes, everyone was there. Everyone, my family, the tribe. Edward's family, including extended family he called his cousins, right down to our tormentors, the Volturi. I closed my eyes against the world. With my chin up, shoulders squared, I pictured Edward's face in my mind. That was my focus. Another step. I opened my eyes. I took another. I looked up to find my very best friend smiling at my approach. Step. He was standing on a platform under an arbor dripping with freesia, Bowery and hundreds of twinkling lights. I stepped on the red carpet. I knew this fancy wedding was mainly for the benefit of my father. My next step landed softly on a dusting of white rose petals. I fully expected Edward to be smiling. Step. What I didn't expect was for it to feel so real. Step. Why did he have to smile like that? Step. He looked as if all his dreams were about to come true. Step. I realized then he was probably just looking forward to the sex. I blushed with this step. The Edward the First knew didn't look at sex so crassly, so I wasn't entirely sold on that theory. Step. I couldn't help but answer his smile with my own. Step. I was truly glad that at least one of us could be happy. Step. It gave me hope that if he could look that happy marrying me, that I would one day be happy too. One step closer, in time with the song. The sweetest man I'd ever known was about to become my husband. One final step. After October 16, 2010. Harry S. Truman said it best. Carry the battle to them. Don't let them bring it to you. Put them on the defensive and don't ever apologize for anything. This was the basis of our strategy. The Volturi were so arrogant. Bringing the fight to them was the last thing they would expect. Even after I knocked them on their asses while on my honeymoon and later when we killed their guardsman and Felix, they still thought themselves superior. They must, because if they had the least bit of sense they wouldn't still be here feeling secure with their stupidity intact. Don't underestimate them, sweet girl. Even with your advantage, you can't be with all of my family all at once. You're still only one person and you can't protect everyone. Don't lose my head. Got it. Of course, my husband is incredibly smart. Not heeding his warning would make me the arrogant one. I may very well be the most powerful monster here, but that didn't make me invincible. We still had to use our heads. Jasper came up with a solid plan. We'll be fine, so long as we stick to it, he's reassuring me, we just need to stay sharp. I squeezed his hand and smiled at him while we waited. It was our job to go in last and pick up the slack. Edward's talent was instrumental in this. In the end, whomever needed our help the most would get it. Otherwise we would default back to getting Leah out. According to Art, Leah was being held in a cell nearly dead center underneath the Volturi's feeding chamber. Everyone was to split up in pairs, to do their assigned tasks, couples staying together. Alice and Jasper went in first. Their task is to spread mine and Edward's scent around, hopefully gaining the attention of a fair amount of the Volturi's guardsmen. Based on Edward's smile I'd say their efforts are not in vain. Emmett, Rose, go. Edward's directing them. Emmett and Rose are to clear a path for Carlisle and Esme. While it was Carlisle's and Esme's job to extract Leah, Emmett and Rose are also to provide backup getting Leah out. Edward isn't projecting his thoughts to me, instead concentrating on the task at hand. I'm more than a little frustrated not knowing everyone's status. Another smile, and he's turning to his adoptive parents. They're nearly there. Carlyle is nodding, pulling Esme behind him, into the fray. Edward's chuckling, shaking his head. He's smiling down at me. What's so funny? Obviously I'm happy things are going well, but I'm still annoyed not to in on the joke. Emmett's being Emmett, he's saying simply, shaking his head again. I'm rolling my eyes. I'm not entirely sure I want to know. Something has changed. Edward's baring his teeth, growling. What's as it? Jacob's here. He steps forward, but for once I'm able to grab his arm before he takes off. I have him frozen to the cobblestone. Let go. I'm going to kill him, Edward's seething. You'll stick to the plan. I need you right here. He's going to die by my hand. Get in line, Edward. How can you be so calm about it? After what he did to you. I'm the one that was attacked. Edward, and his life or death has no bearing on me anymore. You didn't have to see inside his sick twisted mind. T-Day he and the Volturi guard showed up at the house. They had every intention of taking you with them that day, the babies too, if they could manage it. I know. I'm placing my palm on his cheek. You already showed me. I'm reminding him. He's exhaling his frustration. I'm pulling a hypodermic needle from my pocket. Don't worry about Jacob. I might have known. Carlyle would talk you into sparing his life. Carlyle didn't talk me into any such thing. Billy, Jacob's father, just so happens to be a very good friend to my family. I care about him a great deal. If I can manage it, I'd like for him to have the option of telling his only son goodbye. Jacob WLL pay for his crimes. Damn it, Edward's shouting. Edward, you don't have to like it. I'm shouting back. No, he's shaking his head. Not that. The others are in trouble. Before September 13, 2010, the sweetest man I'd ever known was about to become my husband. One final step. I can only imagine it normal for a bride to feel this utter sense of paralysis. That final step, as my father placed my trembling hand into that of my awaiting groom's, leaving me in a frozen state of awe. My Edward, his gentle nature forever prevalent, guided me smoothly to stand beside him. How could anyone not marvel at such a smile? I can only imagine the kind thoughts behind sparkling eyes filled with so much happiness. His overall attitude throughout this whole ordeal has always been to ensure our future happiness. I can only imagine the motivation of his honesty, given with softly spoken vows. Vows of love and fidelity, as long as we both shall live. I can only imagine the feeling of his naked flesh pressed against mine when the simplicity of exchanging rings ignites such a remarkable feeling in me. I can only imagine the passio ignited across our flesh as we finally become one, as our marital contract is sealed with a kiss. A clearing of throats serves to remind us of our surroundings. Both of us caught in an unexpected moment of sheer lust. Edward smirks as our marital status is announced to all present. My eyes meet the smiling faces of my parents, then flash quickly to Alice and Jasper, remembering Alice's confirmation of my parents' support for us. Their smiling faces give me courage. Beside them, Carlyle and Esme's smiles are not as exuberant, but polite nonetheless. My courage falters as I gaze across the faces of our remaining guests. Varying degrees shocked, appalled or downright disgusted looks forces me to cast my eyes downward. Edward squeezes my hand, gently reminding me that I am not alone in this fate. We are in this together. Ignoring our other less supportive guests, Edward pulls us to our source of encouragement. Alice, Jasper, both our parents and my little brother Seth stand together, ting to embrace us in their felicitations to our impending marital bliss. Seth pulls me into a tight hug, the unmistakable smell of wolf permeates his newly tailored suit. My mother confirms my suspicion, smiling sadly as I questioningly glance her way. My brother has merged with his wolf. Later, I have to laugh at the look on Edward's face as the Denali sisters, his cousins, pull him into a similar embrace. He has already forewarned me of their lusty nature. He glares at me when I find it hysterical to see his look of horror when Cousin Tanya squeezes his left butt cheek. Alice is kind enough to capture the moment on her cell phone. Finally, after greeting all our other, less supportive, guests and ceremonially smashing cake in each other's faces. We are seated at our table. Edward pulls me down to sit on his lap. "How are you?" His concern for me is endearing. I can't help but be honest with him. Right here, right now, I'm really good. I mean, I know I'm going to be freaking out at some point. But I trust you to be good to me. He leaned down to kiss my brow, pulling a small wrapped gift from the pocket in the lining of his tux. We agreed to no presents, I remind him in annoyance, to which he only smirks. "Happy birthday, sweet girl." "Edward," I breath. "How did you? Your mother. We had a long talk about you. She loves you so much." The last conversation I had with my moth left my emotions in a state of turmoil. I didn't want to think about her feelings for me. I didn't think she said those things about Edward being my imprint to hurt me. Her assumptions did, however, upset me. "You'll like this gift, Bella." "I promise." I didn't spend all that much. I relented, taking the gift in hand, unwrapping it, if only to appease my curiosity. Inside was a delicate bracelet of white gold, adorned with one solitary charm. A heart, made of what I could only assume to be some kind of crystal. It was too large to be an actual diamond. Edward. I started to question him. "I only bought the chain. The bauble belonged to Elizabeth Masson, my mother." "Oh, it's lovely. Won't you help me put it on?" He helped me, smiling at my acceptance of the gift. "Now you can wear my heart on your sleeve," he whispered against my temple. These words did funny things to my stomach. Did he mean to say he was giving me his heart? After October 16, 2010. You don't know who a person is until you see how he acts when given unexpected power. He hasn't rehearsed for the part. So what you see is what he is. Orson Scott Card. It's impossible to say what the world would be like if the Volturi never existed. Left to their own devices, most vampires would undoubtedly kill indiscriminately. Should the Volturi be annihilated without proper organization, the bloodbath that would be unleashed on humanity would devastate not only the human race, but the vampire race as well. With armies of newborn vampires created to destroy each other, the overpopulation of newborn vampires would mean there wouldn't be any blood anywhere. Human or animal, my love and his family would starve. I could tell that this very real probability weighed heavily on the Cullens' moral sensibilities. To let the Volturi continue their reign, though they were monsters themselves, would help ensure the continued survival to the majority of humanity. Still, to leave them alive would be to live with the constant reap to both the Cullens and the Quileute. Change was needed, but at what cost? If this day ended with the Volturi's total annihilation, a new vampire hierarchy would have to be established, and fast. At present, Edward and I are running to defend those captured. We are making our way through the maze of tunnels that runs below the Palazzo dei Priori. Edward's siblings are in Volturi hands. Only Hi's parents were able to make it out with my sister. They were currently on their way back to the plane. Edward was relaying all this to me telepathically to keep me calm. To my surprise, not only am I calm, I'm humming. The idea of hunting down my enemies sends a thrilling surge of adrenaline through my veins. In a blink of an eye, Edward's charging forward, taking out 2 Volturi guardsmen in our path. Their deaths are swift and undetected. I'm realizing in this moment that I've never had the pleasure of watching Edward hunt. If it is anything like I'm witnessing now, he is surely the most dangerous predator I've ever encountered. Not a single Volturi in our path had a clue that their Reaper had come for them. There's a graceful, but lethal beauty to him I never knew existed. Like a shadow fading into the darkness. Like a phantom floating soundlessly forward. Like a panther stalking its prey. He's a jungle cat. He's the night. Quietly, efficiently, he's ripping their heads from their bodies. And I'm doing nothing but standing by watching in quiet wonder. Edward has no idea the effect he's having on me. My mate is sexy and fierce and I just want to jump him. This, however, is not the time or the place. This way, Edward's directing me with his thoughts. He's gently taking my hand to pull me along. I'm growling at the tingling sensation that rushes through my body from the point of our contact. Edward's glancing back with a grin when my wave of lust shoots back to him. Stay focused, he's admonishing me with no conviction behind it. He's showing me the throne room ahead of us through Jasper's mind. Predictably, Emmett and Rose look pissed as their arms are held behind their backs, being forced to kneel. Alice is in the same position, only she looks somewhat frightened. It appears as if the Volturi are merely waiting for our arrival to begin the executions. I'm livid and ready to charge ahead and get this done. Edward's holding me in place. Calm down. Don't lose your head. Now, can you paralyze everyone but me and my siblings? No. The shield I produce is like a bubble. I can make it as big or small as I want, but if I need to use my power to paralyze, then everyone in that bubble will be paralyzed. Okay. The guardsmen that are holding my siblings, their backs are facing the back of the room. If you hold them in place, I can get behind one at a time and take them out. You'll have to take them out alone. I'll need to concentrate on what I'm doing to keep it up. The smile he's giving me is amazingly beautiful, slightly crooked with a small flash of brilliant white teeth. I can tell he's eager to get this over with. With our hands linked, he's starting to pull me along. Destroying them will be easy, but... Wait. Edward's stopping, his brow furrowed, his smile fading. Do you trust me? He's nodding cautiously. Relax. I just want to gloat a little. Just wait for my signal. His smile's returning. We step into the chamber together. The room is just like I saw it through Edward's mind. The circular room lit only by a few window slits from 2 stories up the gray stone walls. Seating dead center the large stone room was a large round drain. I wasted no time, freezing everyone in the room with the exception of Edward, myself and the 3 Volturi royals, who are now on the opposite side of the room directly across from us seated on their thrones. I knew he 3 royals from the painting that hangs in Carlyle's office. Edward was sure to school me in everything he knew about the Volturi before our trip here. Edward, Bella, how good of you to join us. Arrow exclaimed with a malevolent smile. My eyes are boring into his, no trace of emotion. Arrow, I'm acknowledging. Keyes is sitting forward slightly in excited anticipation. The one called Marcus simply looks bored. All 3 remain oblivious to the fact the rest of their guard, all 15 of them, were rendered motionless, unable to even speak. We've come for our family. The tone of my words are reflecting my sense of calm. Release them. Now. Arrow's clasping his hands together as if he's delighted with my choice of topic of discussion. You will comply with our demands. We are your superiors. Arrow's words are echoing around the room, boasting of his confidence. I assure you that is no longer the case. It wasn't our plan to completely irradiate your coven. We only wished to take our family members back home with us where they belong. Your wolf family broke the law. We are well within our rights to do as we see fit. My wolf family is not subject to your laws, and from this day forward neither are the Cullens. They are, thanks to you, a part of my wolf family, by marriage. We make our own laws now. If anything, you will bow to us. Enough of the treasonous talk. Alec, Jane, apprehend these trespassers. Yes, Alec, Jane, by all means do try. I'm smiling for the first time. Arrow's watching in horror as his favorite little witch twins stand stock still, unable to comply with his order. Edward, my love, will you be so kind as to free our brothers and sisters? With pleasure. I can only grin watching Arrow and Keyes squirm in their thrones while Edward's dispatching his siblings' captors one at a time. To my surprise, Marcus doesn't even flinch. Please, friend, Edward, killing my guardsmen is hardly necessary. Arrow's holding up his hands as if he's the appointed voice of reason. We'll be the judge of that, Emmett's growling. It's nothing a little super glue can't fix, Rosalie's snarling. How is this even possible? Who are you? Arrow's directing his questing at me. I'm actually glad you asked. I have a story I would like to share with you. My father used to tell me this story about a family of witches. I thought it to be a mere bedtime story at the time. But now I know it for what it truly is, my family's history. They were hunted mercilessly by a sect of witch hunters with supernatural powers. Each of my ancestors was searched out one by one and executed for nothing more than refusing to do the witch hunter's evil deeds. The hunters mistakenly believed that they destroyed all of them, but unbeknownst to them a small child was smuggled out of Volterra to the New World. From there the child changed his surname. Since I've made your acquaintance I've had a lot of time to think about my family's histories. Some things just don't add up for me. Like how could a mere human stand against a witch, skilled hunter or not? You don't believe that they were human witch hunters, do you? Tell me, Arrow, does the name Signo mean anything to you? Otched as his eyes widened in recognition. Ah, good, I see that it does. You and your brothers thought you erased them from the face of the earth. I bet you didn't even bother to find out what my maiden name is. Well, it's Swan, FYI formerly known as Signo. Yes, I have Italian roots that dates back farther than your pasty white ass. For the most part the Signo family children are born with moderate to no supernatural powers. But every now and then our blood mixes with something magical. Let's take for instance, like when my father Charles Swan and my full-blooded Quileute mother conceived their first child. The result is mind-blowing. You got just a very small dose of that when you so rudely interrupted my honeymoon. And really, Arrow, it's sad that things had to turn out this way, because if it weren't for your sick and twisted idea of how to get your jollies by forcing an interspecies marriage on me, I would have never met and married the love of my existence. You see, we could have avenue. OIDED all these unpleasantries if only you would have left us in peace. You drew first blood, Arrow. You kidnapped and raped my sister, you murdered my brother-in-law. While I would have forgiven you all your other crimes, even come to regard you as an acquaintance. However, those things I cannot forgive. I drew back my hand to smite his existence from this earth when he finally spoke. Wait. I rolled my eyes at him, not really caring to hear him out, but what the hey, I waited this long to obliterate him. I could wait another minute. Your brother-in-law is not dead. You're lying. Bella. Edward murmured a warning. He's not lying, Bella. Riley's alive. Define alive, Arrow requested cautiously. What have you done? I'm snarling at Arrow. Where's Riley? Arrow laughed at my outburst. Oh, come now. You don't honestly think I'd make it that easy? Arrow, will you just give them what they want so they can be on their way? How can you possibly see this ending in your favor? He's shouted at him. Arrow is turning to glare at him, then looks over at Marcus, who hasn't cared to budge since we entered the room. What say you, brother Marcus? Do you also think I should just hand over our only means of compromise? Marcus only shrugged apathetically. You're both such a disappointment. You have always been nothing but a coward, and you, Arrow's pointing at Marcus disdainfully. Dear brother. What my beloved sister ever saw in you is a mystery to me, Arrow's snarling at him. In my peripheral I'm watching as my Edward steps forward, a sly grin is slowing stretching across his face. Oh, how the mighty have fallen, Arrow. You sit up here in your castle, day after day, playing God, preying on the weak and the innocent. Now look at you, look where your reign of greed and debauchery has gotten you. Was it really worth killing her? How? Arrow sputtered. I almost didn't catch it, but I'm afraid you couldn't stop yourself from thinking about her, even if it was only a fraction of a second. Arrow's growling. Well, I suppose this only means that if I had any doubt before, your reaction now confirms it for me. Tell me, how did the rest of your family react when they found out you killed your own sister? Marcus is standing, glaring ferociously at Arrow. Is this true? Arrow cringed when he met the eyes of the madman stalking towards him. It was an accident. Try again, Edward suggesting. One blink of an eye later and Arrow is now a burning pyre of vampire parts. While everyone seems distracted, tries to escape only to find Emmett in his path. Emmett is wasting no time tearing Keys to shreds, adding him to the same burning pile. Great, Emmett, Alice shrieks. Is there anyone else you'd like to kill? It's clear that Arrow needed to go, but Keys. What's the problem? As Coolins can rule, we can kick the vampire world into shape in no time. It'll be awesome. All Emmett's siblings are shaking their heads in disgust, including Edward. We're a family, Emmett. My husband is telling him calmly. Yes, we can rule. That's not the point. The point is, we don't want to. That's not who we are. I can do it. Marcus is speaking softly, standing eerie. Lee over the smoldering ashes of his former brethren. The remaining Volturi guard will follow me. Why should we trust you? Emmett snarling at him. Marcus smiling weakly, an action that's not touching his eyes. I'm not asking you to trust me, only your brothers. He pointed out Jasper and Edward. Do you sense a deception? I'm asking them both. He only ever feels sadness. He has no hunger for power, Jasper's confirming. Diddum. The name spoken from Edward's lips has Marcus smiling again, but only marginally brighter. You would have liked her and she you. She was the gentlest creature. She was the first, you know. The first what? I'm looking to Edward for the answer. I didn't know, Edward's telling Marcus. Marcus is looking up from Edward to address the rest of us. Diddum loved humanity. She was the first to oppose the slaughter of humans. Well, the good ones anyway. Even humanity has its own form of monster. That form of monster was fair game to her. His pitiful sigh is sending a shiver down my spine. The very thought of losing Edward. As much as I'd love to just perish, Diddum would have wanted me to stay behind and try to fix things. She would have wanted me to put right what her wicked brother started. He's telling the truth, Edward is confirming for us. Jasper's nodding in agreement. I'm so sorry for your loss, Marcus. I truly am. He's waving off my sympathies, squaring his shoulders. Attention, guardsmen. Marcus has the remaining Volturi standing at attention around the room. From here forward, innocent human life is off limits. Is that understood? A resounding, yes, master, is repeated from each guardsman. Jane, dear, will you see to that this new law is put into effect? Of course, master. That is, of course, if the Cullens agree to this new arrangement. Our father's not here, but as his second I think I can speak for him and agree that this is the best for everyone, Edward's conceding. You know where to find us if you have any problems, I'm commanding. It's not in any way a suggestion. That's right, Pops, you best not fuck it up this time. We'll be watching, Emmett's promising. Marcus turns to the other witch twin. Alec, will you be so kind as to retrieve Riley? I'm sure his family would like to see him safely reunited with his wife. Bella, Marcus is addressing me. It feels inadequate to merely apologize for our evil that has been inflicted on you and your family over the past several months. It pleases me to hear you have been able to acquire some happiness in spite of the deeds of my brother-in-law. IONL. Why wish your happiness was not tainted with the horrific things that has befallen your sister and her husband. I cannot ask your forgiveness. I will not be that selfish. I've spent most of my existence grieving, not caring what happened around me. It is no excuse. I should have ended Arrow long ago. Just know that if there is anything you need, all you ever need is to ask and it's yours. Bella, I'm hearing my name on a whisper. I'm turning to see a frightened and tattered Riley. Come here, I'm so confused. I pull him into a tight hug. His stance is rigid, his eyes blazing red. Tearlessly, he's sobbing against my shoulder. Please don't hate me, Belle. I've done such horrible things. I couldn't stop. Shish, it's not your fault, Sug. Let's concentrate on getting you and Leah home. Okay. He only nodded. Relief washes over me as I realize for the first time my family's finally safe. With a tearful, half smile I'm looking toward my adorable husband, feeling that smile instantly falling. Edward, he's not here. With a panicked heart I'm stretching out my senses to find him. Edward, I call out to him with my mind. No response. I'm rushing out with only my sense of smell to guide me. Fortunately, it didn't take me long to find him. Unfortunately, I find him battered with torn garments, possibly in the fight of his life, facing off against Jacob Black. There's something about Jacob, about this whole situation. And I'm doing a double take. For starters, Edward should have no problem defeating him, but it's clear from Edward's disheveled state something about this moment is off, way off. I'm getting closer to this skirmish and I'm realizing Edward's desperately trying to defend my sister and his parents. Jacob has them there all cornered. He's clawing at Edward with bare human hands with Edward narrowly escaping swipe after swipe. It's then I notice, his hands aren't human. Jacob's faster, stronger, his skin is several shades paler. No, I'm stepping forward. I'm going to end this once and for all. Don't. I feel Carlyle's hand on my shoulder. He's rushed out to stop me. Edward needs this. Jacob attacked his mate. Give this to him. Edward's a skilled fighter. He can do this. I'm dying to step in and take care of this once and for all, but I know Carlyle is right. I've never seen his equal. Even now, with Jacob easily being 5 times stronger, Edward is more cunning. I'm wringing my hands nervously. My mate is holding his own, but even with my heightened senses it's hard for me to keep up with the speed as their bodies, at times, seem to blur. Like now, it's clear that Edward flipped over Jacob to avoid his latest blow, but I totally missed how Edward ended up with a clump of Jacob's hair in his fist. I'm cringing at the sight of the ugly, bald spot located behind Jacob's left ear. Jacob's turning, angrily seeking out his retaliation when he notices my presence. Look who's here. The vampire whore. How do you like having Eddie's little cold dick working you over? I'm growling at him to which he's only laughing. Edward's rushing forward, but Jacob is easily deflecting him. Don't worry, after I'm done killing hubby here, I'm gonna shish you what the new improved Jacob Black can do to rock your world. You're gonna be my whore. I'm rushing towards him, not even stopping to think about pushing my powers on him. It's all about ripping flesh down to bone. About gnashing teeth to skull. My wolf's launching out. Cloths fall to the ground in shreds. Jacob's throat is my target. Jacob's phase is swift as he charges to meet me in the air, only we don't connect. A blur. One moment of distraction is all it takes and Edward's ripping him in half. He's phasing back laying naked and broken before us. It's pathetic to watch how he uses his arms to pull himself along to get to his bottom half. He collapses in defeat as Edward flicks his lighter, setting his legs ablaze. Why Jacob? I'm thinking nothing of my own nudity phasing back to my human form. I only want answers. Edward's rushing to my side, pushing a discarded cloak over my head. I always knew that Jacob had some kind of twisted crush on me. He grew up living in the shadow of many great chiefs before him. His father, Billy, was a well-loved and respected member of the Quileute nation. It was shocking to see how truly awful his only son turned out in comparison. Jacob wanted me. He couldn't have me and it made him lash out. I got that, but why? Why did you betray your own people? How could you side with the Volturi? Why did you help them capture Leah? Leah was your friend. Do you really think the Volturi gave me a choice? All that self-righteous bullshit about dying for our people, protectors of the tribe. Yeah, right. It was either join them or die. And trust me, I wasn't about to die for your sister. They turned me into this thing. All this time Jacob's talking, he's also inching towards me. Let me tell you, it hurt like hell getting infected with their vampire cooties. Maybe I should just show you. His body's blurring, he's springing up, knocking me on my ass. His cold breath's moving across the skin of my neck, but his teeth aren't making purchase. I'm sitting up as I feel his body being pulled off of me, the next blink of my eyes and he's creaming. The rest of him is going up in flames. It was a gorgeous day, the sun was shining, and as I looked around at this merry bunch of misfits I realized, for the first time, that this is my happily ever after. This is everything I didn't know I wanted. All the family was here today, Edward's and mine. We had gone through so much together and this day was a day, of sorts, to come together and celebrate all our blessings. We didn't really have a set party plan for our celebration. More than anything, we just wanted to come together and enjoy each other's company. We were all at our various tasks doing just that. I'd come to love Edward's family and I truly regretted the way I treated them when I first came to live in their home. It wasn't as if they were like family to me now, they actually are my family. I can't even imagine life without them. It would kill me to try. They're all dysfunctional, crazy in mine. While it was true, all of us were very different, like mismatched puzzle pieces, but we all had our roles to play, we all belonged. After all the turmoil leading up to my marriage to Edward, and after all the Volturi put us through, and after the rescue mission to save my sister, Leah, everything finally started to settle down. A pleasant sense of normalcy settled over our lives. Well, as normal as a blended family of werewolves and vampires could get. Rosalie was the one who truly shocked me, even though I'd completely forgiven her the day she apologized for her behavior towards me. I never really expected to feel all that close to her. Now she's on the floor playing Matchbox cars with little Riley, my baby boy, though we took to calling him Anthony, to save confusion since his uncle, Riley, survived. Emmett, though a fairly doting uncle in his own right, didn't quite know what to make of all babies in the family. Rosalie said it was because he was used to being the baby of the family. It made all of us laugh to watch him sulk in a corner when Esme overlooked him to play with one of her grandchildren. She thought of all of them that way, even Emily. Yes, my sister, Leah, had a baby girl. She was impregnated by an unknown Volturi guardsman. Emily Marie Beers was born 3 weeks after we returned home from Italy. Leah never really knew which vampire had been Emily's sperm donor. But there was no denying Riley was her rightful daddy. Riley truly had the look of one proud papa. For the first time ever, my sister and I were finally in a good place. Seth was still a little leery of her, but he was slowly coming around. After breaking down and apologizing to us, Leah admitted to us that she was jealous of our relationships with our dad Charlie. Leah cool. Didn't really remember her own birth father. Our mother told Leah stories about him and how much he loved her, but Charlie was really the only dad that she ever knew. When we came along, she had to share that love and she didn't like it. Then there was Alice. Honestly, I was ready to shake some sense into her. She was the constant downer, deep in the throes of her own pity party. Even though she denied it, I was truly starting to think she didn't want me around. After all, I was the reason she couldn't access her gift. I suggested that she and Jasper go on an extended vacation together, but she limed she didn't want to miss the baby's milestones of growing up. I guess I couldn't fault her for that, even though she was driving everyone crazy. Then our little Anthony did something miraculous. Alice was trying, to no avail, to predict the weather, a feat she accomplished with ease before I came along. To think, if she couldn't predict the weather, and soon, she might get caught in a downpour while out hunting. Poor thing. I was ready to strangle her. Edward, sensing this, was holding me back, but it was Anthony that saved her scrawny butt. Seeing her distress, he jumped into her arms, holding on tight. Alice, who was somewhat leery of my children, though I knew she loved them, was shocked by his actions at first, but all too soon, her eyes rolled back in her head. She's having a vision, Edward said in surprise. What? I think it's Anthony. I think he's amplifying her ability. You think? Edward only nodded, unable to tear his eyes away from our son, then chuckled at whatever Alice's vision was. There's a thunderstorm headed this way, Edward and Alice announced in unison. Game on, Emmett cheered. It turned out the Cullens were avid baseball fans and they loved to play their own version of the game. Though I wasn't all that fond of the game myself, I had to admit, the way the Cullens played it was the most fun I'd ever had. I smiled often, thinking back to that day, and I was relieved. We'd had a great time spending a day as a family, but best of all, Alice had found relief. From that day on, Alice and I were closer than ever. It wasn't too long after I found myself in a deep discussion about the Southern Vampire War and how it played a role, though clandestine, in the history of the United States. Jasper knew his history, mostly because he lived it. It was quickly becoming one of my favorite pastimes to just sit around and pick Jasper's brain. Carlisle and Esme had become like a second set of parents, always encouraging and affectionate. I had managed to form a bond with most of Edward's family. This just left Emmett, and trust me, he was all too aware that I wasn't giving him as much attention as I was the rest of the family. Unfortunately, Emmett wasn't about to stand for it. I wasn't trying to be rude, I just didn't know what to make of the goofball. Finally, after listening to his jealous whining for far too long, I gave in to the big baby. Now I have to play with him, like a toddler, on a regular basis so he doesn't get his feelings hurt. It's all good though, I kind of like having a baby brother. I have to smile, because Ode had turned into another one of those perfect, fairy tale endings, type of day. I was sitting on the couch huddled between Esme and Jasper. Parents, Charlie and Sue were cuddling happily on the love seat. As the rest of our family is playing or otherwise interacting with the three babies. Carlisle is off to the side taking pictures. Rosalie is still playing Matchbox cars with little Anthony while Emmett acts his usual goofball self. Vying for Rosalie's undivided attention. Anthony doesn't seem to mind, as he's laughing at Emmett's antics. Alice, Leah, and Riley are finger painting with baby Emily on the Esme's coffee table. I have to laugh when Emily, frustrated with her painting, throws it over her shoulder and begins to paint the table instead. Looks like we have another decorator in the family, Alice comments. As Leah rushes to clean up her mess. Oh my, Esme sighs, but then laughs as well. I think I like the table better that way. Edward was such a good father, not that I was surprised in any way. He sat cross-legged with our daughter at a tiny table accompanied by her favorite doll and Teddy and my baby brother, Seth. Carly was hosting a tea party. A tear fell from my eye as I watched them. Since Edward was the guest of honor, Carly felt it only fitting, her words, that he be given the privilege to wear her tiara. I looked down to my stomach with a smile. I'd tell him soon. It had only been a month since the twins' birth and they were already walking. Their growth rate had been somewhat of a shock to us. Carlisle, always the head of the family, and always thinking like a doctor, took it upon himself to research everything he could find about hybrids. Marcus proved invaluable in this process. Moments like these were bittersweet, knowing in just 6 short years our babies would be fully grown. I think this revelation affected my sweet husband more than it did me. The darling man never wasted even one opportunity to play with them. Oh, Carly, does mommy know you're forcing your daddy to act all girly? Emmett shakes with laughter as he asks my daughter. Carly and Edward both give him a stern look. Emmett, what is wrong with you? My child, O's not have to coerce me into playing with her when it is one of my greatest joys in life to do so. I know Emmett is only picking on Edward because it was only a few days ago that little Miss Carly decided to show us her gift for the first time. Unfortunately for Emmett, pink is just not his color. Rosalie and Carly were playing princess on her princess castle bed when Emmett barged in insisting he be allowed to play too. Rosalie told him their castle was for princesses only. Carly, feeling sorry for him, told him he could play so long as he put on a princess costume. Emmett, being Emmett refused and proceeded to climb in their castle anyway. He managed to get one foot in before he froze in place. His face went blank, he dropped his foot to the floor and walked robotically out of the room. Not 3 minutes later he returned in full princess regalia. Rosalie gasped at the sight of him standing there in her, now stretched out, Sleeping Beauty costume. Usually, us being responsible parents, we would have stopped Carly once we realized what was happening, but let's face it, we're talking about Emmett. He deserves everything he gets. Needless to say, all of us found it highly amusing to see Emmett standing there like a brainless robot wearing a pink princess dress, high heels, and Carly's tiara. I guess that means you really are a pussy, Emmett commented in his whiny baby voice. Emmett, Esme screeches. Cat, Emmett squeaks, clearly trying to mask his blunder. Edward smirks. Too late. Now you're going to get it. Jasper guffaws. Let the entertainment begin, he says, rubbing his hands together. With barely a blink of my eye, Esme is standing beside Emmett, hands on hips, eyes ablaze in fury. What have I told you, young man? With Emmett speechless, Sme grabs him by the ear and drags him into the yard because that word, over any other word, is not to be spoken in her house. At least that's what she's screaming at him as she tosses him around the yard. All of us, besides Rosalie, who is otherwise preoccupied with the babies, rush to the porch to watch. Jasper's grinning from ear to ear. Alice bounces, clapping her hands. Edward places his hand on my waist, drawing me close to his side as I look on in confusion. Esme hates that word, Edward explains. What? Huss. Don't say it, Edward warns. I can't contain my giggles. Free entertainment doesn't get any better than this. Wow, Edward, you mother kicks some serious ass. I tell him, truly impressed. That's my girl, Carlisle states proudly. Later that evening, with the twins tucked in their beds, fast asleep. I know it's finally time to share my news. Bella. Edward looks at me with a worried expression. He walks up to me, wrapping me in his embrace. I can feel the essence of his mind nudging mine, hoping for a connection. Hey, I give in to his request. Edward sighs with relief. Where have you been the last few days? In reality, I haven't been anywhere else, not physically at least. I wasn't really trying to avoid him. I guess I was just sort of in shock. I wasn't sure if I was ready for this to happen again so soon after the twins' birth. I knew that there was nothing to be done about it now but enjoy it. Really, I was just having a hard time processing all the hormone-driven emotions and changes in my body. I just needed the space in my head, and I needed to find ways to distract myself from this reality. It was amazing how Edward's cool breath tingling across my skin warmed my soul. I sighed in contentment as he pulled me impossibly closer and kissed my temple. I loved this time of day when I could reflect back on another perfect day where I got to watch my two beautiful children grow way too fast, but nevertheless, still enjoying their childhood. They were, without a doubt, the most beautiful children ever. Anthony, with his brown hair and brown eyes, like mine, still managed to inherit Edward's handsome profile. Then there was Carly, who inherited both Edward's bronze hair and green eyes. She bore the uncanny resemblance to Elizabeth Masson, Edward's beloved birth mother. So much so, that Carly could be her doppelganger. As I watch our beautiful children, deep in their slumber, I figured now was as perfect time as any. Why haven't you said anything? I was startled by Edward's question because our minds hadn't been linked for some time now, and I could tell by the way he was eyeing my stomach that he knew I was carrying his child. Of course, this was Edward. He didn't need to read my mind to pick up on subtle changes in my body chemistry. To be honest, I don't know what I was thinking. You figured it out the day after we conceived our twins. I should have realized it would be the same for any other baby we conceived. This caused him to smirk. As he placed his hands on my still flat belly, I spun around, playfully glaring at him. If anything, I should be annoyed with you. You probably figured it out before I did. Why didn't you tell me I was pregnant? He shrugged, locking his eyes to my stomach, refusing to meet my eyes. Edward. His eyes flashed to mine quickly, giving me a soft smile, but the smile couldn't hide the sadness I saw there. Tell me, I demanded as my mind melded with his. It's silly, he admitted, but he couldn't hide from me here. He wanted to hear me say it. Edward. Yes, my love, I'm having your baby. You're going to be a daddy again. Very soon. Wow, I love hearing that, he exclaimed as he picked me up and spun me around in a circle. I couldn't contain my giggles. He truly was acting silly, but I wouldn't have it any other way. Which reminds me, after the baby's birth we really need to discuss birth control. Edward frowned at my words. Why, I thought you loved kids. I do, I admitted with a laugh. Especially ones that look like mini Edwards or Bellas. Then what's the problem? He stuck out his lip in a pout. I kissed it, smiled at him and sighed, drawing my fingers through his hair and pulling him closer to me. He immediately responded by laying a trail of kisses down my neck to my collarbone. Edward, I gasped. I could feel his lips smile against my heated skin. Don't be smug, I complained. You know how you affect me. I was the one pouting now. You affect me the same way, he assured me, leaning his forehead against mine. I don't think contraception will be an easy thing for us. What? I asked, horrified. He closed his eyes, taking a deep breath. I spoke to Carlyle about this very issue before we were married. We can certainly give it a try, but he doesn't think oral contraception or the shot will work for you. He also doesn't believe a condom would hold up against my little swimmers. I guess you'll have to change me at some point then. I'd been thinking about this very thing since the birth of our twins. Edward knew this, so he only shocked me with his reaction. No, the word wasn't meant in the form of passive resistance, but as a command. I should have been pissed at him. But I couldn't be angry with him. Not when I could feel the anguish the thought of me being changed brought him. Edward and his family considered themselves undead, some sort of beautiful reanimated family of corpses, lifeless, frozen and soulless. I disagreed. I simply couldn't see them that way. To me they were so full of life, warmth and happiness. They believed themselves frozen, unable to change. But to watch them with the twins, half werewolf, half vampire, anyone could see that wasn't true. If they were truly undead there would be no life here. Edward would not be a father. For how could an undead thing beget life? Furthermore, how could that undead, soulless thing love the life it helped create so deeply? I hugged him to me tightly. His pain always hurt me so much. I never wanted to make him feel this way. I suppose there's always abstinence. Edward laughed in a deep-throated, humorless chuckle. Now, we both know that will never last. I smiled cheekily at him. Well, I guess I'm doomed to have hundreds, maybe thousands of your babies. Although at the rate we're going it could be millions. His eyes widened in what looked like horror at my words. You do realize, we'll start losing track of them eventually, and there is the hybrid overpopulation issue. Edward sighed, pinching the bridge of his nose. As much as I hate to admit it, you do have a point. Edward, was he really caving so easily? And as much as it truly pains me, I'll consider your request to be changed. I sense a but. I don't want to do that to you. Not that I wouldn't love you just as much after your change, and it would make some things easier for me. It's just that I love you just the way you are. You're so warm and full of life, and the pain you'd go through, you just can't imagine how horrible. I can. I interrupted him. You showed me, remember? He nodded, lowering his forehead to mine. I promise we can discuss this at a later time, but in the meantime I need for us to exhaust every other option. I don't want to take anything else away from you. I'm not exactly sure what you mean by that last part, but I agree to your terms. With that said, he kissed me. So much has happened to me since the day I was forced to marry my enemy. I look back to that first day that I really laid eyes on Edward. I know now what he knew then. He is my soul mate. The end. Thanks for watching.